A young man, just because he carried two peerless divine swords, was hunted by all the masters in the martial world. From the very beginning, hundreds of masters gathered to surround him. After that, he faced one of the top 10 masters, the demonic sword Cheon Mu. Without exception, anyone who met the young man never returned. He even sought out the wealthiest tycoon in Habuk. He cut off the man's finger and stole his fortune. Before leaving, he left a sentence to be able to openly rob you of everything. How wonderful. It turns out his name is Jeok Aigian, the son of a mysterious fruit merchant. His biggest dream is to dominate the martial world. Will he be able to achieve his dream? What other challenges will he face? Let's get into the main story to find out. Under the heavy rain, an ancient building with slivers of light seeping from within. Outside, heavy raindrops continuously pelted the ground. Two guards stood solemnly enduring the heavy rain of the night. Inside the mansion, a man's deep voice echoed, "He is a devil in human form." His other hand gripped his remaining arm, his voice filled with resentment. Not only did he steal my entire fortune, he raised his bandaged hand and told the man in front of him he also cut off my finger. A cruel man to the bone, Grandmaster Jin Wei Pung of Jinhua Sangreon. The old man coughed and said, "Cough. Although I'm in this state, don't underestimate me. I have enough money to hire someone for revenge." Hearing the old man's story, Gui Myong, the #1 assassin in the martial world, asked, "Does he have any distinguishing features? What does he look like?" The old man Jin Wei Pung immediately frowned. "Him." Gui Myong listened. Silently, as the old man said, "He's a handsome fellow." His mind flashed back to past images. I first met him at a casual drinking party. My initial impression was of a gentle, eloquent, and incredibly witty person. Although he's only 20, he's knowledgeable about everything. It seems there's no place in the Central Plains he hasn't been to. After 2 months of friendship during a drunken stupor, he performed a move. The old man beside him immediately moved a nearby painted screen. A large crack appeared before their eyes. Jin Wei Pung's voice rang out as he explained, "It's the ultimate technique of the White Thunder Sword Naeng I Seol." Seeing what was in front of him, Gui Myong's eyes widened in utter astonishment. He thought to himself, that lightning mark is definitely the sign of the White Thunder Sword. An image of a swordsman holding a sword appeared in his mind. Naeng I Seol, one of the 10 great masters of the previous generation. He was the one who had disappeared a few years before the Great War between the righteous and demonic factions. And more than 20 years after the war ended, there was still no news of him. The old man continued. At first, I didn't believe it either. But after seeing the martial arts manual in his hands, I had to believe it. His mind recalled old images. In the end, I decided to kill him to seize that martial arts manual. From the life and death swords to 100 martial world masters, and even the demonic sword Cheon Ma Ak, one of the 10 great masters in the world, I sent them all. His face showed ferocity as he spoke, but not a single one returned. Each time he would come to find me, cut off a finger, and steal a part of my fortune. And before leaving, he would laugh, "How refreshing." Jeok Aigian tilted his head back, saying mockingly, "There's no reason why I shouldn't take it." Hearing the information the old man provided, Gui Myong's eyes widened in shock as he calculated in his head. Even if he's right because I acted first, but how could a man in his early 20s stand against the demonic sword Cheon Ma Ak? The old man's hands trembled uncontrollably, his voice filled with resentment. Even so, that bastard just wanted a legitimate excuse to steal my fortune. The old man pleaded, "Please kill him." His voice was full of fury. "Jeok Aigian. That's the name of that devil." At a certain mountain villa, a figure could be seen faintly sweeping the courtyard. A man's feet slowly approached. The servant spoke up, leading Gui Myong to a place. The old man replied, "Young Master Seok's room is this way." As they walked, the old servant explained, "During his stay, he always cared for even the servants like us. Such a kind young master." Hearing these words, Gui Myong thought to himself, "This again." He began to ponder, recalling his initial investigations. According to my investigation, although young Master Seok isn't extravagant, he is a man of refined tastes. He understands the art of pleasure. The sound of the zither from that night still echoes in my ears. He is the man of pleasure, Jeok Aigion. An unsettled traveler said, and also the one who cut off another man's finger a few months ago. Hearing those words, Gui Myong pondered, the one who stole the fortune of another rich man. An old woman leaned on her hand, chuckled, and replied, I heard he gambled away his entire fortune. How should I trick him next time, a fool who always loses at gambling? Gui Myung grabbed her clothes tightly, threatening her, and managed to get a few more clues. The last piece of information I got is that he will participate in the martial arts grand assembly. Remembering these things, his face contorted. He thought to himself, this kid is so unpredictable. What is he planning to do? Then that person asked, did he leave any message? Hearing this, the other person turned and replied, he said he has prepared everything for a grand enterprise. Now, all that's missing is a smart woman to manage it. Gui Myung sighed and said, women are truly hard to understand. They arrived at a room. The other person gestured towards the room and said, this is young Master Seok's room. Please make yourself at home. Gui Myung pushed the door open forcefully, and the scene inside was revealed. The room was clean and undisturbed, the furniture neatly arranged. He looked left and right, then fell into thought. It seems there's nothing special. Gui Myung walked towards a wall. He looked at the paper hanging on the wall. He joyfully thought to himself, control of Hubuk. He raised his hand, his face beaming with excitement. Hubuk. This year 2 major martial arts grand assemblies are being held there. He chuckled and said, now it's just a matter of time, but why control of Hubuk? Why not just write number 1 under heaven? Suddenly a savage voice was heard. I already advised him. Just take it slow, step by step. Hearing those words, Gui Myung was startled, turned around, and exclaimed, who's there? A piercing scream of pain echoed through the empty room. A cup of tea was poured gently. A thoughtful voice quietly asked, why is he going to Hubuk? Hearing this, the other person replied, how would I know the schemes of that cunning kid? Suddenly, Gui Myung's eyes slowly opened. The sound of conversation continued. We should go too. We're idle anyway. A scene unfolded before him. 3 people were sitting at a table enjoying tea together. One of them spoke, if Senior makes a move, the martial world will be in turmoil again. Looking at his own right arm, Gui Myung was filled with a mix of resentment and fear. The voices of the others continued to echo, I'm over 100 years old. What meaning do the rules of the world have anymore? An old woman called out, kid. She offered the teacup and said, want a drink? Gui Myung stared in fear, his mind in turmoil as he thought, this aura. The blade pinned to his right arm. The blade on that old woman. The twin scythes. Isn't that the supreme demonic empress? The twin demon scythes. Yang Huayong, the one most trusted by the previous heavenly demon. He looked to the other side at the sword and the pattern on its scabbard. Then he looked at the old man before him. It's definitely the white thunder sword Nang Yi Seol, the one who went into hiding. Why is a great hero with a demonic person? He glanced at the long-haired man exuding a powerful killing intent. Gui Myung thought fearfully. Furthermore, isn't that terrifying demonic energy from the demonic sword, Cheon Ma Ak? He recalled the past. The ultimate technique of the white thunder sword Nang Yi Seol. I even sent the demonic sword Cheon Ma Ak. Gradually, he realized, and opened his eyes in shock. They are all accomplices of Yeok Aigeon. Gui Myung let out a sigh and asked, why don't you kill me? Hearing this, the supreme demonic empress raised her teacup and replied, I promised him I wouldn't kill you. She continued, but I will cripple your dantian and sever your meridians along with one of your legs. I hear assassins aren't afraid of death. The man beside her spoke up, you always hide poison behind your teeth, don't you? Hearing this, Gui Myung remained silent. He realized, you mean I'd rather commit suicide than endure this pain? There's no other way. The supreme demonic empress stared straight ahead. Gui Myung immediately clamped his mouth shut, bites down. Blood continuously flowed from his mouth as he uttered with a resentful tone, Jeok Aegyeon, I'm so envious of you. His eyes slowly closed, protected by such masters living a life of glory and wealth. The supreme demonic empress's group smiled smugly. He doesn't need our help. On a vast grassland, a group of people pointed their swords at Jeok Aegyeon. One of them spoke up. Finally we meet. You have the manual, don't you? The leader warned, don't be careless. Many masters have died trying to find him. Hearing this, one of them swung his sword and charged his tone, challenging, you brat, you dare! That man swung his sword, his voice full of arrogance. You messed with the leader of the Jinhua Sangrion Ma Mun and expect to live in peace. Suddenly something rushed in front of him. He had just enough time to say, "I'll take your life." Boom, Jok Ijeon unleashed a move and defeated him instantly. Seeing this, the others immediately panicked and exclaimed, "Leah leader!" One by one, they all rushed towards him, shouting angrily, "This bastard!" Jok Ijeon caught the tip of his sword and immediately bent it. The sword wielder was dealt a fatal blow. The remaining men immediately charged. "Kill him!" His sharp eyes glanced over them. One by one they were cut down, blood splattering everywhere. Whoever charged forward was sent to their death by him. A man who was attacked cried out in pain. Gasp! Ugh, gasp! Jok Ijeon stood amidst the scattered corpses, the wind gently blowing through his hair. Jok Ijeon brushed his hair back, saying tiredly, "You still haven't given up." His hand touched the sword on his back. Just cutting off fingers isn't enough, is it? A fierce, bloody battle took place, the great war between the righteous and demonic factions. A place where anyone who wielded a sword would die. The great war between the righteous and demonic factions. No one expected this war would last for 13 long years. Corpses lay scattered on the white ground, fresh blood flowed like waterfalls. This hell on earth was filled with tears, tragic cries, and the stench of blood. The long war suddenly ended with an abrupt ceasefire order. Time flew by. To this day, 20 years later, the reason for the ceasefire remains a mystery. Both the Heavenly Demon Cult and the Righteous Path Alliance remained silent, as if by a prior agreement. Time passed. New forces began to emerge in the martial world. On the other hand, there were also clans that declined due to the war. A sword in hand sliced through the air, horizontally, then vertically. The young woman's mind whispered, "Finally." Jong Gyo-yeon, the second young lady of the Jong sword sect. As she practiced her swordsmanship, she wondered to herself, "Why am I still stuck at the 7th star realm?" Gyo-yeon launched several attacks forward, thinking to herself, "I must quickly master the exercising evil sword style to revive my family sect." Then she sheathed her sword. Her face was sad and thoughtful, her tone heavy as she said, "But I don't understand why my martial arts aren't improving." Suddenly a voice called out, "Gyo-yeon." She turned to look and brightened up older sister brother-in-law Jong Hwa Ryan, the first young lady of the Northwest Jong sword sect and Hwa Ryan's husband. Gyo-yeon asked, "I was just practicing. Is something wrong?" Hearing her, Jong Hwa Ryan sighed sadly and replied, "Someone from the Jang Shim gang has come." Hearing this, her face was one of stunned silence. "Young Master Jang wants to participate in the Dragon and Phoenix banquet with me," Gyo-yeon exclaimed. "What?" In the Central Plains martial world, there are two largest and most famous grand assemblies. The Heavenly Dragon Great War, the world's #1 martial arts tournament, where sects wager their honor and lives. The assembly for the younger generation, the Dragon and Phoenix banquet, where young men and women are matched to become couples. This year, both assemblies are held in Wuhan, Hubei. Her mind recalled the image of Yang In-gyol. Gyo-yeon thought with annoyance, not only that childish matchmaking game, but I also have to be paired with that pervert Jang In-gyol. She replied, "No, I won't do it." Gyo-yeon angrily shouted at her older sister, "Why do I have to be involved with him?" Hearing her, Jong Hwa Ryan frowned and yelled back, "Stop arguing." Seeing the fire of their anger escalating, her husband immediately calmed them down. "Calm down and listen to me." Hwa Ryan continued, "You always said you wanted to bring glory to our sect. If you're chosen for the Dragon and Phoenix, you'll gain great fame." She warned furthermore, "If you go against the Jangshim gang." Gyo-yeon immediately bolted. As she ran, she replied, "I absolutely refuse to go, sister. You can just lie about your age and go." Hearing her younger sister say that, Jong Hwa Ryan sighed helplessly. "My little sister really has a personality." Outside, in the bustling market, crowds of people moved about. Shouts echoed continuously. "New goods have arrived, Westlake Dragon. Well, tea is half price today." Two merchants chatted together. "Have you heard? They say the great leader had another finger cut off." Hearing this, the other person replied happily, "Looks like someone is punishing him on our behalf." Gyo-yeon walked down the street, her face full of sadness, thinking, "But what if the Jangshim gang holds a grudge and takes revenge on our family? Just because they have power, they can do whatever they want." Elsewhere, two people were arguing, looking like they were about to fight. "This kid, how is this any different? You want to die," deceiving and betraying each other. In another corner, someone was flattering a wealthy merchant. If you help with this, just leave that matter to me. As for the last time, endless schemes and tricks. The sounds of arguments filled the market. Someone yelled, "My money pouch. Where's my money pouch? You there? Do you know who this is to dare draw your blade? Is this the martial world I've always dreamed of?" Suddenly a voice of admiration rang out. "Wow!" Hearing that, Gyo-yon curiously turned to look. A voice came from another direction. "You, the lord of the martial world." The red-haired man on the stage pointed at his opponent and yelled, "The dream of unifying the demonic cult ends in despair again." Below, dozens of people cheered. "The heavenly demon has been defeated." They excitedly continued, "The 13-year war is finally over. Long live the Lord." Seeing this, Gyo-yon couldn't believe her eyes and exclaimed, "Impossible," she thought to herself. Even if it's just a play, isn't it true that there's no information about the end of the righteous demonic war? Suddenly Jeok Aigeon appeared, his voice ringing out, "I think so too." Jeok Aigeon stood beside her, arms crossed, and said, "The heavenly demon's 9 calamities. Demonic art is an undefeated demonic art. No one can defeat him in a one-on-one fight." Jeok Aigeon's eyes were full of passion as he continued. Furthermore, the righteous demonic war couldn't have ended so easily. Seeing his appearance, Gyo-yon was surprised and wondered, "Who is this guy?" He turned to her, smiled brightly, and said, "I'm thirsty. Care for a drink together? Lead the way, I've just arrived in Wuhan." Hearing this, she thought to herself, "Such an innocent face, yet he's playing tricks." Gyo-yon turned to leave, replying, "If you're from the martial world, don't act like a hooligan. I have things to do. Excuse me." Hearing this, Jeok Aigeon, standing behind her, spoke up, "You think this martial world?" Jeok Aigeon approached and continued, "Is really that valuable?" Gyo-yon angrily retorted, What did you say?" Hearing her, he immediately said, "This martial world where righteousness and chivalry have long been abandoned, with only superficial things remaining." He glanced at her. "Isn't it pitiful?" Hearing his words, Gyo-yon's eyes widened in shock. Her hand trembled as she gripped her sword, calming herself down. "Calm down." Gyo-yon looked at him and argued, "But you're still living in the martial world." Her feet shifted slightly to another path. "This martial world." Gyo-yon walked away. "Is not so bad as to be disdained like that?" "Jeok!" Aigeon silently watched her retreating back without a word, then also turned and left. The shouts of vendors continued to echo, scabbards made from fragments of night-luminous stone right here. This is the first time I've seen the streets of Wuhan so crowded. This assembly is no ordinary event. Front row seats for the Heavenly Dragon Great War are only 10 tiles. At the Huayang Inn, the scene inside was extremely lively, with people singing and drinking together. They began to chat. One man said, "I heard this year's Dragon and Phoenix banquet will be very grand." Hearing this, the person next to him replied, "The most promising candidate is probably young Master Im of the Bukcheon Pei family." They continued to chat. Hey, don't forget young Master Yang of the Namak Alliance." Gyo-yon's figure gently passed by, and everyone looked at her with infatuated eyes. Gyo-yon glanced around, thinking, it's so crowded. Because of the assembly, there are people everywhere. A waiter approached and greeted her. "Aren't you young Lady Jang of the Jang sword sect? Why are you here alone?" Hearing this, she replied, "I'd like to have a drink." Hearing that, he seemed a bit troubled and said, "Oh my, we only have private rooms left now." He led Gyo-yon upstairs. "This way, young lady." The people around saw her and started whispering. "Young Lady Jang is the #1 beauty in Wuhan. I'll give a discount. The #1 beauty of Wuhan is indeed a beauty." Hearing these words, Gyo-yon felt awkward, thinking, who started this ridiculous rumor? I don't usually come to inns alone, but... The owner pushed the door open. "Please, young lady, have a seat." Gyo-yon's mind was racing from the Jangshim gang to that strange guy from earlier. Suddenly, Jeok Aigeon's voice was heard. "Oh, we meet again." He smiled at her and continued, "If I'd known, we could have come together." Gyo-yon was speechless. "Oh, today is so strange." Inside the empty room, the sound of chicken being torn apart was heard. He asked, "This assembly, do you know how to register? When is the deadline?" Looking at the platter of food in front of him, Gyo-yon was amazed and thought, "Have you been starving all day?" She then said, "Don't tell me you're planning to participate too." Hearing that, Jeok Igyeon replied, "Of course. There will be many beautiful women participating. I'm quite popular with the ladies." He spoke while chewing heartily. "Since I was 10, I've traveled everywhere. Wherever I go, women surround me." The sound of chewing continued. Hearing his words, Gyo-yeon thought in disbelief. Impossible. Besides, is he really that kind of person? Jeok Igyeon said the righteous demonic war couldn't have ended so easily. This was completely different from his storytelling in the market earlier. He looked at her and said, "And I've realized who the most beautiful woman in the martial world is. A face as bright as a flower radiant. That is my mother!" Gyo-yeon shouted in surprise. Mother. Hearing this, Jeok Igyeon's eyes sharpened. He said, "Hey, are you daring to say my mother is old?" Gyo-yeon frantically waved her hands in fear. "Ah, no, damn it, why am I so flustered? I haven't done anything wrong." He picked up some food and said, "Anyway, I'm about to do something big, so I'm feeling hungry." Gyo-yeon asked, "Something big? You mean the assembly?" His voice was mysterious as he replied, "No, that I'll definitely win. I want to dominate Hubuk. That's my goal for this year." Hearing this, Gyo-yeon's eyes widened in shock. Dominate Hubuk. Jeok Igyeon put food in his mouth. "There's so much to worry about, so much to do. Right now, I feel like eating." Hearing this, she scoffed. "Winning the assembly and dominating Hubuk? You're bragging too much." The door to the room slowly opened. A man's voice suddenly rang out. I happened to hear a familiar voice. "That person spoke up, isn't it, young lady Jang of the Jang sword sect?" Jang In-gyeol, the descendant of the Jangshim gang, approached. "Long time no see." A few people entered from outside. Jang In-gyeol said, "Let's come in for a few drinks too." Hearing that, the woman next to him said, "Here, Jang In-hwa." Jang In-gyeol's younger sister spoke haughtily. "Well, I guess it's fine." He stared at her. "How have you been lately?" Gyo-yeon was visibly annoyed, cursing in her head. Hasn't he given up that habit of staring at people? She thought, I really want to punch him, but I have to hold back. That guy glanced around. Ah. He looked towards Jeok Igyeon, who was enjoying his meal. He slowly approached him, put his hand in his pocket, and said, "It seems someone else is here." A gold coin fell onto the plate and bounced off. The atmosphere seemed to freeze. Igyeon paused. Jang In-gyeol, as if unconcerned, casually dropped coins one by one, saying, "Here's the money for the drinks." He looked at him arrogantly, out of the corner of his eye, his words even more provocative. "If you're done with your meal, could you please give us the table?" Igyeon glanced at Jang In-gyeol, remaining silent. Looking at the lavish meal scattered with a few gold coins, he let out a soft, Then he said bluntly, "This isn't enough." Jang In-gyeol hadn't expected this scenario. He looked like a deer in headlights, his face blank as he asked again. What? Igyeon lifted his chopsticks and pointed calmly, explaining, "There are still dishes that haven't come out. This definitely won't be enough." Jang In-gyeol frowned. He leaned down, intending to intimidate him. "This brat, don't you—" But halfway through his sentence, he seemed to notice something and stopped. And then Jang In-gyeol smirked mockingly. Looking at a blade and a sword propped up like costumed mummies next to the table behind him, his voice was filled with contempt. "Acting tough, just because you're from the martial world." Jang In-gyeol chose to ignore him and walked towards the pair of weapons, his posture smug. "The weapons are quite big." "Let's see," he said, grabbing the hilt of the blade, intending to show off a few moves. But surprisingly, goosebumps suddenly erupted all over his skin. Jang In-gyeol's face went blank. His eyes were dazed as if in disbelief, and beads of sweat started to form on his cheeks. He realized in shock, "What? What the hell is this? This blade. Why is it so heavy?" Jang In-gyeol felt as if he had eyes on the back of his head. He could feel that he was now the brightest star being watched by everyone. He froze, thinking, but if I just give up like this? It's too embarrassing. Thinking this, he gripped the hilt tighter, tensing so much that the veins on his hand stood out. Jang In-gyeol bit his lower lip, his feet shoulder-width apart. A pure golden light emanated from his body as he used his internal energy. Finally, he enveloped the blade with his internal energy. The blade stood upright, and then it was lifted off the ground. Jang In-gyeol turned his head back, his lips in a straight line. "Ha ha, it is quite heavy." His face was pale, sweating profusely, looking like someone with kidney failure who had just done 200 squats. Panting heavily, Jang In-gyeol said with difficulty, This is a training blade used for muscle training, right? The servants surrounding Jang Inhua heard this and awkwardly said to themselves. The one in brown stammered, a training blade. The one in green replied, that's right, haha. At this moment, Aigian stepped forward and took the blade. As easily as eating porridge, he took the blade back from Yang In-gyol's hand without any resistance and placed it on his shoulder. He smirked and retorted, this isn't a training blade, it's mine. In the room, his voice immediately shrieked like a strangled chicken. Lies, it's obviously a training blade, Aigian calmly retorted. No, it's my blade. He repeated honestly, I'm telling the truth. Jang In-gyol's face darkened, feeling like a clown. You... He hid his expression in a dark aura. His left hand channeled internal energy like a blue fireball. His voice was suppressed. Are you kidding me? Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Stop. This is an inn. Jang Gyo-yeon raised her sword, blocking Jang In-gyol from Aigeon. Jang In-hua's group was all surprised, especially the expressions of the bodyguards who stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed. Jang In-gyol raised an eyebrow and sneered. Then he arrogantly glanced at her with a teasing smile, his tone mocking, with such a passionate gaze. Do you like me? Without another word, he immediately grabbed her hand. Before Jang Gyo-yeon's deathly white stare, he rambled. Anyway, we have to participate in the Dragon and Phoenix banquet together. Jang In-gyol's voice lowered and his face became sinister. Getting to know each other beforehand is good too. However, Jang Gyo-yeon immediately pulled her hand from his grasp and said bluntly, sorry, but I'm already taken. Jang In-gyol did not like hearing this. His pupils darkened. First, he was shocked. What then? He asked again. Why? Under her wide sleeves, Jang Gyo-yeon's fist trembled with restraint. She said, using your family's power to force others. How despicable and vile. Gyo-yeon looked into his eyes. Jang In-gyol was startled to hear this. His face contorted, becoming uglier than a monkey's butt. But for some reason he managed to stay calm and ask again, so who is it that you've agreed to be with? Jang Gyo-yeon looked up, her beautiful face tense. She stammered, da. Because you're smart, you speak halfway. Aigeon suddenly interrupted calmly and concisely, replying, I will be participating with her. Both In-gyol and Gyo-yeon looked at him in surprise. Jang In-gyol's pupils practically shrank to the size of chili seeds. He glared with a what the hell are you talking about expression. Aigeon casually leaned on his sword, his face showing no emotion, and confirmed again, I'll be going. And there really was someone pretending to be deaf. In-gyol asked again, what? At the same time, a footstep had just moved forward. Jang In-hua smirked slightly. You... She put her hands on her hips, gesturing with one hand towards Jang In-gyol. Do you know who he is? She asked jokingly, and Aigeon answered truthfully. I don't know. He retorted. Then, do you know who I am? In-hua also sighed and replied, I don't either. Getting the answer, Aigeon spoke even more leisurely. When faced with the unknown, people have two reactions, contempt and fear. He grinned at Jang In-hua, his tone teasing. But you have both. You look down on me because you don't know who I am yet. You want me to be afraid of him. Don't you see the contradiction? These words directly made Jang In-hua feel like she was caught trying to sail two boats at once. After a second or two, In-hua seemed to calm down. She rested her chin on her hand and smiled at him with amusement. Is that so? At this moment, Jang In-gyol also found a space to speak up. I can't help but praise you're very eloquent. Aigeon didn't hesitate to reply, I can eat anything. Those who eat well often talk a lot. Jang In-gyol's fingers traced the dining table. Some veins popped on the back of his hand, and the surface of the table where his fingers touched was crushed by his controlled internal energy. Aigeon still advised easily, be careful not to spill the food. Jang In-gyol looked on silently without a response. Then, with a seemingly courteous appearance, he adjusted the lapels of his shirt. Jang In-gyol walked past, moving through the space between the two, and then deliberately said loudly, in that case. He turned his head back and finished with a sneer. See you at the Dragon and Phoenix banquet. This time he left decisively. The two bodyguards quickly followed. Jang In-hua reached the door, suddenly stopped and looked at him. Aigeon smiled faintly. In-hua also gave him a lingering glance. See you again. Finally, only two people were left in the room. Jang Gyo-yeon hesitantly swallowed. Looking at the chipped edge of the table, she silently cried out, "I'm dead." With Yang In-gyeol's personality, he's also very dangerous. So Gyo-yeon looked at him again. Ige-yeon also looked back at her blank-faced and said, "Well, since it's like this, join me. I'll change my plans." Jong Gyo-yeon was surprised. "Change? Weren't you planning to participate in the assembly too?" Ige-yeon replied. "Yup. That's why I changed." The tables had turned. Now Gyo-yeon was the one with the blank face. She slowly voiced her guess, her voice gradually getting louder. "Don't tell me. The assembly you were talking about participating in is the Heavenly Dragon Great War." Ige-yeon answered nonchalantly, "That's right." Jong Gyo-yeon forced a professional smile, her eyebrows like a horizontal crescent moon. She asked again, "With such overwhelming martial arts, why didn't you punish them?" His voice was full of boredom. "I don't fight with children." Gyo-yeon was annoyed but could do nothing, cursing in her head, making excuses again. But surprisingly, Ige-yeon, with a serious expression, made this comment. "The decay of the martial world is not the fault of the children." Jong Gyo-yeon was taken aback, never expecting this. He said it with such a serious face as if it were true. Outside, the sky was clear and beautiful. A voice said, "It seems young Lady Jong is very fond of young Master Jang." It was the two subordinates who always followed Jang In-gyeol around, chattering away. The one in green reasoned, "She's clearly trying to make you jealous, my lord." The other one chimed in, "It seems she has no intention of becoming a dragon phoenix pair, rejecting young Master Jang to be with that clown." Jong In-gyeol's face darkened, his eyes filled with cold, killing intent. He repeated to himself, "Clown." The image of Ige-yeon came to his mind. He thought back with annoyance. That blade from earlier is not something an ordinary person can lift. Who is that guy? I've never met him. But in Jang In-gyeol's mind, there was also her portrait. His attitude flipped like a pancake as he cursed madly. "And that insolent girl, how dare she refuse me? Both of them will regret today." Finally, facing the inn's door was only his gradually disappearing back. And time passed, elsewhere at the Jong sword sect. In a room, Jong Hwa-ryun sat with her parents, so angry she couldn't contain it, and raised her voice. Gyo-yeon flatly refused young Master Jang's proposal. "Young Master Jang is throwing a tantrum at the brothel." Hwa-ryun's voice grew more out of control. At this moment, the woman sitting opposite her just spoke softly, with worry. Ryan I refused. "I'm very worried about the bad rumors about young Master Jang." The corners of her eyes drooped, her concern for her child becoming more apparent. The woman was Unsue, the matriarch of the Jong sword sect. But opposite her, Jong Hwa-ryun was concerned with the bigger picture. She said bluntly, "But with that personality, who knows what he will do?" And Sui explained, "Gyo-yeon is still young. I can't force the child to sacrifice for the family." The two of them each had their own point of view, neither right nor wrong. "He could harm Gyo-yeon too," the pained matriarch said. Meanwhile, the only man in the room had been sitting silently with his eyes closed. The sect master of the Jong sword sect. Jong Yi-chu was the head of the family and also a husband and a father, yet he could only blame himself. "I'm so incompetent, letting my wife and child suffer. If I had mastered the exercising evil sword style, the Jong sword sect would have had a firm standing." Jong Hwa-ryun's expression remained determined. "Anyway, this is a serious matter. We have to find Gyo-yeon. But speak of the devil, and he shall appear." The words had barely cooled when Jong Gyo-yeon appeared at the door with Ige-yeon. She quickly said, "There's no need." Everyone was startled. Daughter matriarch and Sue quickly spoke Ryani. "I was so worried about you, but..." She noticed Ige-yeon behind her and hesitated slightly. "This gentleman is..." Gyo-yeon answered honestly, "The person who will participate in the Phoenix and Dragon banquet with me." Her voice grew noticeably weaker and she avoided eye contact. Everyone in the house jumped and shouted, "What?" Steady footsteps advanced one by one. Ige-yeon cupped his fists, his attitude confident, neither fawning nor flattering. Standing before Gyo-yeon's elders, he spoke formally. "It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Jeok Ige-yeon." In his hand was a small vase with a blue enamel pattern. His voice carried a tone of curiosity. "Oh, is this Fujian porcelain?" Swinging the vase, Ige-yeon asked, "How much did you buy it for 120 taels?" Opposite him, sect master Jong Yi-chu was terrified. His heart felt like it was about to leap out of his chest. His voice was frantic. I paid 150 taels. Hearing this, Aegeon sighed softly. What a pity. He looked at the sect master and boasted proudly, if I were there, you would have only needed to pay 120 taels. Zhong Yichu's face paled and he forced a difficult smile. Ha 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 ha. Then he changed the subject and turned to ask his second daughter, All right, Gyoyan, you want to participate in the Dragon and Phoenix banquet with young Master Seok? Zhong Huarayan also watched silently. She looked at them, thinking awkwardly, no matter how naive. Standing before Gyoyan's elders, he spoke formally. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Jeok Aegeon. In his hand was a small vase with a blue enamel pattern. His voice carried a tone of curiosity. Oh, is this Fujian porcelain? Swinging the vase, Aegeon asked, How much did you buy it for 120 taels? Opposite him, sect master Zhong Yichu was terrified. His heart felt like it was about to leap out of his chest. His voice was frantic. I paid 150 taels. Hearing this, Aegeon sighed softly. What a pity. He looked at the sect master and boasted proudly, If I were there, you would have only needed to pay 120 taels. Zhong Yichu's face paled and he forced a difficult smile. Ha 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 ha. Then he changed the subject and turned to ask his second daughter, All right, Gyoyan, you want to participate in the Dragon and Phoenix banquet with young Master Seok? Zhong Huarayan also watched silently. She looked at them, thinking awkwardly, no matter how naive. I can't possibly participate in the Dragon and Phoenix banquet with such a weirdo. There Aegeon was playing around spinning the 100-tael vase that was worth more than the reviewer's life. At the same time, Gyoyan, fed up, snapped, That's enough. Zhong Huarayan retracted her gaze and asked with a slight smile, Young Master Seok, which sect are you from? Placing the small vase on the table, he answered cheerfully, I don't belong to any sect. His eyes looked straight at them, his expression still holding a hint of seriousness. Aegeon continued, My parents sell fruit near the Jade Gate Pass. Zhong Gyoyan had a strong reaction. She whipped her head around, stared, and shouted, What? The three people sitting couldn't hide their astonishment either. Zhong Huarayan, also not expecting it, repeated with doubt, Fruit, fruit. After a moment, the sect master took the initiative to speak. Then what about the blade and sword on your back? With beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks, sect master Zhong Yichu asked naively, Do you practice both swordsmanship and bladesmanship? Speaking with a bit of hope, he also thought to himself, That's a trick of third-rate practitioners. It would be better if... But his voice cut in sharply. Yes, I practice both. Immediately, Zhong Yichu's expression soured visibly, as if he would disappear in half a second. Aegeon looked straight into his eyes and seriously continued the story. I have some talent in many fields inherited from my parents. The old man's eyes showed shock. Then his brain felt like a crushed apple. Zhong Yichu foolishly voiced his thought. Don't tell me your martial arts. We're taught by your parents, those fruit sellers. Aegeon answered honestly. That's right. Then he asked innocently, But why isn't everyone eating? Sect master Zhong Yichu had no mind for eating or drinking. His whole body turned to stone, then shattered. Zhong Huarayan stood up and slinked away. Going to her younger sister's side, she leaned in and whispered coldly, ordering, Tomorrow you must go and apologize to young Master Jang immediately. Gyoyan didn't even look up, her eyes frozen as she chose silence. Time flew by. On a night when the bright moon shone down on the peach blossom forest, Zhong Gyoyan walked on the stone steps absent-mindedly, thinking I brought him home because I was afraid Jang In-gyol would cause trouble. But what do I do now? She sighed sadly. Then Gyoyan was startled and took notice. Beneath the peach tree with petals fluttering down, Aegeon stood there again, silent and lonely. Gyoyan was curious. She stepped forward and initiated, Can't you sleep? Aegeon turned to look at her and replied softly, I have trouble sleeping in a new place. Turning to look at the small pond before them, he continued, Besides, I have something to do tonight. Zhong Gyoyan was skeptical. Something to do. Aegeon raised his tattooed hand. Clenching it into a fist, he looked at her and explained briefly, Tonight I'm going to take care of a few people. Gyo-yan looked at his hand with concern, thinking in alarm. Why is he joking so seriously? Then Jong Gyo-yan also absent-mindedly thought about Lee-geon's parents and the fruit-selling story. That was probably just a joke. Right? She asked softly. What are your parents like? Gyo-yan's expression was one of simple curiosity. You said your mother is very beautiful. What about your father? Lee-geon hummed. The quiet surface of the pond reflected the spring night. He said, My father always does things according to principles. That's good, but the problem is, he also applies those principles to me. He hesitated for a moment, then continued, My parents opposed me joining the martial world, especially my father. Hearing this, Gyo-yan had no comment. She even found it reasonable. That makes sense. Your parents aren't from the martial world, so of course they'd worry about their child. Mistranslation in original text should be son. But before she could think too highly of it, the vengeful Lee-geon immediately threw out a line. They're worried about this martial world. Jong Gyo-yan's expression immediately went slack-jawed, her mouth wide enough to fit an ostrich egg. Gyo-yan lamented internally. Say something that makes more sense. Suddenly remembering the chipped table, Gyo-yan also felt a bit anxious. My parents are worried like that too, and things turned out this way. Seeing the atmosphere suddenly go quiet, Lee-geon glanced over. Jong Gyo-yan was in a rather downcast mood, looking just like a sad little bird. Then he suddenly spoke up. Anyway, I only ate vegetables tonight, so I'm feeling hungry again. Gyo-yan's eyes flew open, not understanding a thing. Lee-geon casually asked again. Will there be meat tomorrow? Gyo-yan couldn't react in time. She burst out laughing. What? Kicking a stone at her feet, Gyo-yan said, Stop talking nonsense. After breakfast tomorrow, get out of here. Lee-geon didn't reply, just looked at her. Gyo-yan was confused. What is it? He grinned and replied, Are you worried about me? The young woman's cheeks immediately flushed pink. She glared in alarm and retorted loudly, Don't talk nonsense. I'm worried about the people you'll meet. Finishing her sentence, she walked away stiffly, leaving her back to a laughing Lee-geon. Lee-geon watched with a faint smile, the water's surface shimmering and calm. Elsewhere, under the round moon, the tall tower looked eerie and sinister. A red mist continuously flowed from all directions towards the brightly lit window. In front of the tower, 4 black-clad guards huddled around a fire. The man leaned on his sword, recounting in a low, gloomy voice. A little kid holding a sword with trembling hands, demanding revenge for his father. How could I ignore that? Then he slowly raised his face. The warm yellow firelight falling on his face only made him look more dangerous and cold. His voice continued as if stating the obvious, So I had to send him to his father. As he finished, the whole group burst into wide-mouthed laughter. A man with a high ponytail sneered, So you save a child by making him an orphan like that? Then he suddenly took notice. Who's that bastard? Lee-geon's tall figure, his face obscured by the darkness, looked like frost in the black night filled with a murderous chill. All 4 guards stared at him. The stranger had arrived. The man with the high ponytail arrogantly asked, What are you doing here? Do you know where this is? Lee-geon's tone was nonchalant. The black spot, said to be called the Wanderer's Market. Hearing this, that man became even more sarcastic. You knew and still came here. The martial world is too peaceful these days. Even brats can come and go freely. The person next to him laughed along, but his next words changed everything. If you dare call me a brat one more time, you will die. Lee-geon's eyes glanced coldly. That man immediately froze his eyes, glancing at him indifferently. Then that man stood up, drew the sword from his hip, not forgetting to put on a righteous air. I was going to spare you because you're still young. But you are so rude, he yelled. Then the tip of his sword, carrying a cold killing intent, sped forward, tearing through the air. Lee-geon simply tilted his head slightly and dodged the sword tip. He even glanced at the thing that whizzed past his ear, his hair flying wildly. At the same time, Lee-geon straightened his right hand, unleashing his internal energy. A purple aura of blood energy immediately enveloped his hand. He swung his hand as if swinging a sword. It touched the Wanderer's left ribcage. His expression clearly changed. The 3 men behind him sat and watched leisurely. After a moment of no movement, they burst out laughing. That idiot! Now even a brat can beat you. Give it up and go home to help your mother sell things. Lee-geon raised his hand effortlessly, deflecting the man's sword. As if losing his balance, he fell to the ground with a thud. Now he could only go home twice a year provided he had a home. If not, then never mind. Seeing this scene, the remaining 3 men were all startled. At this moment he spoke again. Time is very important to me. This is the first step on my future path, so I must be firm. Hearing him speak, they all coughed and sputtered, not knowing what to make of it. What the hell, they yelled, quickly drawing their weapons. But how could their speed compare to the main character? While they were still scrambling, he had already flown over the red glint in his eyes like a brush stroke of silk. Aegeon said softly, "Normally I would spare you." Following the horizontal arc of the sword blood immediately seemed to be carved onto the crescent moon, painting a line of killing intent from the moonlight crimson and hot. Just one strike created widespread damage. Pain spread throughout their bodies, and the blood vessels in their eyes stood out like fierce demons. The wanderers felt their own fresh blood. From the pain, a hoarse cry erupted from their throats. Their fresh blood splattered across his handsome face. Aegeon remained unmoved, admiring the death he had bestowed, and finished his sentence in a low voice, "But not today." A moment passed in a flash. His feet stepped into a pool of blood illuminated by the moonlight through the window. He walked silently over the blood-soaked tiles. Aegeon walked away without looking back, leaving behind a pile of corpses in a disgustingly bloody corridor. Reaching the door at the end of the hall, he slowly pushed it open. Inside was a space of luxurious pleasure. A fat man sat silently in the main hall, surrounded by serving beauties. The whole room had a faint, leisurely aura of death. He looked up. To his left, a beauty was serving him. To his right, a close attendant was pouring wine. Aegeon approached step by step, his nostrils twitching as he breathed in the thick, smoky scent like red silk. He praised sarcastically, "Not a bad atmosphere." The fat man raised his cup, drank it all, and then slammed it down on the armrest. Looking down from on high like an emperor, the darkness in the room obscured half of his body. His voice was as lofty as a god's. "Did you come here as a guest? Who do you want to buy, that you're making such a fuss?" His heavy voice carried an unconcealed, murderous intent. "Dong Huang, the master of the black spot." Aegeon smiled at him and replied brilliantly, "The most expensive person here." Dong Huang didn't comment immediately upon hearing this, just gave a perfunctory snort. Then he burst out laughing like a madman. Dong Huang's heart could only contain a little surprise. After all, he was a big shot. A little brat wanted to buy him. From above, he looked at him with squinted eyes and called out, "Hey, kid." In the room, Aegeon stood a distance from the fat man on a patch of floor illuminated by the moon. Dong Huang spoke with contempt. "You think a child like you has enough money?" He just casually asked back. "How much?" Dong Huang immediately said 500,000 taels. Aegeon didn't even bargain, treating money like leaves, and immediately threw several banknotes at his feet, replying, "Here, 500,000 taels." He looked up at him and asked with a mocking smile, "So is it a deal?" This time Dong Huang's monolids widened into double eyelids. He was very surprised. I didn't expect him to have so much money. Looking at the still full cloth bag in his hand, he thought to himself, "It seems there's even more in the bag." Therefore Dong Huang resorted to his usual tricks. "What if I raise the price?" Aegeon replied nonchalantly, "You'll be disappointed." Dong Huang continued, but the smile on his face became more desperate. "What if I kill you and take all that money?" Aegeon still replied leisurely, "Then you'll be even more disappointed." In that case, he waved his arm. Immediately, the serving women beside him all raised their heads. They descended the steps one by one. Dong Huang's voice became even gloomier, as if casting a curse. "Be disappointed." 5 female attendants using their most enchanting movements and beauty surrounded him. The scent, like red silk, became suffocatingly thick. A mesmerizing gas began to spread, carrying a pinkish-purple hue that was both gentle and enchanting. The mesmerizing gas made the young women's eyes grow hazy, their lips lethally seductive. A whole group of women surrounded Aegeon, dancing and writhing in the hazy mist. Only Aegeon remained unmoved. The women with wicked eyes continuously whispered into Aegeon's ear. Dong Huang was smug. "Stepping into this room, you've fallen into the trap." A woman slowly pulled a pin from her hair, a peerless enchantment that makes men lose all reason. The woman quickly made her move, the illusory ecstasy dance. Aegeon seemed to be in a daze, but he surprisingly raised his hand to block it. He turned his head and praised a beautiful dance. Igaon then conveniently kicked the hairpin. He flicked the pin forward forcefully, but not enough to kill me. The pin shot forward, shattering the lamp above Dong Huang's head that was emitting the mesmerizing gas, startling him. The lamp's gas gradually dissipated. The women now realized in astonishment that it was an enchanted lamp. They all seemed to snap out of it. What the illusion has been dispelled. Dong Huang's expression changed as he thought, that guy, did he realize this lamp is a hypnosis tool? That's hypnotic art, a magic that controls the human mind. Igaon waved his hand and asked, among you is anyone here voluntarily? The women answered hesitantly, of course not. Igaon reassured them, forced to come here. Go on, don't worry about anything. The woman who had pulled out the pin earlier looked afraid. Go. How can we go? But Igaon looked at the fat man in front of him with some understanding. You must be afraid to leave in front of him. He encouraged, if you have courage now, only then can you survive, right? His every word seemed to light a bright flame in the women's eyes. Dong Huang felt as if he was being mocked and burst out laughing, interrupting. He gave a wicked smile, quite a heroic speech. His fierce eyes looked down. Fine, I'll let you go. His disgusting threats made the women turn pale with fear. After I chop your bodies into pieces. Igaon turned around. Is that so? His expression was no longer gentle. Igaon gave Dong Huang a fierce glare. In that case, I'll chop you up while you're still alive. Suddenly Dong Huang felt as if he was being pushed down. An illusory stream of blood flowed to his feet. He was shocked. What? The feeling of his whole body sinking into a sea of blood was undeniable. The confusion was clear on his face. What is this killing intent? Suddenly, a woman's voice cut through his thoughts. Thank you. The women stepped back and bowed to Igaon. As you said, young hero, we will try to be brave. Furthermore, we will never forget your kindness in giving us this large sum of money. Igaon turned his head to bid them farewell. You'll need it to start a new life. Take care. Dong Huang trembled with rage, causing the hunchbacked wine pourer to notice. He was so angry, his eyes saw stars. Dong Huang was frozen stiff by a brat's killing intent. Don't look at them running away. What a humiliation. He spread his arms. His hands immediately transformed along with his hoarse voice. So annoying. His hands swelled, shattering the golden rings. The floor couldn't bear it either and crumbled beneath his feet. In an instant, Dong Huang was 3 times taller than Igaon. He growled, I'll kill you with my ultimate technique, the Imperial Guardian art. Igaon was excited. You're going to get hit a lot, so getting bigger is fine. Driven mad, Dong Huang threw a punch. Igaon nimbly jumped up, causing Dong Huang's massive fist to crash onto the floor. Igaon was close on his shoulder. Dong Huang immediately realized it. He swung his hand violently towards him. Igaon leaned back to dodge the blow. Igaon's eyes were full of mockery. He smirked. Dong Huang was itching with rage. You little rat. He couldn't believe he couldn't crush Igaon. Dong Huang stomped hard on the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying. Keep running, I will crush you. Igaon didn't make Dong Huang wait any longer. He swung his legs in the air in front of him. Igaon whispered, I hate people like you. He delivered a kick to his jaw, causing blood to splatter. Dong Huang flew back through several layers of doors by inertia. He coughed up blood and cried out in pain. But he refused to be taken down by just one kick and struggled back to his feet. He tried to maintain his balance, gathering energy in one hand and cursed bastard. Igaon held his hand in front of a floating rock and asked sternly, You animal, why do you kidnap women? Before he could answer, the rock shot like a bullet through Dong Huang's arm joint, detaching his arm. Dong Huang felt the pain. His body was quite large, so a lot of blood spurted out, causing him to collapse. He gritted his teeth to suppress the pain. Lying in the rubble, Dong Huang thought to himself about the man before him. That guy is a true master. At this moment, Igaon was radiating killing intent. But Dong Huang was no pushover. He laughed savagely. But Dong Huang tensed his one arm, sending dirt and rocks flying. You think it will end like this? His eyes darkened. Dong Huang gathered all his internal energy and roared, I will definitely kill you. In a flash, Igaon was out of his sight. He appeared right under Dong Huang's massive body, one hand circulating fist energy. Igaon's whole body was dirty, but his eyes were still bright. His destructive hand was ready to strike. Igaon struck Dong Huang's stomach with a palm strike. Dong Huang took the full force of the blow, flying through the stone path and destroying the garden behind him. He coughed up a large amount of blood. Even with his large body, this blow was too damaging. Dong Huang spewed blood like a broken fountain. Aigeon stepped out from the dust cloud. "You reap what you sow. I will take you with me." Dong Huang gasped. "What are you going to do to me?" Aigeon explained. "You're mistaken." He turned his head and pointed at the hunchback. "Not you, but him." Dong Huang was confused. "With your power, what could you possibly— Besides, if it were you, you could have taken him away quietly." Dong Huang was somewhat reproachful. Why, Aigeon exhaled a deadly breath. "I need a reason to kill you." Dong Huang sneered. Are you older than me?" Aigeon didn't bother to deny it. "Maybe. Good people will never be lured by me." Dong Huang's eyes flickered. In this martial world, there's no such person. With that, he died on the ground of his black spot. Now only Aijin and the hunchbacked wine-pourer were left. Aigeon spoke first. "Finally, I've met you." He called out a name that surprised the hunchback Jang. Aigeon turned his head. "Do I have to call you Hua Muqiol for you to answer?" The hunchback's eyes softened. "That name—" He looked up. "It's been a long time. He was Hua Muqiol, the former master of the Guicheol mountain villa." Aigeon frowned. "I never expected a genius of formations and mechanical arts to be in a place like this. It took me quite some time to find you." "It seems you still haven't gotten over that incident." Hua Muqiol fell silent, memories flooding back. The Guicheol mountain villa, a place known throughout the martial world for its unparalleled mechanical arts. Hua Muqiol, a man with outstanding talent and a happy family. He was a man with nothing to be envious of, until his only daughter touched the unfinished machine. He screamed in grief amidst the rubble stained with the blood and body of his daughter. After losing his family in that accident, Hua Muqiol blamed himself for his foolishness. He changed his name and disappeared from the martial world. He was bullied by Dong Huang and brought back to be a servant in the black spot. Hua Muqiol said sorrowfully, How could I forget that?" Uncontrollable tears streamed down. Aigeon also fell silent in empathy. He gently comforted him. "You are a good person." Hua Muqiol was taken aback by Aigeon's words. A good person who had to endure the pain of losing a loved one for 10 years. No, perhaps for a lifetime. He was confused. This guy is so strange. He risked his life to save me, a stranger, and until now, no one has ever said such words to me. How could it be? After considering, Hua Muqiol asked, "If you want me, what for?" Aigeon exuded the aura of a noble lord, to conquer the martial world. Hua Muqiol was stunned. He smiled faintly. Hua Muqiol dropped to his knees, thinking to himself, "Is this my new destiny?" He bowed his head to Aigeon. "Hua Muqiol greets the master." His eyes were firm. "From today, the rest of my life is dedicated to you, master." Aigeon gave a radiant smile. He stepped forward. "Then let's begin." Hua Muqiol was bewildered. Aigeon's expression changed. He gave a dark smile, his hands erupting in flames. Hua Muqiol slowly felt the heat on his back. What? His cry echoed throughout the black spot. From outside, someone landed lightly on a tree branch. The person in the cloak stood under the moonlight looking at the black spot from which tragic cries were echoing. It was none other than Mu Yong. He pondered, is the young master still fighting? In the evening, the lights were still on inside the tower. Back inside the earlier battle, Muqiol couldn't believe what Jok Aigeon had done to him. He exclaimed, What is this?" Muqiol raised his hands to observe them. "I heard that a body transformed by demonic arts cannot be restored, and yet—" Finishing his sentence, Muqiol became even more emotional and respectful. He bowed in gratitude. "Thank you truly." Jok Aigeon shook his head. "I'm only helping you because I have a favor to ask. I will be asking a lot of you, so you don't need to thank me." Just then, Mu Yong entered and spoke. "You did it." As he spoke, he pulled down his face mask, revealing his scarred face. Young master. He was Mu Yong, Jok Aigeon's bodyguard. Jok Aigeon was happy to see him and called his name Mu Yong. Then he said something that felt like a knife to Mu Yong's heart, making him a little sad. "Shave your beard. You look too old." After saying that, he turned to Muqiol and pointed at him, introducing Hua Jang. "This is my bodyguard, Mu Yong. He will guide you on what needs to be done." After the introduction, Jok Aigeon turned to Mu Yong to announce his original plan. Because I've changed my plans, starting with the Jiangxim gang. Hearing this, Muyang pondered for a moment. Then he rubbed his chin a bit puzzled and asked, "You once said the Jiangxim gang wasn't worth our time. Suddenly you want to participate in the Dragon and Phoenix banquet. Why the change of plans?" Hearing the question, Jeok Ijeon closed his eyes and replied, "A person's heart is hard to predict." He understood his personality very well. Muyang's eyes seemed to see through his heart. Those are the words of a womanizer. Hearing this, Jeok Ijeon just raised an eyebrow and remained silent. He smirked. "You're jealous of my fame." Muyang shook his head. He wasn't jealous. Women are just a disaster. Getting involved is a hassle. Jealous being surrounded by many women doesn't mean it's a blessing. It's called a disaster. Marrying a good woman is a true blessing. Jeok Ijeon refused to back down, crossing his arms with a stubborn smile. You're just jealous." Muchael watched the two of them bicker, speechless. Muchael also started sweating. The scene shifts to the next morning at the Jiangxim gang. At this time, the father and daughter Jang and Gyoyeon were at the gate wanting to see someone, but were stopped by the guards. The gang leader and the young master are not here. Ichu frowned. "May I ask when they will return?" The guard shook his head. "How would we know the master's business, and when he'll be back? We don't know either." A memory flashed through his mind. Earlier, someone had reported to him young Master Jang is throwing a tantrum at the brothel. Yichu couldn't let things escalate. He had to meet him. He had to apologize to him before things got worse. Finishing his thought, he turned to the guard and said, "When they return, please tell them that I was here." Just as he finished speaking, the gate slowly opened from the inside, and a man stepped out saying, "Isn't it great hero Jang?" This person was Pal Bi Su Guan Hacker. He smiled and announced, "I was invited here by the gang leader. It's a pleasure to meet you." Hearing him, Yichu cupped his fists and politely replied, "Long time no see, great hero Guan." He felt a bit contemplative. "I heard the Jiangxim gang leader is recruiting masters to show off his power. It seems to be true." After the polite greetings, Hacker extended an invitation. "If you're free, care for a drink." He didn't let him refuse and continued, "My treat." The old man couldn't politely refuse and just laughed. "Ha ha, it's no trouble, is it?" At this time on the upper floor, Ingyol was observing from above as if planning something, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. The scene shifts to the Chunpeng Inn. Inside, the father and daughter, Yichu, were drinking with Hacker. He picked up the wine jug, poured it into a cup, and said, "Please have some. This is Bergol wine, very hard to find." The old man also held his cup and nodded. "Thank you, great hero Guan, for inviting me to such a precious wine." He acted very curious and asked, "By the way, it seems the Jiangxim gang leader is very angry." The old man could guess what had happened. "If you have the chance, please put in a good word for me." He laughed loudly and replied, "Haha, don't worry too much. I'll talk to him." Listening to the two of them talk, Jong Gyoyeon just sat silently in her spot. She looked at the food on the table. The two of them were still chatting. It's normal for kids to fight. She remembered the incident in the kitchen. Jong Gyoyeon held a plate of food in shock. "What, young Master Seok isn't here?" The maid respectfully nodded. "Yes, young lady. It seems he left last night." Jong Gyoyeon asked again, bewildered, without a word. Remembering this, Jong Gyoyeon angrily picked up a meatball from the plate. As she ate, she cursed in her head. He kept demanding meat, and then he suddenly left. The other two continued to drink and joke. In her heart, she was still thinking about him. He must have left Wuhan by now. After about an hour of eating and drinking their fill, the father and daughter Yichu also prepared to leave, cupping their fists. "It was great to have good wine today. It was fun. Next time, it's my treat." Just then, Hacker suddenly yelled, "Oh!" He had a look on his face like his life was over. "I forgot something important." Hacker bolted, leaving only the words, "I have to go first, excuse me," leaving Yichu at the payment counter with the bewildered owner. The inn owner smilingly handed him the bill while he was still confused about what was happening. "This is the bill." He picked up the bill, was alarmed, and then his whole body trembled. Yichu's eyes widened in disbelief. His body trembled involuntarily. His hand gripped the paper tightly. "No, impossible. 1 jug of wine is 120 taels, and the prices of the dishes are also astronomical." He turned to look at the owner and sighed. "I didn't bring much money." Can I come back tomorrow to pay? The owner maintained a commercial smile laced with danger. We don't allow credit. Just as the owner finished speaking, footsteps were heard, but I can't ignore it either. A group of fierce-looking men advanced and surrounded Jang Gyoyeon, preventing her from leaving. Please stay, young lady, until the sect master brings the money, which left Jang Gyoyeon bewildered. Seeing this, Yi Chu stood in front of Jang Gyoyeon and yelled, What you intend to take my daughter hostage? The owner replied coldly, Consider it collateral. Then her face revealed a cunning expression. She rested her chin on her hand. If there's no money, the young lady can entertain guests instead. Seeing her indifferent attitude, he guessed in his heart, Are you crazy? This is no ordinary inn. Furthermore, he observed the aura of her subordinates. The aura of everyone here was not ordinary. Thinking of this, Yi Chu's face turned pale and sweaty. The Tundang. Yi Chu's arm veined up as he prepared to draw his sword for a bloody fight, or over my dead body. Just then a familiar voice called out, We meet again, sect master. Both the father and daughter Yi Chu and the inn's people turned to look at the voice. Yi Chu stammered in shock, Syok. The person who arrived was Jeok Aigian. He smiled. Yi Chu exclaimed, Young Master Seok. As soon as she saw him, she asked awkwardly, What are you doing here? He held a jug of wine in his hand, brought it before Jang Gyoyeon, and joked, Drinking wine. Finishing his sentence, Jeok Aigian walked to the owner and slammed the jug of wine on the table. Hey, sister. He looked up, his eyes nonchalant as if nothing was wrong. This wine tastes strange. Is it mixed with something? The owner frowned, displeased with his words. What are you talking about? Jeok Aigian continued his questioning. I heard many talented people come here. Jeok Aigian pointed at her customers. Do you sell this fake wine to them too? Her eyes and the customers met. She maintained a polite demeanor, but her eyes were very annoyed. It seems you're drunk. Keep your voice down. Jeok Aigian didn't answer her, but just smiled. Then he took a deep breath and shouted to the heavens, The bear gall! Wine here is fake! It's fake wine! His voice was so loud that everyone around took notice and gathered to gossip. What fake it's so noisy? Seeing people start to gossip, she feared her business would be ruined, broke into a sweat, and began to explain. It's just a drunkard causing trouble, don't mind him. Jeok Aigian smiled and spread his arms. Causing trouble, I'll show you the proof. He leaned on the table looking at her with a provocative expression. If I can prove this wine is fake, I'll take all of today's revenue from this inn. She had been in business for decades without anyone finding out. So how could a brat still wet behind the ears prove it? And if you can't prove it? Hearing this, Jeok Aigian's eyes were sharp as he looked at her and smiled. You can take my gall to brew wine. The scene shifts. Jeok Aigian has now led everyone to a warehouse in the inn's backyard. Well then, everyone please come outside. As soon as they arrived, people started to gossip. There's a backyard too. But where's the proof? Standing before the warehouse door, Jeok Aigian crossed his arms and closed his eyes, his attitude very certain. I've been seeing people getting wine from here. It's very strange. Why would there be wine in such a secluded place? Jeok Aigian's hand pointed at the lock, analyzing the iron doors locked so tightly. Hearing Jeok Aigian, her face darkened and she began to explain, no one would store precious wine in a place like this. That warehouse contains business secrets. Just as she finished speaking, Jeok Aigian had already broken the door and brought out a large wine jar. Seeing this, someone standing nearby was surprised. Oh, you broke the door with your bare hands. You're really strong. As soon as she saw Jeok Aigian put the jar down, she cried out in alarm, Hey, that thing! The crowd around them caught a faint scent of wine. What is this? The smell of wine. Jeok Aigian used a bowl to scoop wine from the jar and held it up. This is the precious wine you've all been drinking. At this point, her face was extremely worried. She was frantic. I have to stop him if the customers see that thing. She had to think of a plan so the customers wouldn't see that thing, since it's come to this. A plan of assassination appeared in her mind. The only way is to kill him and take the wine during the chaos. As she finished her thought, a hidden weapon shot from her mouth, flying straight at Jeok Aigian. Jeok Aigian knew what she was planning with just a glance. He wasn't worried at all and even smirked. Then he grabbed the wine jar with one hand and used it to block the hidden weapon. Just in time, the jar shattered, spilling all the wine out and splashing everyone nearby. Then the wine splattered onto people standing further away. But the crowd discovered something shot out from within the wine. A person standing close observed carefully it was an insect. They watched in horror as the insect fell to the ground. Ugh, what is that? Why is there an insect in the wine? Back to Jok Aegyeon, holding the bowl of wine in his hand, he spoke. Well then. He stood with a smirk as insects fell one by one at his feet. Does anyone else want to try a drink? Upon seeing the swarm of insects, everyone there felt their skin crawl. They just felt like they were going to vomit, continuously shaking their heads. I don't need any. Then he turned to the group on the right. They just covered their mouths, wanting to vomit on the spot. Gagging sound. Seeing everyone refuse, Jok Aegyeon said loudly, "If no one drinks, how can I prove it?" He pretended to cup his hands around his mouth and shout, "Anyone else?" At this moment, someone who seemed to be on her side yelled, "That's enough. You there, I've never heard of using this kind of insect to make bear gall wine." Hearing this, Jok Aegyeon held the insect right up to his face. This insect is called the Boy Hoa Trung picture bug. The pattern on its back looks like a painting. He stubbornly stuck to his words. So what? Jok Aegyeon caressed the insect on his finger and continued to explain. The taste of the picture bug is very similar to bear honey. Then his eyes turned cold, especially its feces. An ordinary person can hardly tell the difference. Hearing the word feces, the crowd around them covered their mouths, not believing they had just drunk insect feces. Feces. No way. Just then, a person stepped forward and spoke. "How do you know this?" Seeing the newcomer, the woman behind Jok Aegyeon stared in astonishment. This? She recalled that moment, then felt a bit of fear. Senior Yang. The person who had just appeared was Yang In-mayong, the leader of the Namak-Ryan alliance. After the 13-year-long war between the righteous and demonic factions ended, the 9 great sects and 4 great families, having suffered heavy losses, sealed their sects. The demonic cult also went into hiding. Pungun Castle, Bukcheon, Pega Huktobang, and the Namak-Ryan alliance, 4 major powers rose up, filling the power vacuum in the martial world. Among them, Bukcheon Pega and the Namak-Ryan alliance were the 2 largest forces. And this ordinary-looking old man was one of the holders of supreme power in the martial world. Upon seeing him, those present cupped their fists in respect, but Jok Aegyeon just held his wine cup and stared at him. Seeing Jok Aegyeon standing before him without bowing, he didn't mind and spoke. "The picture bug only lives in the southern barbarian lands. How do you know, Jok?" Aegyeon smiled and replied, "I have traveled everywhere since I was a child." He raised an eyebrow, looking intrigued. "Your experiences are truly rich. Who are you?" He introduced himself briefly, Hengun Yusu Jok Aegyeon. Hearing his name made the old man a little curious. Hengun Yusu, flowing clouds and water. Jok Aegyeon didn't explain much, simply replying, "Owner of the #1 fruit store on the border." Hearing this, In-mayong and his subordinate looked bewildered, not understanding what he meant. Then In-mayong was seen looking up to the sky and laughing heartily, as if he had never laughed so freely. Looking at Jok Aegyeon, taking the insect off Jong Gyoryeon's shoulder, his eyes were profound. "Intentionally hiding your identity, are you?" Then he sighed with admiration. "Not bad, not bad." Mak Ho, standing beside him, heard In-mayong's words and his expression darkened. He looked at Jok Aegyeon and smiled. This person was Mak Ho, the White Tiger Lord of the Namak-Ryan alliance. He had never seen the alliance leader take such an interest in a child. It was truly strange. As if understanding In-mayong's intention, Mak Ho broke from his thoughts and turned to him. "Let me try." In-mayong still had a smile on his face. "Haha, right." Mak Ho took the wine bowl from Jok Aegyeon's hand and took a sip. Then, with furious eyes that looked like they could kill, he turned to the woman and gritted his teeth. "This filth! It's exactly the same as what I just drank." Seeing this, the woman's face turned pale and she didn't dare to argue. Hearing Mak Ho's confirmation, everyone's eyes widened and they covered their mouths. What we just drank was... Gag. Realizing they had been tricked into drinking fake wine all along, the angry crowd turned and surrounded her. Seeing this, the frightened woman stammered, trying to calm them down and make excuses. Calm down, this is slander. They no longer believed her and shouted, "If it's slander, then bring out the real wine or you will die." Seeing the situation was not in her favor, she was cornered and turned to her two subordinates for help. You lot. What are you still standing there for?" Seeing this, the two subordinates quickly turned away, pretending not to know her, and whispered in low voices, "It's the alliance leader of Namak Ryan and the White Tiger Lord. Let's go." She still tried to use her status to intimidate them. "Do you know who I am? Touch me, and you will die," seeing her pay the price for her actions. He smiled with satisfaction. At the same time, Aichu stepped forward and called out young Master Joke. Then he cupped his fist and bowed respectfully. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have been in big trouble. I'm truly grateful." Joke Aijian had only helped so that people would no longer be deceived. He shook his head and replied, it was the right thing to do. Hearing him say that, the old man was a little surprised. Looking at the insects on the ground, he said confidently, "Besides me, who else could have done this?" Aichu stammered and nodded. You are right." Jock Aijion gave an innocent smile. "So I'm your benefactor, right? I'm really looking forward to it." Jock Aijion followed Jonggyo Rian and her father. "Let's go now. I want to stay for a few days. Because of the Great Assembly, there are no empty rooms left in Wuhan." Standing behind and observing, Mak Ho felt, this kid is really interesting. In Mayong was also watching him. He shook his head, not thinking so. It's more than that. Hearing this, Mak Ho turned to him puzzled. Energy radiated from In Mayong's hands. The moment I saw that child, I was drawn into a long-forgotten emotion. Mak Ho still didn't understand and asked curiously, "What emotion?" In Mayong's body stirred slightly, emitting a dark aura from his eyes. The day I took control of the Namak Ryan alliance, that feeling of trembling excitement, emptiness, and also boiling ambition. In Mayong's eyes flashed purple. "I don't understand why I have this feeling." Looking at his expression, Mak Ho pondered, "My alliance leader can see through people's hearts, and yet he says he doesn't understand." Mak Ho watched Joke Ijeon's figure gradually disappear into the distance. Could that child be that special? The scene changes to a gloomy forest where a wounded man appears, running very fast, looking panicked as he ran. In his mind, he only thought of bringing back the news, "I must report this." His face was covered in blood, his expression tinged with fear. This is a matter concerning the fate of the martial world. At that moment, a dark shadow suddenly rushed up from behind, cutting off his train of thought. He held his sword, preparing to draw it. Cough, damn it, have they caught up already? Just as he was about to attack the dark shadow, gradually became clear a man running right beside him. The man held out a command token, "I am from the Righteous Alliance." Seeing the 3 words, Righteous Alliance, carved on the token, he let down his guard. That's the Righteous Alliance. It's the emblem of the Righteous Alliance. He introduced himself, "I am Mayong of Bukcheon Paega. I don't have time, so I'll be brief. The Yongbongyon and Cheonryong Daejeon must be cancelled." Hearing him say they must destroy the Yongbongyon, Sibyuk was astonished. Myong continued, "An organization called the Bion Hoi is plotting something at this assembly." Sibyuk was curious. "Isn't Bukcheon Paega the organizer of this year's assembly? Why didn't you report to your superiors and contacted the Righteous Alliance instead?" Mayong shook his head and explained, "There's a spy inside. I can't trust anyone." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 figures appeared above them in pursuit. He cursed in fear. "Damn it, they've caught up, I'll be the bait. You escape and report this." Sibyuk frowned and asked, "Have you revealed this information to anyone else?" Without suspicion, he drew his sword and replied, "You are the first." Hearing this, Sibyuk revealed a sinister expression and smirked. How fortunate. Startled, realizing something was wrong, he turned back. "What did you just say?" The moment his words ended, Sibyuk drew his blade and cut off his head. Sibyuk landed, looking at the man's head, his body splattered with blood. "You heard wrong. Not the Bai Hyunho, but the Bai Yonho." As soon as Sibyuk finished speaking, a woman appeared from the air, her feet landing on a tree branch. Upon seeing the woman, Sibyuk knelt respectfully. Yon Sib pays his respects to the sect leader. She was impatient. "Where is the other one?" Sibyuk, still bowing his head to the ground, said respectfully, "Yon Sibsa has already taken care of him." Hearing this, she fanned herself, covering her mouth and smiling happily. Oh, really? She showed her praise. I knew you would do well. This Yongbong Yon will become a nightmare. The scene changes. Jok Igeon and Jong Gyoryeon are on their way back. As they walked, Jok Igeon mumbled to himself, "This is something to look forward to." Recalling what I Chu had said earlier, Jok Igeon was in a happy mood. I wonder what delicious meat the sect master will buy. Before leaving, I Chu had told him, "Young Master Jok, do you like meat? I will buy the best. You and Gyoryeon should go on ahead." Thinking about the meat made Jok Igeon's stomach rumble. So hungry. Jong Gyoryeon turned and teased. "You always say that." Jok Igeon replied gloomily, "I've had a lot on my mind lately." Jong Gyoryeon could guess what Jok Igeon was worried about. Because of the matter of dominating Hubei, Jok Igeon nodded. That's part of it. Hearing this, Jong Gyoryeon was curious. Then what else? While talking with Jong Gyoryeon, Jok Igeon suddenly sensed something and fell silent. Seeing him silent, Jong Gyoryeon glanced at Jok Igeon. Perhaps he feels lonely living alone in a foreign land. Jong Gyoryeon, seeing he said nothing, felt a bit awkward. Today? Jong Gyoryeon turned and gave him a gentle smile. "Thank you." After saying that, she turned her head away. It was definitely Yang Ingale who sent that hacker and the tavern owner. I had once thought about participating in the Yongbong Yon with him. Jok Igeon gave a reassuring smile. "That's why I told you to join me. I will help you win." Just then, a flash of light behind Jong Gyoryeon caught Jok Igeon's attention. Jong Gyoryeon didn't notice and continued to look at Jok Igeon, nodding, "Okay." Seeing her agree, Jok Igeon just smiled with satisfaction. Jong Gyoryeon looked up at the moonlight. "Even if I can't win, I want to crush that Jang Ingale's pride." Her hands clenched into determined fists. "Let's do our best." Jok Igeon patted her shoulder. "I can do it without even trying. But if you want to, then let's do it that way." As he was speaking, Jok Igeon suddenly glanced to the side. But before that, he turned around and pointed at the person standing behind them, eavesdropping. "It seems we have to deal with him first." Jong Gyoryeon was startled and turned to look. Recognizing him, she panicked. "That person is—" Before she could finish, the hacker grinned. "Am I the one who angered Yang Ingale?" The hacker shrugged and announced, "My man planted in the 9-story pavilion reported some unknown person ruined everything." Jok Igeon fearlessly raised an eyebrow. "Is it your hobby to investigate opponents before killing them?" Hearing Jok Igeon's words, Jong Gyoryeon turned in panic, "Kill, kill. Just because of that?" The hacker's eyes filled with killing intent as he glanced at him, then at her. "Jang Ingale only ordered me to kill you. That loudmouth girl is also a problem." Jong Gyoryeon's whole body trembled. "I can feel killing intent. He really wants to kill us." In Jok Igeon's arm, Jong Gyoryeon's sword trembled. "If we join forces, can we win? I've never killed anyone before. Can I do it?" Jong Gyoryeon swallowed and turned to look at Jok Igeon. "Do you have any real combat experience?" Jok Igeon didn't answer her question, just standing there stiffly, which confused Jong Gyoryeon. After a moment of silence, he suddenly put on a fearful expression, looked at the hacker, and hid behind Gyoryeon. "Save me." A brief introduction. The hacker, a master of palm techniques, was known as the 8-armed fist because when he attacked, his hand movements were as fast as if he had 8 arms. He was once a righteous hero dreaming of a better martial world. But those who lived well were always the villains, and he realized that distinguishing between good and evil was meaningless. And so he himself became the villain. Now Jong Gyoryeon looked at him, her body trembling. "Do I have to face him alone? Our strength and experience are too different." Seeing her just standing there trembling, Jok Igeon pondered. Then he leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Draw your sword." The words seemed to awaken Jong Gyoryeon. She regained her composure and drew her sword. She pointed her sword forward, her eyes determined. "I can't lose so easily." The hacker saw her pointing the sword at him and watched silently. After a while, seeing her confidently raising her sword to fight, the hacker smirked. "Looks like you want to die first." As he finished, he channeled his energy into his hands and instantly lunged forward at high speed. His fist technique created countless hands striking towards her. Jong Gyoryeon managed to dodge the attack just in time. Jong Gyoryeon's eyes showed disbelief. "If I hadn't dodged in time, I might have—" "So fast!" I have to use my footwork too. Cutting off her thoughts, she accidentally tripped on a branch, losing her balance. She fell backward hard, her back hitting the ground. Ugh! Seizing the opportunity, the hacker launched another palm strike. The massive tree trunk instantly shattered. Jang Ryan was lucky enough to duck and dodge this blow. But as she looked up, her eyes were filled with fear. This is completely different from practice. At this moment, the hacker looked at Jang Ryan with a sinister smile. I'm definitely going to die. Suddenly, Jok Igeon, standing to the side, shouted, Don't just rely on your footwork. Let your body merge with the flow of the sword's intent. Jok Igeon stood to the side, instructing her, The feet do not lead the sword, but the sword leads the feet. Jok Igeon's words seemed to awaken her. Jang Ryan gripped her sword tightly. That's right. I just need to focus on the sword. Hearing Jok Igeon's instructions, the hacker turned to look at him with a mocking smile. The kid who was hiding behind a woman a moment ago is now acting all high and mighty, teaching others. While the hacker was distracted, Jang Ryan suddenly stabbed at him, but with his agility, the hacker easily dodged it. Seeing the hacker was a tough opponent, Jang Ryan gritted her teeth, her brows furrowing. Kak. Jang Ryan made a resolution in her heart, if I lose, we both die. With that thought, she continued to swing her sword at him. She unleashed a continuous flurry of strikes, but the hacker easily parried them all. Watching Jang Ryan's efforts, the hacker laughed contemptuously. How ridiculous. As he spoke, he broke through her sword intent. Then he launched a palm strike at her. You want to use this childish trick on me? Seeing the hacker's hand getting closer, Jang Ryan could only stare as it struck towards her. Jang Ryan was hit and sent flying back several meters. Now Jang Ryan was injured in the arm, her clothes torn. She struggled to get up. Damn it! I really can't fight him. What should I do? Cutting through her thoughts, Jok Igeon, standing behind her, spoke up again. Isn't something strange? Hearing this, Jang Ryan turned back in surprise. What? Jok Igeon looked at her and analyzed seriously. Your sword technique is inherently powerful. Why are you moving so weakly? Hearing this, Jang Ryan realized and remembered the Joksa sword technique. She remembered when she was young, Ai Chu had taught her, and he had said, the Joksa sword technique is an art of unpredictable transformations, diverse and flexible, based on light footwork. Jang Ryan was stunned. Has the way I've practiced for the past 15 years been wrong? Jang Ryan looked at him intently. She was sure Jok Igeon had never touched the Joksa sword technique. Besides, what does he know about the Joksa sword technique? He was the one begging me to save his life. Before she could voice her thoughts, Jok Igeon spoke harsh words. You are like a turtle that should live in water but is on a mountain. You are still drowning in your own confusion. But Jang Ryan imagined herself standing at a wall. I always feel like I'm wearing clothes that don't fit. After reaching the 7th star, I feel like I'm stuck. Suddenly, Jang Ryan had a realization. Could it be that the Joksa sword technique is a martial art as slow as a turtle and as soft as water? Either way, I'm dead for sure. Breaking from her thoughts, she began to move her feet flexibly. Let's give it a try. Jang Ryan imagined herself standing on water. Jang Ryan performed the Joksa sword technique. Her body moved slowly, powerful, and graceful. Her sword technique became more mesmerizing with her movements. Surprisingly, she managed to cut off a lock of the hacker's hair. The hacker also didn't expect that the weak girl he had just controlled could now actually touch him. Seeing this, Jang Ryan's eyes widened in disbelief at what she had just done. That's it. His pride was wounded and he gritted his teeth. Kak! He channeled energy into his palm and cursed this insolent brat. The hacker launched a powerful palm strike towards Jang Ryan. Seeing this, she quickly raised her sword to block. But this palm strike, fueled by the hacker's anger, was too much for Jang Ryan to handle, and she was sent flying into the air. Hit by a powerful palm strike, Jang Ryan spat out a mouthful of blood and fell unconscious. Not stopping there, the hacker's eyes blazed red as he shouted, I will finish you. Before he could strike, he was surprised to see that Jang Ryan had vanished from his sight. The hacker looked around in confusion, searching for Jang Ryan. Where did that girl go? While he was confused, a voice came from above the hacker's head. I'm here. Startled, he looked up and was shocked to see Jeok Aegeon holding Jong Ryan floating in the air. Jeok Aegeon holding Jong Ryan glanced at him with a hint of indifference. As if not believing his eyes, he stammered with a bit of fear in his heart, void walking step. With no support under his feet, Jeok Aegeon stood there as if riding the wind. At this moment, Jeok Aegeon exuded the aura of a supreme master. He held the unconscious Jong Ryan in his arms and slowly descended. Falling blossom step within the heavenly thunder step. Eye to eye with him, he said, "The martial arts from my father's side are little known, so it's natural you don't know." Hearing this, the hacker was even more confused. "Martial arts from your father's side." Jeok Aegeon didn't answer and landed on the ground. Setting his feet down, Jeok Aegeon gently leaned Jong Ryan against a tree trunk. "My parents said they fell in love at first sight. Actually, I don't believe in such things." His gaze towards her was somewhat gentle, "But now I understand a little." The hacker ignored Jeok Aegeon's confusing words. He only focused on his footwork, his whole body trembling. You've practiced returning to youth. You're just a brat. How can you have this martial art?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Jeok Aegeon rushed forward and delivered a devastating punch right to his face. The punch was so terrifying that it shattered the hacker's facial bones, mixing his teeth and lips. But that wasn't enough. The punch also sent the hacker flying dozens of meters, crashing hard against a tree, shattering it. After hitting the ground, the hacker lay there with a deformed face, continuously spitting blood. He trembled. What the hell was that? How is this possible?" Looking at Jeok Aegeon's face full of killing intent, he felt an unconscious fear. His realm far surpasses mine. Seeing Jeok Aegeon approaching, the hacker fearfully tried to squeeze out each word. "Spare me." Jeok Aegeon stepped closer and closer, ignoring his pleas. "Do you know why I hate my father?" Before the hacker could speak, Jeok Aegeon said, "If it were my father, he would surely tell me to spare you." Such a rigid person. The hacker struggled to get up, slowly backing away. Are you crazy? What nonsense are you talking about?" With that thought, the hacker used his movement technique to flee, not caring what Jeok Aegeon was saying. "Gotta run." But Jeok Aegeon continued his story. "As my mother said," as he spoke, Jeok Aegeon's eyes filled with killing intent, his hand already on the blade at his back. "We will never live like that." The outer cloth began to burn away, revealing a strange aura and a terrifying sound from within. Jeok Aegeon continued, "Even if my father's martial world is the right one." Jeok Aegeon's voice grew colder, "But I will still live in my mother's martial world." He had just run a short distance when he suddenly stopped on a tree branch and looked back. What's that sound? He only saw a dark aura emitting from Jeok Aegeon's blade behind him, like the wailing of a demon. At this very moment, the hell-forged blade was officially revealed. The massive blade emitted a demonic aura that terrified all who saw it. Jeok Aegeon's eyes stared straight at the hacker as he swung the blade down. With just one slash, a great deal of deathly energy like ghostly spirits appeared. That deathly energy shot straight towards the hacker. He was attacked by the deathly energy from the hell-forged blade, which wrapped around his legs. He was frozen, unable to move. What is this thing? Suddenly his eyes filled with fear. More cuts appeared on the hacker's face. The hacker's body was sliced into many pieces, dying without a complete corpse. Watching the flesh and blood fall, Jeok Aegeon seemed to be enjoying the pleasure of killing. Jeok Aegeon smirked. "The martial world in my father's eyes is too boring." After killing the hacker, Jeok Aegeon was now carrying Jong Ryan back home. As he walked, he spontaneously recited a poem. Upon the windy peak, a lone figure. The path ahead, I am the one who forges it. Pausing for a moment, he continued with another line. Upon cold stone, a flower blooms. A world of my own. Jong Ryan woke up hearing Jeok Aegeon recite the poem. This future song, who will understand, who will know? Jeok Aegeon stopped. You're awake, finding herself on Jeok Aegeon's back. Jong Ryan stammered shyly, let me down. Jeok. Aegeon turned back and reminded her, stay still, you're injured. Jong Ryan, having fainted, didn't remember. What happened, Jeok Aegeon immediately made up a lucky story. That guy was really unlucky. He was stabbed right when you swung your sword with your eyes closed. I went there and stabbed him. Jang Gyo-ryon's whole body trembled, not believing her ears. Stabbed him. Is he dead? Jok Ijeon turned with a mischievous look. Is he a zombie? He was stabbed in the heart and still survived. Hearing him so certain, Jang Gyo-ryon's eyes widened for the first time. He's dead. I guess I've killed someone. Jok Ijeon let Jang Gyo-ryon's hand tremble. He reassured her as they walked. No need to overreact. He deserved to die. But he didn't forget to add a few heartbreaking words. To draw a sword and not dare to strike, that is an insult to the blade. Hearing those words from Jeok Ijeon, Jang Gyo-ryon pondered. You're so hard to understand. Sometimes you're foolish, other times you're like a different person. Cutting off her thoughts, Jeok Ijeon suddenly spoke again. Everything has just begun. Jang Gyo-ryon heard this and didn't understand. Jok Ijeon looked up to the sky and said with a laugh, Everything has just begun. As they walked, Jok Ijeon said, Yongbong Yon, Cheonryong Daejeon, and the title of Number 1 Under Heaven. Jang Gyo-ryon also understood and nodded. Right, everything has just begun. Scene changed to a place in the forest. 3 people, 2 sitting on a carriage, 1 standing. These 3 are Yang Hwa-yong Naeng Isiol and Cheon Ma-ak stopping for a rest. Next to Hwa-yong, the twin scythes were emitting the dark energy of the demonic path, while Naeng Isiol's sword emitted the white energy of the righteous path. The atmosphere was a bit tense when suddenly both of them turned at the same time. Did you buy it? Seeing their gazes on him, Cheon Ma-ak answered with some tension. He presented a tray of steamed buns with both hands. Here you go. Hwa-yong took a steamed bun and took a bite. The tense atmosphere suddenly became much more relaxed. She looked ahead and said happily, We're almost at Wuhan. Traveling leisurely like this is also good. Reminds me of the old days. Hwa-yong turned to Cheon Ma-ak. Do you know 20 years ago when I first met him? What he said. Hearing her mention this, Naeng Isiol was startled and said loudly, Ah, is it that story again? Hwa-yong continued her story. The moment he saw me, he drew his sword and said in a low voice, he pointed his sword at her supreme demon queen. I don't care about the crimes you have committed, but if you dare to touch a single hair on my young master's head. As she told the story, she imagined his words, You will die on the spot. Hearing this, Isaol covered his head in embarrassment. I was just a child back then, I didn't know any better. Cheon Ma-ak and Hwa-yong couldn't help but laugh at his reaction. He turned curiously. By the way, who is this young master you're talking about, ma'am? She raised an eyebrow. It's Jok Ijeon's father. At the mention of Jok Ijeon, Isaol cheered up and laughed heartily. Haha, has Jok Ijeon grown up enough to participate in the Yongbong-yeon time really flies. As he spoke, he thought of Jok Ijeon's appearance. Many children are going to suffer. Hwa-yong immediately denied it. Jok Ijeon wouldn't harm anyone unless they deserve to be punished. Scene changed to the Jangdan faction. Injeol is in his study, his eyes wide. He slammed his hand on the desk. That guy? Is he still alive? The subordinate nodded respectfully. Yes. I saw him leaving the Jang sword sect with Miss Jang. Injeol roared angrily. What is that hacker doing? Can't he handle such a small matter? The subordinate stammered fearfully. Great hero hacker disappeared after he left last night. Hearing this, Injeol's face darkened. What, that guy is alive and well, but the hacker has disappeared. At this point, he imagined the scene of the hacker being killed by Jok Ijeon. The thought made Injeol's whole body tremble. Don't tell me. But thinking of something, Injeol suddenly burst out laughing. He looked up and laughed in disbelief. Ha ha ha, am I crazy to think that? Then he gritted his teeth. I don't know how he survived, but we'll see if it was luck or real skill in this Yongbong-yeon. Scene change. The day of the Yongbong-yeon has finally arrived. Fireworks were set off everywhere. Then 2 banners with the words Yongbong-yeon and Bukcheon-paega were hung outside. Bukcheon-paega also arranged for strict guards at the assembly square. The martial artists had arrived very early. When they met, they began to chat. The dragons and phoenixes are gradually gathering. Oh, look, isn't that the young master of the Nam sword sect? It's the young lady of the Huang family manor. A girl standing nearby suddenly screamed, making their eardrums rupture and bleed. A person in a majestic black robe walked over, north. The one who arrived was Imhagi, a descendant of Bukcheon Paiga. The crowd cheered. It's young Master Im of the Bukcheon family. Young Master. He's even more handsome than the rumors say. Behind him, a simply dressed woman followed. And the young lady of the Sama family, the one who will participate with him, is also here. Are the four great families finally making their move? Suddenly, the crowd's attention shifted to someone else. Ugh, that person is… The newcomers were Yang Susang, descendant of the Namak Rayon, and Seol Byeokhwa, beloved daughter of the Noksu Sanjang. The handsome man and beautiful woman walked over, making the crowd even more excited. It's young Master Yang will definitely win the Yongbong Yon. The one next to him is Miss Seol, the #1 beauty of the capital. Miss Seol. She's so beautiful. Jok Ijian had also just arrived. No one called out young Master Jok, but he wasn't embarrassed. He even raised his hand and smiled. I support you. Jok Ijian even waved. Thank you. Jonggyo Ryon, walking beside him, was speechless. Not stopping there upon reaching the center, Jok Ijian did something even more embarrassing. He raised both hands and shouted loudly, I will definitely win. Seeing this, everyone around started looking at each other and gossiping. What is that? Who is that? They shouted, Who are you? Don't block Miss Seol. Move aside. Jonggyo Ryon, accompanying him, didn't know where to hide. She could only lower her head and walk. Isn't he worried at all? I wish I could be that calm. Jok Ijian paid no mind and put his arm around her shoulder, smiling. This place is decorated nicely. Did Bukcheon Paiga make a fortune? She chuckled softly, then looked at Jeok Igion and called Jeok Igion. Jonggyo Ryon smiled, her eyes determined. Let's do our best. He looked at Jonggyo Ryon's radiant face, then nodded and replied, Meh. At this moment, a man stepped out and announced loudly, The 8 pairs of dragons and phoenixes, please enter. Hearing this, Jonggyo Ryon hurriedly turned and called out, It's our turn, let's go. As the two of them reached the door, the man spoke. Don't touch anything. Wait here. Jok Igeon turned annoyed. The old man's voice carried a tone of contempt, and he snorted coldly. Humph, Jok Igeon said sarcastically. You say that as if you want me to touch it. Jonggyo Ryon naively didn't understand the old man's intention. Scene changed to inside the waiting hall. The people present were talking to each other. Are you nervous? I wonder how many people will pass the first round. At this time, Jok Igeon and Jonggyo Ryon also entered, looking around. Then Jonggyo Ryon spoke. What are we supposed to do here? Seeing Jok Igeon remain silent, his gaze fixed in one direction, Jonggyo Ryon was curious. Could the first room be a martial arts competition? Jok Igeon remained silent, observing without answering. Jonggyo Ryon glanced over and saw him looking at a sign. What are you looking at? Jonggyo Ryon was puzzled. Hogai took Ip. Enter to begin. The assembly starts as soon as you enter. Jok Igeon crossed his arms, finally speaking, so that's how it is. Jok Igeon pointed to the painting hanging nearby. There's something strange about this painting, isn't there? Jonggyo Ryon didn't know either. Strange. Hearing this, Jonggyo Ryon stepped closer to observe the painting for a moment. As if discovering something, Jonggyo Ryon suddenly exclaimed, Ah, I know. She was astonished. There are 18 people in the painting, and they are holding the 18 types of weapons. That means… Jok Igeon didn't wait for her to finish and cut her off. It means nothing. It's a trap. Using the 18 types of weapons to create a distraction. Hearing this, Jonggyo Ryon looked a bit embarrassed and forced a smile. Huh, a trap. Then she continued to ask, So is there another secret? Jok Igeon didn't say it directly, but let Jonggyo Ryon observe. Look closer. Hearing Jok Igeon say that, Jonggyo Ryon stared intently at the painting, observing. Besides that, as she said this, Jonggyo Ryon's eyes suddenly widened as she observed the painting closely. She was surprised, not expecting it. Did these martial artists look like they are fighting? But they are all looking at one point. It's this incense burner. A man at the end of the painting is holding an incense burner. Amidst the room filled with whispers and chatter, none of the attendees seemed to notice the incense burner placed solemnly on the table. They gathered in small groups, whispering amongst themselves, their hearts filled with doubt about the ambiguous rules of the test. Do not touch anything. Does that mean we'll be disqualified if we touch something? A voice full of curiosity rang out. The judges are surely watching us, another person cautiously added. Be careful, don't do anything they don't expect. Just then a hand reached for the tripod on the table. The crowd was startled, turning their heads in unison to look. This person dares to touch the object. Their gazes fell upon the bold one who broke the silence, Jeok Igeon. Ignoring everyone's astonishment, he decisively lifted the tripod, observing it carefully. Beside him, Seo Rian also approached, her eyes focused, analyzing it with him. Soon Jeok Igeon pointed to some characters carved on the bottom of the tripod. Look. Seo Rian stroked her chin, reading thoughtfully, Yongbong Hall. What does that mean? Jeok Igeon thought for a moment and replied, Enter to begin the assembly. Isn't that right? The first round has already begun. His words were like a spark igniting the crowd. Those who had been quietly watching couldn't help but get excited, their bodies trembling as they realized the truth. Jeok Igeon smiled faintly. Let's go, we must get there to complete the test. However, just as they were about to leave, a loud shout echoed. Wait! A young man stepped forward, his face full of anger. Do not touch anything. You have violated the rules. I cannot overlook this thoughtless action. Jeok Igeon glanced at him with a disdainful look, saying nothing. Despite the woman behind him trying to stop him, the young man strode forward aggressively. Don't you consider the consequences your actions have for everyone else? I demand you put it back in its place immediately. Jeok Igeon remained silent, his calm eyes looking straight at his opponent. After a moment, he sighed softly. The biggest mistake is to blindly follow orders without thinking. Seo Rian shook her head, her voice full of helplessness. He looks about our age, doesn't he? Jeok Igeon smiled and slowly replied, Young people must know how to resist and think independently, not just follow orders without their own opinions. That is the passion and spirit of youth. These words further angered the young man. He roared, You are just making excuses for your own thoughtless actions. His eyes darted towards the observing elders. Seeing no reaction from them, he thought smugly, This is the perfect opportunity for me to show off. If I can defeat him right now, I will surely impress the elders. With that thought, he immediately reached to draw his sword. If you won't listen to reason, I will use force to teach you a lesson. The woman behind him cried out, Brother, don't do it. The young man sneered, Don't worry, little sister, I'm just teaching him a small lesson. But just as he was about to draw his sword, something unexpected happened. The hilt of his sword was held fast, impossible to draw. In a flash, Jeok Igeon appeared right in front of him, one hand gently pressing down on the hilt. The young man was terrified, his face pale, his forehead beaded with sweat. It felt like a giant boulder was pressing down on his hand, making it impossible to move. Jeok Igeon still smiled gently, but the invisible pressure from him made his opponent tremble. A faint dark energy emanated from him like a beast silently stalking its prey. He warned in a low voice, Don't bring shame upon yourself, little brother. Listen to your little sister. The young man froze, a cold chill running through his body. I can't move. The rest of the people in the room stared blankly at the two facing each other, all of them confused. No one realized what was happening, only seeing the two standing perfectly still as if in a contest of auras. Just then, a small hand was placed on the young man's arm. It was his little sister. Brother, you did well, she said softly. One should not carelessly draw a sword against the weak. The young man's eyes widened in surprise. The weak. It turned out this little girl thought her brother had intentionally held back, not drawing his sword to attack Jeok Igeon out of compassion for the weak. But the truth was he was so terrified by Jeok Igeon's pressure that he couldn't move. She then walked over and bowed to Jeok Igeon, quietly apologizing. Jeok Igeon didn't mind, just sighing softly and smiling. He then placed the incense tripod back in its original position. He decisively turned and left. Let's go. Seo Rian watched his departing figure, her heart tense, thinking, What was that just now? As the two of them neared the door, a guard spoke up to remind them, If you leave on your own, you will be disqualified. Jeok Igeon replied calmly, Then disqualify us. The crowd behind them couldn't help but be astonished. What that guy is actually giving up. Jeok Igeon suddenly stopped, turned his head back, and smiled faintly. Oh, right. I'll give you a chance. For your sister's sake, if you want to get to the second round, follow me. The young man and his sister were even more surprised. He frowned, his voice harsh. If you leave on your own, you will be disqualified, didn't you hear? Jok Ijun didn't bother to explain, just laughing loudly, then leaving with Seo Ryan. The crowd behind watched their departing figures and cursed in unison. What a lunatic. The two quickly arrived at the location inscribed on the bottom of the incense tripod. Currently, they were standing outside Yongbong Hall. Seo Ryan still held some doubt, but now she completely believed. Is there really a Yongbong Hall? Jok Ijian didn't answer, just walking over and pulling the door open. Seo Ryan continued to chatter endlessly. I wonder how many people will make it here. Or is it just us? Does that mean we win by default? But when the door opened, countless people had already gathered inside, discussing and chatting lively. Seo Ryan was shocked by the scene before her, her mouth agape. No way did all these people solve it. Jok Ijin squinted, observing. His gaze quickly fell on Im Hagi and the two from the Yang family. He chuckled softly and slowly uttered, the prestigious righteous sects are indeed different. Seo Ryan glanced at him, confused. What do you mean? It seems like he's being sarcastic about someone. Immediately after, her eyes widened as if she realized something. She leaned close to Jok Ijian's ear and whispered, could there be cheating involved? Jok Ijian replied calmly, they leaked the information to the prestigious families. You can tell just by seeing that fool arrive before us. Seo Ryan looked in the direction he pointed. That fool. That direction was the location of Jang in Geol and Jang in Hua. Her heart skipped a beat. It's him. How dare he show his face here after doing something like that? Jang in Geol was also glancing their way, silently assessing. That girl. Her eyes seemed to know something. It seems she met Gweon Gaek Geo. What on earth happened? I told him to take care of that guy. What is Gweon Gaek Geo doing? Jok Ijun smiled faintly, his eyes full of mockery as he looked at Jang in Geol. Faced with that gaze, Jang In-gyeol couldn't help but panic, his face turning pale. Does he have someone backing him? But it doesn't look like it. Could Gweon Gaek Geo have taken the money and run? While he was lost in thought, his sister Jang In-hwa was looking at Jeok Ijun with bright, intrigued eyes. He shook his head in frustration, thinking, this girl, why is she winking at me like that? Seeing his sister flirting with Jok Ijun, Jang In-gyeol was so angry he trembled, veins popping on his hands. Suddenly, the sound of a cup tapping echoed, drawing everyone's attention. The crowd immediately turned to look towards the second floor. A person slowly walked out and the crowd was astonished. That person is... The person spoke in a deep voice. All the dragons and phoenixes are present. Congratulations to all for passing the first round. The person who just spoke was Pungsu, an elder of Bukcheon Paiga, and also the person in charge of this Yongbong Yon. The crowd had already guessed some of it, but hearing him say it himself, they were still astonished. Immediately after, the entire hall erupted in cheers and excited shouts. Seo Ryan also excitedly leaned into Jok Ijun's ear. We passed. Just then, a loud commotion came from outside. Wait, please stop, I have something to say. This is an extremely important matter. The ones who arrived were the brother and sister who had confronted Jeok Ijun earlier. Seo Ryan recognized them, surprised. It's them. Jok Ijun remained calm, completely unconcerned. The young man was stopped at the door and shouted loudly, this round is invalid, because there are people here who are not qualified to be present. A fierce-looking man not accepting this test shouted loudly, this test is unacceptable. The crowd, hearing the man's shout, along with Jonggyo Ryan and him, all turned around in unison. There are people in here who should have been eliminated. With a dark, displeased expression, he asked back, unacceptable, you say? The man questioned angrily. When I entered, they told us not to touch anything. We were just doing as we were instructed. Then his finger pointed at Jonggyo Ryan and Jok Ijun. In fact, these rule breakers should be the ones eliminated. As he finished, the people behind him all agreed and shouted, he's right, it's unfair. This test is not fair. Jonggyo Ryan was shocked, not understanding what was happening. He remained calm, watching the events unfold. The crowd in the hall with him fell silent. He took a deep breath, his eyes filled with killing intent. Stop complaining. He looked at the crowd like they were insects. Do you think the matters of the martial world are just a game? Jonggyo Ryan and Jeok Ijun listened intently to him. You don't know what will happen out there. You must always be on guard and aware at all times. The man was stunned, unable to argue. Even the girl standing next to him shed tears. You were too careless. You were informed that the assembly begins the moment you enter. If you were to die at the hands of a hidden assassin, would you dare say it was unfair? To a person whose place is in the underworld, you pretender. His last sentence was a loud shout. Aren't you ashamed in front of those who came all this way after solving that riddle? Hearing him speak, the crowd outside was stunned into silence. Jang Ryan beside him unconsciously spoke up. How did you know? Hearing this, Jeok Aigian turned around. Jang Ryan continued that the incense burner was the clue. Was it just a coincidence? Jeok Aigian shook his head. No. There are no coincidences in the martial world. Hearing this, Jang Ryan looked up, her eyes pensive. The martial world is terrifying. The girl next to the man burst into tears, not believing it. Impossible. We only did as we were told. Thinking back on those powerful people with money comes power. Cruel. Because they are far more cunning than I thought. Then Jang Ryan turned her gaze towards Jeok Aigian. If I had gone with someone other than Jeok Aigian. The man sighed and supported the girl. Let's go. There's no other way. The girl wiped her tears and nodded. Okay, brother. Seeing that his words had an effect on this rabble, he grinned. His face twisted. You should thank heaven and earth for being eliminated today. Looking at the crowd who didn't know life from death, because this Yongbong will turn into hell. Scene changed, the setting shifts to the afternoon. Jeok Aigian brought a grilled meat skewer in front of So-in. Here, try one. So-in opened her mouth to taste it. Her eyes lit up from eating the delicious food. Brother, this is so delicious. Jeok Aigian grinned smugly. Right, it's delicious, isn't it? Jeok Aigian looked at So-in and asked. Even though it's the same kind of meat, it's more delicious when I grill it, right? Opposite Jeok Aigian was Jang So-in, the third daughter of the Jang sword sect master. Jeok Aigian sat and recalled, my mother is perfect. Her only flaw is that she can't cook. So as not to have a bad palate, I taught myself how to cook. Looking at the grill full of meat skewers, he believed that the joy of enjoying food was the greatest pleasure among the three pleasures. Sue held the skewer in her hand and smiled. I think I understand after eating the food you cooked. You cook even better than me. Jang Ryan turned and asked, So-in, is it delicious? Remember to chew it well. So-in nodded. It melted in my mouth before I could even chew. Jang Ryan looked at So-in with a gentle gaze. I don't remember the last time So-in was this full of life. She remembered how the whole family was heartbroken at that time. She was always healthy, but when she turned 7, she suddenly fell ill. Even the most famous medicine shops couldn't find the cause. Thinking of it brought tears to Jang Ryan's eyes. Can her illness be cured? It seems to get worse every year. Sue gently patted So-in's back. She usually only eats a little. Thank you, young hero. You are truly talented. Aichu turned to look at him with admiration. You solved the riddle in the first round, didn't you? Jeok Aigian smiled, so you two also know. Everyone can count on me in the next round. Hearing this, Aichu just remained silent, but in his heart he had already thought, before I would have thought he was just bragging, but... Jang Ryan looked at Jeok Aigian, lost in thought. He is not an ordinary person. Only a fool wouldn't realize that. Who are you really? The scene changes to evening. Jeok Aigian arrives at a place filled with a sea of flowers. Jeok Aigian silently walked forward. Then Jeok Aigian's feet suddenly stopped moving. Jeok Aigian was startled, his brows furrowed. The sea of flowers suddenly stirred violently. Then a space was seen exploding. Jeok Aigian looked behind him. The ground began to crack. The ground under his feet also slowly fell away. The flowers on the ground fell freely. Jeok Aigian remained silent, not yet making a move, watching the surrounding scenery gradually change. After a period of transformation, the scenery was now desolate with mounds of earth far apart. Jeok Aigian looked on, stunned. Jeok Aigian's lips moved. He then looked up at the falling petals. Looks amazing. 2 figures appeared ahead, a silver-haired man and Muyong the Hwasan Lord. Looking at Jeok Aigian, who was surrounded by a formation, the Hwasan Lord pushed a mechanism with his hand. I will disable the formation. As he finished speaking, the stone pillars gradually disappeared. After about an hour, the formation vanished. He looked at Jeok Aigian landing on the ground. The formation just now was the 9-seat marvelous flower formation. It's the weakest of the 3 formations set up in this mountain villa. He laughed and explained, the second is the 5 elements 9 stars formation, and the last one is the Supreme Light Emperor formation. He began to analyze the formation's mechanisms. The most special is the Supreme Light Emperor formation. Once activated, no martial artist can escape it unless they know how to dispel the formation. Jok Aigeon smiled and replied, that is truly valuable information. But Hwasun Lord, you are wrong about one thing. The Hwasun Lord was surprised. What? Ignoring the Hwasun Lord's surprised expression, Jok Aigeon continued, there certainly exists a technique that allows one to break a formation without needing to dispel it. Hearing Jok Aigeon's explanation, the Hwasun Lord still didn't understand the meaning behind his words. Jok Aigeon just smiled. Well, one day you will know. Jok Aigeon and Muyong went to another place. Muyong walked behind. Besides the 3 formations, just now a mechanism called the 7-step death carving will also be set up. Looking down, Muyong said, and the important structures will be placed behind it. Jok Aigeon nodded. Then the construction will be completed soon. Suddenly, Jok Aigeon stopped in his tracks. With this, then he turned to smile at Muyong. We are one step closer to our goal of establishing the strongest and most majestic force in the entire martial world. After hearing this, Muyong just remained silent and smiled faintly. Jok Aigeon also looked at Muyong, knowing he understood his intention. After a moment of silence, Muyong spoke. We have discovered the whereabouts of the wind god. Everything is as you predicted. Jok Aigeon nodded and replied, I will go see him tomorrow. But Muyong was still a bit skeptical. But why did you suddenly? Jok Aigeon's eyes glanced over at Muyong. Muyong continued to ask, do you want to pass it on to someone? Hearing Muyong ask with a smile on his face, Jok Aigeon remained silent. After thinking for a moment, Jok Aigeon replied, Muyong, that's a bad habit. Asking intentionally even though you already know the answer. Hearing this, Muyong chuckled. Haha, my apologies, my lord. Well, I can't stop you. The surrounding scenery became quiet, only the sound of the wind and swaying branches could be heard. Leaves flew in the wind. Watching the strands of hair fly, Jok Aigeon crossed his arms and sighed with admiration. The night scene always interests me. I don't know why either. Jok Aigeon grinned, looking at Muyong and asking, are there any stories? I don't know. Something like me falling into a well when I was 2 years old and being stuck there for several days. Muyong smiled shyly. Nothing like that ever happened, and even if it did, you would have climbed out on your own. Jok Aigeon raised an eyebrow in surprise and didn't answer. After pondering for a moment, Jok Aigeon spoke. Sometimes I hate myself for that. I was just kidding. Haha. Jok Aigeon's expression turned serious as he called Muyong. Muyong nodded respectfully. Yes, young master. Jok Aigeon suddenly asked a question. Can I take that light for myself? After hearing this, Muyong looked at Jok Aigeon in silence. Then he looked up at the starless sky. Then Muyong spoke. In this martial world besides you, who else could do such a thing? The bustling market scene in the early morning. Gyo-ryan was following Aigeon, and she asked curiously, Where are you taking me? He replied, to a place with good weapons. She wondered, good weapons. Aigeon remembered when Gyo-ryan chose a weapon herself and said, You're terrible at choosing weapons, so I'll take you to a better place. A while later, at a small black market shop, spears were neatly arranged on the shelves. The owner of the shop was a slightly older man with an incredibly fierce expression. Gyo-ryan felt a bit intimidated by his presence. She looked around and sighed to herself. The atmosphere is so terrifying. Then Gyo-ryan turned to see him playing with a small knife in his hand and thought, he said, This is his first time in Wuhan, so how does he know about this shop? Later, Aigeon held up the knife and turned to ask, Is this all you have? Hearing this, the man raised an eyebrow and noticed the sword and blade on his back. The shop owner spoke, I also thought you'd want something else. Then he took out a small wooden box and slowly opened it. A stream of cool green energy flew out from the box. Since you're a special customer, I'll show you a suitable piece of equipment. The green energy hovered around the box and the owner. He began, It's called the Ice Jade Dagger. A small double-edged dagger was neatly placed in the middle of the box. Gyo-ryan walked over to look and exclaimed, Wow, it's so beautiful. Then he quoted the price. It costs 15,000 taels. She was utterly shocked to hear that 15,000 taels. Ijeon seemed to have expected this, calmly smiling as he asked, "Can you include something extra if we buy it?" She turned to him and shouted, "Extra." After a brief moment of thought, the shop owner asked, "Extra, what do you want?" He replied gently, "Can't we pick one item from here?" He stroked his chin thoughtfully. He must know that the items here are not ordinary. What a strange fellow. Then he replied, "All right." Ijeon smiled in satisfaction. Then he pointed forward and said, "In that case, I'll choose that." The owner tilted his head to look where he was pointing. As for Gyoryan, her jaw dropped in shock. He gave a sinister smile. Then he asked, "May I know your name?" He calmly replied, "Jokigyon." The owner pondered, "This is the first time I've heard this name." Then he looked back at the box behind him. But to think a snot-nosed kid like him could recognize this thing. Could he be from an extraordinary place, or is he extraordinary himself? Could it be that that sword and blade are really— Finally, the shop owner smirked and said, "It seems the owner of that item has appeared. Will I have the chance to see you again?" Ijeon continued, "Because I have the extra gift." Gyoryan felt a chill down her spine, seeing their somewhat dangerous smiles. Later, the two left the shop and went to a riverbank to rest. Gyoryan felt indignant and spoke up, "You idiot, did you really spend 15,000 taels to buy that dagger? As if that wasn't enough, you also took those old gloves as an extra." She pulled her hair and screamed, "I don't know if you're crazy or just incredibly stupid. No, you must be a crazy idiot." Ijeon, however, remained calm, sitting by the bank washing the gloves. Then she went to his side and whispered in his ear, "Besides, where did you get that money? You didn't do anything bad, did you? Or are you the young master of some family?" He stood up and said, "Good grief, you're so noisy. Hold out your hand." Gyoryan looked at him and replied, "I don't need gloves." Ijeon explained, "If you wear these, they will help improve your martial arts. You're stuck at the 7th star, right?" She heard this and exclaimed, "What? How do you know?" He joked, "Is there anything I don't know?" She still wasn't completely convinced and asked again, "Will it really help me if you're just making fun of me?" Before she could finish, he had already stepped forward and firmly grasped her hand. Ijeon's tone was incredibly serious. Even the most ordinary objects carry their own special energy. Treat it well and feel its presence. Gyoryan was silent then. After a moment she said, "All right." He started helping her put on the gloves. She looked at the item on her hand and asked curiously, "Ah, it's always been transparent." Then the gloves began to transform. White streams of energy appeared from nowhere surrounding the gloves. A strong wind rose, passing through the large trees and carrying away the leaves. Gyoryan shouted at him, "What is this? There's a strange energy in it." The wind and green leaves flew towards her, or rather straight towards the gloves, and then they dissolved into them. Due to the growing energy, Gyoryan had to close one eye to avoid being hurt. She wondered, what is happening? Ijeon calmly watched the scene unfold. Gradually, the energy spread around the area where they were standing and then dissipated. Her eyes widened in amazement. Finally, everything was over. She stared at the gloves and thought, "This thing is anything but ordinary." He smiled and said, "It seems it has accepted you. But as I predicted, I was right. You definitely have talent." Gyoryan wondered, and then noticed the character that appeared in her palm. "It accepts me, huh? What's this?" "That." Ijeon showed her his palm. "Say hello to it. This is the wind god." Then he explained, "If we are close to each other, this pair of gloves will react. Your internal energy is still lacking, so it hasn't activated yet. But I'm sure," she shouted. "Impossible." He replied, "It is. The material of this thing is not ordinary." He briefly mentioned to her furthermore its original owner was the Fist King known by the name Wind God. He was the greatest martial artist in the martial world 300 years ago. In short, it's a treasure among treasures. Gyoryan asked, "Is it that amazing? Why was it cast aside at that shop?" Ijeon shook his head and answered, "I'm not sure either. Perhaps he wanted someone to recognize it." He took a step forward. "You can now catch sword energy with your bare hands. Of course, your internal energy is still weak, so you'll be seriously injured if you do." He turned back and said, "But at least your hand won't be severed." Ijeon saw Gyoryan looking down dejectedly, and she spoke up, "Why are you so good to me?" She stood waiting for his answer. Then he was silent, just offering a friendly smile. In the evening, a downpour began to fall like a torrent. Inside the Yongbongyeon, the stands were packed, and everyone was eagerly waiting. Aegeon and Gyoryon also came to watch. She asked, "What is that?" On the stage was a stone slab on which were a series of messy footprints. The footprints on that stone slab. The referee began to shout, "The second round of this year's Yongbong is a test of footwork." He announced, "The content is very simple. Contestants just need to go from the starting point to the end point, but there are two conditions. Contestants must step into these footprints and the two must cooperate and guide each other." A young man in the stands asked, "Footwork simpler than I thought. There won't be any problems, right?" Susang sat nearby and spoke up. "Anyone who practices martial arts can do this, isn't that right?" He exclaimed, "This is just child's play." The referee mused, "No one is as pathetic as him." The junior of Namakrayan. From the second round onwards, there will be no special treatment, even if you come from a prestigious faction. He looked at the boy and judged, "The judges have no connection whatsoever to those tumors out there, and I will not participate in the judging. Can that brat pass this round?" Aegeon exclaimed, "This won't be easy." Gyoryon turned her head and asked, "What did you really just say?" That he replied, "Everyone has differences in how they apply martial arts. That's even more true for footwork. After all, it's learned subconsciously." He explained further, "But if you are conscious of those steps, your rhythm will be disrupted. Furthermore, the problem is that two people have to pass together." An older woman raised her hand and asked, "How will this test be conducted? Will the others have to leave, so only the contestants remain?" The referee replied, "No, it will take place in front of everyone." Whispers spread around, "What won't the teams that go later have an advantage? Let's just wait for the first teams to start." Gyoryon said, "Of course, if we observe the others and avoid their mistakes." At this moment, a voice rang out, "We wish to take the test." Everyone turned their eyes in unison toward the source of the sound, along with the questions that rang out. "Living like that, will they be okay?" Aegeon affirmed, "What a smart guy. Starting first always has its advantages." The judge announced, "Young Master Im has accepted the test." The whole hall was in an uproar. Hagi and Mayong calmly stood before the stone slab. The crowd watched expectantly and gossiped. "He dares to be the first, is he that confident young master? Im is worthy of it." Gyoryon watched intently. What footwork will he use? Aegeon said nothing, just smiling faintly. Hagi began to place his foot on the first footprint on the stone slab. He spun with a mesmerizing dance. Everyone who watched had to praise, "Wow, so graceful." As soon as his feet touched the slab, he immediately changed steps so fast that the naked eye could hardly keep up. Hagi rushed forward like a gentle breeze, making the footprints left on the slab seem to appear all at once. Mayong was almost a blur before his performance. Hagi's gaze was firm and steady. Aegeon was deep in thought, while Gyoryon exclaimed in amazement, "So fast." The judging panel was also very pleased. Both fast and precise, truly a descendant of Bukshan Pega. They looked towards Mayong, competing with Hagi with bated breath. Miss Sama seems a bit tired, but she's still persistently following, considering she's the first to try. While the judges were still discussing, Hagi had already leaped off the stone slab amidst the cheers of the crowd. The referee shouted, "Young Master Im has reached the finish line. Amazing, Young Master Im." Susang clicked her tongue in jealousy. Byokhwa still elegantly watched the results. The judge cheered again. Miss Sama has also reached the finish line. Finally, the judge announced the results from the panel. Im Hagi Samayong pass. Gyoryon nervously whispered to Aegeon, "Why do I feel so nervous?" Aegeon listened intently to her. "Can we pass?" He gave a confident smile to reassure her no. Gyoryon felt like she had fallen into an abyss. "No, we can't," Aegeon continued. "I never said we couldn't." Gyoryon was confused. "So can we or can't we?" Aegeon stood up with his sword. "Let's practice, follow me." Gyoryon pointed and asked, "We're not watching anymore." Aegeon said nonchalantly, "What's the point of watching? Most of them will be eliminated for imitating his footwork." He diligently explained, "This is a test to see who can use their own footwork, so if we just stay like this, we won't be able to pass." Outside, the rain was still pouring. The two of them found a spacious, empty courtyard. Aegeon was pleased it's deserted here. Practicing here is the best. He stepped forward, leaving space for Gyoryon. Aegeon suggested, "Show me your Juxa sword technique. I'll correct it for you." The Juxa sword technique at the 7th star realm cannot pass this test. Gyoryon was surprised, a bit confused. You You will correct the Joksa sword technique for me. Can you understand the essence of a martial art just by looking once? Who on earth are you? Gyoryan looked at Aijeon's back and asked, Are you really a master? Aijeon smiled faintly. He turned to look at Gyoryan in the rain and replied confidently, I am capable enough to teach you. Gyoryan was stunned, but she still trustingly drew her sword. I don't understand what you're saying, but I will try. Raindrops pattered on the sword. Gyoryan focused her strength into her feet, creating ripples in the water. She skillfully performed the Joksa sword technique. Aijeon silently observed her every move. He felt every sword strike coming from Gyoryan. The two seemed lost in their own world. A sword tip from Gyoryan whizzed past Aijeon's face. Suddenly, Aijeon interrupted, making Gyoryan pause. Wait, that part, slow down by half a breath. She slowly moved her sword like this. Strangely, the sword strike was now much more decisive. Gyoryan was amazed, not believing her eyes. Just slowing down by half a breath, and the feeling of the strike is completely different. Aijeon encouraged, good, continue. The rain still hadn't stopped. Gyoryan practiced again with her adjusted breathing. Every sword strike was now faster and brighter, completely different from before. Aijeon spoke again. That part, bring your hand in more. Your left foot is in the wrong position. Gyoryan listened intently, correcting every little detail. She thought to herself every word from Aijeon. Aijeon frowned slightly, too fast, slow down. Gyoryan felt her eyes had been opened. She both admired and acknowledged Aijeon. It all makes a huge difference. It's time for the final move. Gyoryan looked at her reflection in the rainwater, a bit surprised. The feeling is completely... Her footsteps were steady on the slippery ground. She felt the power in her final move completely different from before. Gyoryan completed the sword form perfectly. Aijeon looked at her radiantly. The ground still pattered with raindrops. Gyoryan smiled dazedly. She still couldn't compose herself. Impossible is this, the Joksa sword technique, I know. Gyoryan looked in amazement at the smiling Aijeon. Who on earth is that guy? Aijeon cut off her train of thought. Congratulations. Your Joksa sword technique has surpassed the 7th star and reached the 8th star. Gyoryan was stunned. She still hadn't processed the information from before. Gyoryan muttered, Can martial arts be taught like this? Scene changed to another place in the forest. A man was standing stock still in the rain. That man was none other than Mu Yongjok Aigeon's guard. His expressionless face was marked with grim scars. He stood still, looking at the path ahead. From within the white rain, 3 figures appeared. In the middle was an old man flanked by 2 swordsmen in veiled hats. A terrifying killing intent emanated from them. Muyong bowed. You've arrived, sir. The old man looked up. It's been a long time. Muyong reported the young master is participating in the Yongbongyon. I will take you there. The old man looked at him with cold, gloomy eyes. All right, but you? He passed by Muyong and coldly tossed back a comment. Why don't you shave? You look too old. Talk about the pot calling the kettle black. The 2 silver-haired swordsmen also added a comment. He looks 5 years older. With that, they left, leaving Muyong standing shocked in the rain. The old man wondered, but why is Aigeon participating in the Yongbongyon? Muyong stumbled awkwardly into their conversation about Aigeon. It seems he's planning something again. Let's hurry there. Back at the competition hall, a loud shout broke the tense atmosphere. We wish to try. The crowd stirred. Oh, look. Someone was curious. Who are they? Aigeon and Gyoryan, completely soaked, stood before the stone slab to announce their names. Hengun Yusu Jiok Aigeon, Gyoryan of the Jang sword sect. The crowd gossiped disdainfully. Hengun Yusu seems like a nobody. Aigeon didn't care. He smiled and glanced at Gyoryan. The 9th star Joksa sword technique should be a piece of cake, right? Gyoryan's eyes widened in amazement. The 9th star, she recalled, after being taught one more time. After practice, Aigeon had said, finally you've reached the 9th star. Gyoryan felt like it was a joke. Although she had heard it, she still couldn't believe it. She had never heard of martial arts improving so quickly. Aigeon leaned in and whispered, Do you know the code name for this mission? Gyoryan was clueless. Code name. Before Gyoryan could understand, Aigeon had already left the starting position. He glided lightly on the stone slab, turning to Gyoryan to explain Yongbong Sangui. It means the dragon and phoenix shine together. It's true that Hagi and Mayong passed, but only Hagi shone. As for Aigeon, the main character's aura cannot lack Gyo Ryon. Aigeon and Gyo Ryon, one in front and one right behind, danced around each other on the stone slab. Everyone watched intently. Aigeon praised her a little, not bad at all. Gyo Ryon humbly replied, "It's all thanks to you." She was delighted with her steps. "How strange my body can move like this. Maybe it's because I'm in a good mood. It feels like I'm dancing." Aigeon looked at Gyo Ryon kindly. The mind perceives, the body controls. That is the essence of martial arts. Gyo Ryon repeated, "The essence of martial arts." At that moment, her feet also left the stone slab. Gyo Ryon suddenly realized. She was amazed and couldn't believe her eyes. Looking back at the stone slab she had conquered. "Have I arrived already?" Gyo Ryon regulated her rapid breathing, looking at Aigeon with joy. I don't remember how I passed." Aigeon also looked at her with a radiant expression. A magnificent performance of Yongbong Sanghui. Gyo Ryon finally understood Aigeon's words about Yongbong Sanghui at the beginning of the test. She smiled with satisfaction. The two of them beamed as the judge shouted, "Jok Aigeon Jong Gyo Ryon pass." Leaving the hall, the contestants reunited with their families. Everyone praised Gyo Ryon. "Since when did your martial arts become so formidable?" Aigeon looked stunned, not knowing who he was meeting. Facing him were the seniors that Muyong had just welcomed earlier. Aigeon let out a sound of surprise. He happily ran over like a child, seeing his mother return from the market. Suddenly a sickle struck Aigeon's forehead with a thud. The old man retracted the sickle. Blood immediately trickled down Aigeon's forehead. The old man grumbled, making everyone laugh. "How annoying. Anyone who sees this would think I'm your relative." Aigeon clutched his forehead and pouted. "It's been a while, but you're still the same." The old man didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "Are you planning to build a manor?" He scolded, "You punk, what do you plan to do with such a big project?" Aigeon was nonchalant. "What do I plan to do?" He chuckled and declared, "I will devour this martial world." The old man reflected on the past and present, reminding Aigeon, "You think unifying the martial world is that easy? It's incredibly difficult, not to mention the 4 factions of the world. There are also the 9 great sects and the 4 great families." His eyes widened, emitting a terrifying killing intent. "What do you plan to do about the divine cult?" Aigeon remained silent, but his gaze didn't waver in the slightest. Muyong and the other 2 swordsmen were also extremely tense, awaiting his answer. Aigeon was unconcerned. "I don't worry about things that haven't happened yet." The seniors and Muyong were speechless. They're exactly alike. Aigeon turned to instruct his guard. Muyong received the seniors with care. The boy asked curiously, "Yes, but where are you going, young master?" Aigeon looked into the distance. "I'm going to catch an ugly monster." This meant a hideously bizarre creature. The scene changes and Gyoyeon is once again walking with Aigeon. She feigned ignorance. Don't tell me. You're joking." Aigeon looked straight at Gyoyeon. "No, I'm serious." Beside them now was an old, dilapidated bridge stretching across the misty clouds. Aigeon looked at the bridge. "We will cross this bridge." Gyoyeon's face darkened. No way. Aigeon gave a small spoiler. "You'll regret it if you don't go. The one I'm about to catch is closely related to you." Not wanting to waste time, Aigeon stepped onto the bridge to demonstrate for Gyoyeon. Aigeon reassured her. "This bridge is just like flat ground. Just walk across it." Gyoyeon covered her mouth in fear. "Dan dangerous. That's a deep abyss below." Aigeon's voice lowered. "That's the difference between a master and a novice. A master sees this place as flat ground." Gyoyeon suddenly had a realization. Aigeon's next words pulled her back to reality. "I don't think you're a master." Gyoyeon lowered her head in embarrassment. I know." Aigeon skillfully played good cop, bad cop. "But at least if you want to become a master, you have to try right." Gyoyeon fell silent. She lifted her head and reassured herself. "Right, it's just a path. I just have to walk." Aigeon walked ahead a bit, then turned back to wait for Gyoyeon, who was cautiously taking one slow step at a time. She seemed to be counting each wooden plank as she walked. Gyoyeon felt a little more relieved. It's easier to walk than I thought, right?" Aigeon smiled in reply. I forgot one thing," Aigeon reminded her. "There are often strong winds here, so be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, the wind picked up. Gyo-yeon looked up in panic. What? A strong gust of wind arrived, blocked by the bridge, causing the wind to funnel through it right where Gyo-yeon was standing. She immediately lost her balance. The bridge was lifted by the wind, flinging Gyo-yeon into the air. Gyo-yeon froze for a moment, unable to regain her composure. Ijeon shouted loudly, pulling her back to reality. "Don't be afraid, just treat it like flat ground." Gyo-yeon repeated to herself. "Right, also, like flat ground." But gravity pulled her body down towards the abyss before her, causing her to lose her composure. Gyo-yeon squeezed her eyes shut in fear. Ijeon's eyes turned bloodshot. His hands unleashed a stream of dark energy. Ijeon reached out his hand, and the stream of energy shot forward, wrapping around Gyo-yeon. The energy adjusted her posture, restoring her balance. Gyo-yeon's eyes widened in amazement. What? She slowly descended, finally landing safely back on the bridge. Gyo-yeon's whole body trembled. No, it can't be. Still terrified, she looked down at the deep abyss below her feet. I almost... The bridge swayed slightly. Gyo-yeon was like a soulless person. She was terrified. "I'm dead." Ijeon stood in front of her, patiently waiting for her to regain her composure. But Gyo-yeon's body was now rigid. She was as if drowning in fear. I have to go, but I can't lift my legs." Suddenly Ijeon spoke. "The first time I saw you..." Gyo-yeon seemed to snap out of it. His voice carried through the vast space. My heart seemed to stop beating. Gyo-yeon's eyes widened in anticipation. Ijeon was like a fresh blade of grass under the brilliant sunset. He smiled at her. "Come here, because I like you." Gyo-yeon's emotions were in turmoil. What, he likes me? Her mind replayed every moment with Ijeon, him chewing on a pastry and boasting, "I'm very popular with women. Wherever I go, women surround me." Another day, Ijeon happily joked with her. "Will there be meat tomorrow?" Then him shyly hiding behind her. "Save me." And then teasing her. "You really don't know how to judge quality." Gyo-yeon felt her soul being stolen once again. It can't be. Her feet moved while her mind was on Ijeon. Him. Gyo-yeon's whole body felt as if it was being controlled. Ijeon's words made her repeat them over and over. "Likes me." In an instant, her feet touched the ground. Gyo-yeon was still dazed. Is this a joke? In front of them was a rather dark temple, beside which were 3 lit Buddha statues. Gyo-yeon still paid no mind to her surroundings, still wondering, did I mishear him? Ijeon turned to her. It was easy, right? Gyo-yeon involuntarily only heard. "Because I like you." "Because I like you," she asked again in surprise. You just said..." Ijeon flatly denied it. "Said what?" Gyo-yeon stammered. Was it just a joke?" She blushed and asked, "Because I was scared you wanted to distract me." Gyo-yeon shyly awaited his answer. Ijeon turned away abruptly, uttering a sentence that implicitly confirmed her thoughts. "You're really smart." Gyo-yeon vented her anger by kicking the bridge pillar. "You jerk. How dare you tease me?" Suddenly a loud shout made Gyo-yeon's heart skip a beat. "Who allowed you to fight in the temple?" A monk stepped forward. "Stop it right now." His face was furious, lacking any of the gentleness of a monk. Gyo-yeon quickly bowed. "So sorry, sir." Ijeon turned back with a scrutinizing gaze. The monk seemed to recognize something in that gaze. He quickly tried to brush it off. Children are always like that. "Well then, go on and play." Ijeon spoke up, stopping him, which made the monk flinch and retract his neck. "Your disguise is pretty good." The monk broke into a cold sweat under Ijeon's menacing, killing intent. Ijeon emitted deadly sounds. "But you can't fool me, you ugly monster." The scene shifts to the monk, Ijeon, and Gyo-yeon inside the temple. The monk bowed his head and sighed. The Buddha is truly heartless. He slowly picked off the makeup on his face, irritated. "You devil, how did you manage to find me here?" Gyo-yeon was a bit frightened and turned to ask Ijeon, Who is this person?" Ijeon gave a brief introduction. "A fraud, a quack, a thief. A man with 8 useless talents." Gyo-yeon searched her memory. 8 fields in which he has special talents. She exclaimed in shock. Don't tell me he's Palbang of the 8 directions." But then she suddenly changed her mind. Seeing the monk struggling to peel off the damned mask, Gyo-yeon hesitantly said, "The handsome senior." He finally finished peeling it off. Underneath the monk's mask was a somewhat bizarre face with high cheekbones and eyes that slanted upwards and were misaligned with his ears. His nose was so high it was 1/2 meter away from his mouth. This was Palbang Chugo. He cleared his throat. "You little kid, you know a thing or two about the martial world?" Suddenly Ijeon's powerful hand rested lightly on his head. Ijeon flashed an enthusiastic smile and introduced him and my disciple. Gyoyon was curious. Disciple. "What happened?" Ijeon recounted. "This guy lost a bet to me. The loser had to become the disciple." Gyoyon asked further, "What was the bet?" Ijeon smirked, recalling Go. Palbang Chugo refused to accept it. Someone must have tipped him off. Ijeon closed his eyes to relax. Cheating. The ugly monster tried to accuse him in vain. "This guy used despicable tricks to fool me." Ijeon was calm. "A duel." The ugly monster concluded he must have used poison. Gyoyon was astonished. "What? Those are all the handsome senior Palbang's specialties, yet Ijeon won." Ijeon kept his eyes closed, shamelessly asking the ugly monster for a favor. "I came here today to ask for something. Although you're a quack, you're a skilled quack." Ijeon rested his chin on his hand and looked at the ugly monster. "I need you to examine a patient." The ugly monster flared up. "You brat, who do you think I am that you can just ask me to examine someone? Plenty of people have died because I refused to treat them no matter how much money they had." Ijeon cut in. "If you cure her, I'll pretend the bet never happened." Palbang Chugo suddenly froze. He shot up to his feet and boldly accepted. "Fine, let's end this cursed fate as soon as possible. Let's go." Gyoyon worriedly turned to ask Ijeon, "Who is sick?" Ijeon just gave her a meaningful smile. The scene changes to the three of them setting off to treat the patient. Gyoyon had mixed feelings. Her eyes widened, speechless. "No, it can't be." The patient Ijeon was talking about. Ijeon had brought the ugly monster to Gyoyon's house to check the pulse in front of the whole family. Gyoyon was stunned. "It's Tui Lien, her sister." The ugly monster focused on checking her pulse to diagnose her. Tui Lien's eyes were full of hope. Gyoyon couldn't help but feel anxious. For so long, no one could find the cause. "I hope this time." The lamp lighting up the room seemed to emit a glimmer of hope as well. Ijeon carefully asked, "How is it?" The ugly monster was secretly pleased. "This kid, he knows how to save my face in front of everyone." He diagnosed this girl was stung by a poisonous bee. It's a blood bee, a very rare species. The Jang family was extremely alarmed. A bee, a poisonous bee. The ugly monster instructed, "I will prescribe a medicine. Brew it for her to drink for 15 days. After that, make sure she eats well and exercises to regain her strength." Tui Lien, with her gaunt and pale face, was also incredibly surprised by the ugly monster's confident diagnosis. In about 1 or 2 years, the girl will recover. Everyone was stunned by this long-awaited good news. Gyoyon also could hardly believe it. She stammered out each word joyfully. Tui Lien will get better." Old Master Jang knelt down to pay his respects to Palbang Chugo. "Thank you, your reputation is well deserved." The ugly monster was embarrassed. "Oh my, please get up." Gyoyon's emotions were indescribable. Perhaps there was no greater joy for her at this moment. Madame Jang chirped, "Thank you, young hero Jok." She emotionally thanked Ijeon. "I never expected you could invite Master Palbang. This debt of gratitude I will definitely." Ijeon was polite. "It's nothing. It's all thanks to your daughter. She risked her life to ask for help." With that, he turned to look at her with an affectionate gaze. Ijeon said gently, "This is all thanks to you." His every word soothed Gyoyon's soul. "You've worked hard." Gyoyon cleared her throat. She tried to adjust her voice, her eyes welling with tears. "Thank you." Ijeon's face lit up, his eyes filled with affection as he looked at her. Everyone burst with emotion. Gyoyon covered her face, trying to hold back the tears that streamed down. Madame Jang hugged her daughter on the sickbed while old Master Jang and the servants listened to the ugly monster's prescription. In a flash, night had fallen. Ijeon clasped his hands in respect to the ugly monster. "Senior Palbang, I've caused you a lot of trouble." He bowed sincerely to the ugly monster. "You can go now." The ugly monster complimented him. "You've always been so straightforward. It's quite amusing, but..." The ugly monster still had a few questions. Your original purpose for finding me wasn't for this, was it? Jian no longer hid anything. That's right. Initially, I needed you to help unify the martial world. He maintained his expression as he stated his opinion. But the girl's life is also very important. The ugly monster closed his eyes, pondering his words. A child's life is very important. 3 years ago, when you were just a naughty brat, you said. He recalled the memory that your dream was to create a wonderful martial world. At that time, I thought it was just childish talk. The ugly monster slowly inquired, but now you've matured. That dream, do you still hold on to it? Jian was firm. I still do. The ugly monster's eyes were contemplative. He spoke again, show me. It was both a challenge and an offer from a senior. The ugly monster expressed, the true martial world you speak of, I will help you. Jian wasn't one for trifles. He asked bluntly, this is a life-threatening matter. You won't regret it. The ugly monster's eyes were sharp and serious. No regrets. Jian subtly reminded him, then you'll have to call me young master. The ugly monster had no problem with it. Still better than master. But I'm also curious. He asked. So what are you planning to do next? Jian pondered for a moment, then grinned. Next is... The scene shifts to a small island on East Lake on the day of the third round. This East Lake is the largest lake in Wuhan. The contestants had gathered on the island, but the island was empty. People discussed, there's nothing here. What are we supposed to do? Gaeon and Gyo-yeon were also on the island. Gyo-yeon looked around and exclaimed, I didn't expect the third round to take place on an island. Suddenly, there was a loud shout. Call my guard over here. Near where the two were standing, 3 people were in a verbal argument with a seemingly weaker person. Gyo-yeon was curious. What's going on? The person making all the noise was none other than Susang. He questioned irritably, telling us to be on this deserted island without our guards? How ridiculous. The person seemed to be from the competition's announcement department. Hey, young hero Yang, calm down. This is to ensure the fairness of the test. The Southern Music Alliance Lord also agreed. Susang immediately refuted he would never agree to this. The announcer continued to explain, As I said, there are many masters from the Northern Sky Hegemon clan all over the island. Jian shook his head and sighed. This kid still hasn't changed. Gyo-yeon was worried. But will it be okay? Jian commented the Hegemon clan masters. He mentioned they do have some skills. Gyo-yeon was surprised. You can sense their presence. Jian implicitly admitted it. He was also a little worried. But I can't rest easy. You know that too. His gaze turned a bit cold. In this martial world, a single slip-up can cost you your life, and unfortunate things always happen at times like these. At this moment, a boat was approaching the island. On the boat, a frightened girl screamed and covered her head, dodging the flying debris. A fierce-looking man in a red robe sitting on a bed yelled, Get lost. He thrashed about on the bed in frustration. Damn it, why did they bring this monstrosity here? Then he called out again, Hey, out there! From outside, a respectful yes was heard. The boat was speeding across the water as he spoke. Are we there yet? A guard outside reported, We'll be there in about a key approx. 15 minutes. He licked his lips perversely. Good. An enjoying face with long curly hair and a muscular body. He was Yuma Chung, the #1 lewd demon. He thought for a moment and then exclaimed, The ladies from noble houses must be very different. A flag was raised and someone shouted, This is the dragon and phoenix flag. The bald man announced the rules sternly. Whoever obtains this dragon and phoenix flag will pass the third round. It turned out he was Judge Yom Chung. Everyone started chattering excitedly. Yum, Grand Master. Yum, a master like him is a judge. Jang Gyo-yeon looked at Jok Lee-gyeon and asked, The third round is about fighting for the flag, so we have to fight to get it. Suddenly Judge Yom Chung spoke loudly. It's not a fight, which made Jang Gyo-yeon's heart skip a beat. With that, Judge Yom Chung pointed the flag towards 2 gates. He said, Look at these 2 gates. Enter through the left gate, go around the island, and exit through the right gate. Judge Yom Chung explained seriously. In other words, this island is the third round. Everyone listened seriously. The first 4 dragon and phoenix pairs to return here. Not missing a single word from Judge Yomchung, his face showed unconcealed confidence in his victory. He continued to announce the rules. A total of 8 people will win this flag. As soon as she heard that Ga Yang-hui rushed over to Zhong Gyo-yon and asked, "So it's a test of lightness skill, making her heart skip a beat for the second time." Realizing her own rudeness, Ga Yang-hui chuckled softly and said, "Ah, I am Ga Yang-hui of the Blood King sect." She then introduced the person next to her. "This is my senior brother." Ga Yang-hui's senior brother blushed shyly and said, "Pal, pleased to meet you." Ga Yang-hui eagerly asked, "You are Miss Zhang of the Zhang sword sect, right?" Zhong Gyo-yon asked in surprise. "Huh? How did you know?" Ga Yang-hui nudged her senior brother in the stomach and answered for him. "My senior brother has met you a few times and has fallen for you." Hearing his junior sister sell him out and reveal his secret, he shouted in explanation, I never miss, you've misunderstood." Suddenly someone yelled, "Are you 3 here to play?" causing all 3 of them to bow in unison and stutter, Sorry." Jeok-I-jaeon also helplessly bowed his head slightly. Judge Yom-chung spoke up. "Agility alone won't be enough to win the Dragon and Phoenix flag because there are many traps on this island." Hearing this, 2 people grew worried and suspicious. Traps. No one said anything about this. Seeing this, Judge Yom-chung reassured them, "But don't worry too much. See these wooden arrows? We will use these instead of real weapons. And if you get stuck in a trap, call the nearest judge." Under the surprised gazes of Jeok-I-jaeon and Zhong Gyo-yon, he continued, "There will always be a judge near you." Finally, Judge Yom-chung only said 3 short words, "Good luck." Both Jeok-I-jaeon and Zhong Gyo-yon entered the place, which had a picturesque landscape perfect for a nap. After walking for a while, Zhong Gyo-yon said, "This path is so deserted." Jeok-I-jaeon closed his eyes calmly and replied as if resigned to fate, "The journey of discovering untrodden paths is what gives it meaning." Hearing that, Zhong Gyo-yon turned and asked, "You said you've been traveling the world since you were 10. You must have been to many places." He smiled and replied, "There's almost no place I haven't been." Hearing this, Zhong Gyo-yon replied, "That's amazing." Then she thought, "Do all the miraculous things you do come from experience?" After thinking, Zhong Gyo-yon said dejectedly, "Looking at you, I feel so small." Seeing this, Jeok-I-jaeon comforted her. "Don't worry, I will take you to many places." By the way, Jeok-I-jaeon asked, "Didn't they say there would always be a judge nearby?" Zhong Gyo-yon replied, confused. "Yes, what about it?" he said with a serious face. "I can't sense anyone's presence around us." Hearing that, Zhong Gyo-yon's eyes widened in astonishment. "What?" At that moment, only the 2 of them were looking at each other in silence, neither speaking first. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, shining down below. Now Zhong Gyo-yon was the one to break the awkward silence. Why are you looking at me like that? Let's go." Suddenly she sensed danger, and her sword was already drawn from its scabbard. She spun around and blocked the danger with a clang. A wooden arrow fell at her feet. Zhong Gyo-yon shouted, "A trap." From behind, another arrow flew towards her, but Jeok-I-jaeon blocked it with his bare hand just before it could hit her. Zhong Gyo-yon turned back and asked, "There was another one." "Thank you." Jeok-I-jaeon just stared at the arrow without answering, as if deep in thought. Zhong Gyo-yon said, "At this speed, even a wooden arrow is very dangerous." Jeok-I-jaeon looked up and said, This is a real arrow." The arrow in his hand had a metal tip. Someone has changed the traps. Someone's scream shattered the atmosphere of their investigation. After hearing the scream, Jeok-I-jaeon dashed towards the sound, saying, "Let's go." Then both of them used their lightness skill to leap high and forward. The scene shifts to 2 mysterious figures standing in front of a wrecked boat somewhere. The man with a topknot pointed and asked, "Did anyone report a boat arriving here?" The other replied, "No. What fool would come to the Dragon and Phoenix banquet?" Before he could finish, both were drawn to a dark object falling from the sky towards them. They both watched it. The man with the topknot said, "Something's falling." Both of them stared wide-eyed, speechless with astonishment. They stammered that's Judge Yoon." A mysterious and dangerous voice said, "There are still judges left." From behind, the dangerous-looking mysterious figure continued, "I sent people to take care of them a long time ago." The low, menacing voice continued, "Why do they keep appearing like this?" It was the blood-covered face of Yuma Chung, the #1 lewd demon. After getting a clear look, the expressions of the other two men became extremely ugly, frozen to the spot, unable to move. The long-haired man urged the one with the top knot, quickly report this to Judge Yom Chung. The top knot man turned and stammered, yes. As he walked, he warned, I'll be right back. Be careful, before he could finish a chain wrapped around his neck. And then red syrup splattered everywhere as his head was flung back in an instant. At that moment, the long-haired man turned, saw the scene, and stammered, What? The long-haired man yelled, You bastard! From behind him, the chain started to advance quickly. The long-haired man, still unaware, said, How dare you kill someone from the Northern Sky Hegemon clan? Before he could finish, another pillar of red syrup shot up high. Footsteps approached the spot full of red syrup, and his black shoes were also splattered with it. He walked and said, Well, then I must go meet the young ladies. His voice echoed, Let's go. The scene cuts back to Jok Ijian, who is moving at the speed of light towards the screams. Up ahead, a crowd of people appeared, gathered around something. No, from within the crowd, there were indescribable screams of pain. Jok Ijian's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. From behind, Jong Gyo-yeon had also arrived, letting out a gasp of surprise, just as great as his. Over here, Yang Jiahui was holding the body of her senior brother, crying tragically. Senior brother, no. Her calls of senior brother echoed unanswered. The onlookers all grimaced with indescribable expressions. Meanwhile, Jong Gyo-yeon was rushing over, calling Miss Ga, while Jok Ijeon was observing something. He was looking at the pool of red syrup and the weapon embedded in the tree trunk in front of him. The weapon was so sharp that it had sliced nearly halfway through the tree and was still firmly stuck there. The witnesses also started to get scared, saying, I didn't know this tournament would be like this. I don't want to be a dragon in Phoenix anymore. At that moment, that man shouted loudly, Judge, Judge! However, his calls were met with only silence, no response. Jok Ijeon carefully scanned his surroundings, examining everything. Jong Gyo-yeon turned and asked, Why? Why is no one coming? After a thought, she said again, Something's not right. We should go back. Jok Ijeon countered her idea. We can't. Then he continued to explain what he knew. This island has become a giant trap. If this is someone's scheme, they certainly anticipated us turning back. Perhaps the most dangerous trap is waiting there. Jok Ijeon continued, and if we get lost, we'll fall into a formation. At this, Jong Gyo-yeon started to panic. What then? Then what? Before she could finish, Jeok Ijeon offered the only solution. The only way is to keep moving forward. Everyone was buzzing, discussing the event that had just unfolded before them. They huddled together in a circle. Jong Gyo-yeon was intently examining the body when she suddenly shouted, There's a formation. She turned towards Jeok Ijeon, looking up at him with eyes full of questions. Is there a way to break it? Jeok Ijeon answered her question calmly. Whether it's a mechanism or a formation, there's always a way to break it, because they were created by humans. Jong Gyo-yeon was quite bewildered by his answer. What do you mean? Jeok Ijeon continued to explain. They always prepare for the possibility of getting trapped themselves because humans hate situations with no way out. With sparkling eyes, Jong Gyo-yeon looked up at him. So can you break this formation? Seol Byok-hwa looked at her with a puzzled expression. Then Seol Byok-hwa turned to look towards Jok Ijeon as he spoke to Jong Gyo-yeon. It's difficult. If it were just me, I could do it. Then Jong Gyo-yeon spoke up. Then you should go alone and get help. But Jeok Ijeon immediately exclaimed, I can't leave you behind. She felt helpless. This guy. Seol Byok-hwa stood outside their conversation with an emotionless face. That's quite a boast. Then she glanced over at Yang Su-sang. His appearance made her reevaluate, but still better than that other guy. He was covering his face in panic after seeing the body, looking flustered and confused, saying, What is this I have to tell Grandpa? The sky was gradually darkening, and the birds began to migrate back to their nests. Now everyone had started to leave the scene. Jong Gyo-yeon and Jok Ijeon left together. Groups of people walked together. Jong Gyo-yeon said as she walked, If we just follow this path, we'll be walking together again. Jeok Ijeon turned to look at her as she wondered, Does the merging path mean we're almost there? He looked at her blankly and replied, I guess so. Jok Jian found it strange when she said, "The lack of more traps is making me even more worried." Thanks to his keen sense of touch, even through the soles of his shoes, Jok Jian could feel something unusual. He scraped the ground with the tip of his shoe. There's something strange about the ground. Huh. Why is there a metallic sound? Suddenly, it was as if an earthquake erupted from underground. Pebbles and soil danced and flew up from the surface, stunning them both. Jang Gyo-yeon screamed, "Ah, the ground." She squeezed her eyes shut and yelled, "A trap." Juk Aijin indifferently watched her clumsy appearance, which looked quite funny. Jang Gyo-yeon observed the ground. Is this the trap for the third round?" Jok Aegeon's expression was mysteriously contemplative. "No, this trap is not ordinary." People were panicking as they fell into a swamp trap. Cries rang out, My body can't get out." "What is this swamp with his deep and profound knowledge?" Jeok Aegeon said, "This is the hell swamp, mixed with severing sand." Jang Gyo-yeon was astonished to hear about this trap and asked again, "Severing sand hell swamp?" He explained further it's also known as the sand that severs fate. What Jeok Aegeon revealed made her look clearly shocked. It seals your internal energy. The more you struggle, the deeper you get sucked in. He held out his hand, looking a little sad. Jok Aegeon told her, "My internal energy is also sealed." He added, "Furthermore, this swamp isn't the end of it." One person in the group trapped in the swamp pointed with a panicked expression. All eyes turned in that direction. Look over there." An enormous blade appeared. They screamed, "It's a trap!" It was a wooden pillar stuck in the ground with a blade pointing forward, both large, long, and terrifying. Jok Jian and Jang Gyo-yeon both looked towards the trap. She stared. What is that?" She screamed, "Hey, it just moved." People started to scatter to avoid the blade. "Ah, get out of the way. My body can't move." Some of them couldn't move to escape the swamp. A woman stared and stammered, A real blade." Another exclaimed, "Ah, the blade." Everyone was panicked and scared. "It's rising again. Luckily, no one was hurt." Jang Gyo-yeon was closely watching every move of this trap. Once again, she stared and exclaimed, It changed direction." The man screamed so loudly he lost all sense of direction. Ah, the blade seemed to be aimed at him. "This time it's heading for me." Jang In-geol looked towards him, not seeming very concerned about his current situation. That's your teammate. How unlucky." The man turned and grabbed Jang In-geol's pants, begging pitifully, Young hero, save me." His face was utterly panicked, unsure if the other would help him, as he continued to plead and beg desperately, "Pull me up. I can't get up by myself." Jang In-geol yelled angrily in his face, You madman! Let go! Do you want us both to die? Let go! The more you move, the deeper you'll be sucked in." Jang In-hwa suddenly pointed at the blade and shouted, "Ah, the blade is about to strike the ground." Jang In-geol looked up horrified. Then boom, the ground shook as dirt flew everywhere. Fresh blood splattered all over Jang In-geol's clothes, his face a mask of shock. The man had been dealt with by the blade, but his hands still clung to Jang In-geol's pants, not letting go. The two Jang brothers were stunned by the gory scene. In Jang In-geol's hand was a blood-stained blade. He looked at the sword and hesitated. Did I kill him? No, that's not it. He was going to die anyway. I almost died with him. Jang In-geol was terrified when he saw the figure of Lim Ha-gi. He looked like his soul had left his body when he heard him speak. Lim, young hero Lim this. He glanced at him and said, that was the right choice. Jang In-geol forced a smile. Yes, that's right. My choice was correct. Jang Gyo-yeon walked with Jok Aegeon and said, You are so ruthless. She continued, but I'm not sure I could have done anything different. Am I a bad person too? In response to her gloomy sadness, Jok Aegeon said, As long as you have that guilty thought, you're already a good person. She was surprised, her eyes wide. Good. I'm already good, he said nonchalantly, because this is an era where there's no such thing as guilt, an era where such thoughts are considered foolish. Someone screamed loudly, It changed direction again. No. Looking at the blade was disheartening. The swamp seals internal energy and there are traps too. It's hopeless. Jang Gyo-yeon thought to herself. But why? Do I have a feeling that if he's by my side, everything will be all right? I have to find a way. She observed the ground. There was a patch of light. She wondered, what is this? Jang Gyo-yeon thought, right, that's it. He must be going to get help. Otherwise he wouldn't have suddenly disappeared. A light appeared above her head, making her extremely curious. It was the light above the blade. Jang Gyo-yeon felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, the blade changed direction towards her position. Her shoes were soaked in mud. She fell backwards into the swamp, her face filled with panic. She was like swimming in mud. What is this? Jang Gyo-yeon was extremely curious about her current location. And then she suddenly fell into a beautiful green stream of water with countless clusters of bubbles. Her entire body had fallen into the water. Jang Gyo-yeon held her hand out in front of her and thought, it's water. I can feel my internal energy, although it's very weak. She looked at the cool water in confusion. Suddenly someone appeared in the water with her. Her expression at this moment was hard to describe. He took Jang Gyo-yeon's hand, a person who made her curious. He just silently gave a gentle smile, looking at her with a reassuring yet meaningful gaze. That look made Jang Gyo-yeon wonder, this is... Suddenly a surge of power hit her so fast she couldn't react, only stare wide-eyed in astonishment. That surge of power was unleashed by Jeok Ae-geon. He swung his arm, pushing Jang Gyo-yeon straight up, giving her no time to prepare. Jang Gyo-yeon looked at the person before her. He was using all his strength to push her out of this place, yet his face still held a calm smile despite the circumstances. Jang Gyo-yeon saw herself getting farther and farther away from Jeok Ae-geon. Thanks to his power, she was slowly rising while he sank further and further into the dark ocean below. In the blink of an eye, Jeok Ae-geon had disappeared from her sight. Above the ground, a pillar of light shot up from the earth into the sky, making everyone around look up in amazement. Thanks to Jeok Ae-geon's power, Jang Gyo-yeon was transported back to the surface. She was now floating in midair due to the inertia from the powerful push earlier. She couldn't hide her astonishment at her current position. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the space, sever the mechanism. The voice gave Jang Gyo-yeon quite a shock. She was stunned. This voice, it's Ae-geon's secret message. Lost in her thoughts, she completely forgot she was still in midair. Luckily, Jang Gyo-yeon immediately plunged her sword into the central platform. The sword dug deep into the wood, saving Jang Gyo-yeon from a free fall from the sky. Jang Gyo-yeon gritted her teeth and assessed her current situation. The stench of blood wafted everywhere, making her grimace in discomfort. Ugh, the smell of blood. Jang Gyo-yeon was gradually feeling helpless in her situation. This is beyond my ability. I need to use sword energy to cut something this big, but I've never... Suddenly sounds from the ground interrupted her thoughts. I can't hit his pressure points. Use a cloth to bandage the wound. Jang Gyo-yeon had no intention of prying into others' private affairs, but it seemed she recognized that tone of voice. Instantly, Jang Gyo-yeon recognized the person with the severe leg injury. Miss Ga Young-hui over there looked to be in extreme pain. The skirt around her legs was also stained with blood, looking very pitiful. Then she turned to another direction. Her eyes fell on a man with a rather severe arm injury, but all his attention was on his beloved, who was in danger, crying out in heartbreaking agony. Please stop. Let me go, please. Besides that, there were countless other sorrowful cries for help. Father, mother, save me. Jang Gyo-yeon felt her body growing heavy. My body is being pulled down deep. She gritted her teeth, thinking of a solution. I have to cut it. Jang Gyo-yeon was now standing on the center of the giant mechanism, her mind racing, recalling everything she could apply to this situation. I already told you the difference between a master and a novice. Calm down and believe you can do it. The sorrowful sounds from below continued to besiege her mind. Junior sister, wake up, my hand. Those sounds only strengthened Jang Gyo-yeon's resolve. Her determined gaze looked down. I have to cut it before it changes direction, or more people will get hurt. I can definitely do it. Jang Gyo-yeon focused with all her might, trying to block out the distracting sounds. I can't breathe. This time it's this direction. Help, help. She closed her eyes, focusing all her senses on the sword in her hand. Focus on the sword. Her hand holding the sword gradually tightened. In this moment, early memories slowly flooded her mind from the very first day she held a sword. I've never missed a single day of practice. The young Jang Gyo-yeon, even in heavy snow, never stopped practicing on her own with a training dummy. These memories seemed to bolster her confidence. Focus, Everything on this moment. Then without hesitation she swung her sword. She could feel her sword hand heating up. The hand wearing the god-sealing glove was burning hot. The sword was continuously absorbing energy. I can feel the internal energy gathering. Right at this moment, this very instant, Jang Gyo-yeon no longer hesitated or waited, and immediately swung her sword. Her eyes shone brightly following the path of her swinging sword. The surge of power unleashed from the sword shot powerfully forward. It hurtled towards its target with single-minded focus. In the blink of an eye, the mechanism was severed by Jang Gyo-yeon's sword. Jang Gyo-yeon herself couldn't help but be stunned by this result. She had actually succeeded in cutting the mechanism. I cut it. The severed part of the mechanism fell straight down. This scene attracted the attention of the people below. The mechanism. Everyone was dazed, not understanding what had just happened. It wasn't until the mechanism splashed into the swamp that they came to their senses. Everyone cheered joyfully. The mechanism has been cut. We're saved. Only then did Jang Gyo-yeon dare to breathe a sigh of relief. I thought I was a goner. Can we go back now? Everything seemed to have settled down. The people who were just submerged in the swamp had also safely made it to shore. They left in droves. Jok Ige-on had also surfaced and was now walking with Jang Gyo-yeon. As the two were quietly leaving, a young man ran up to Jang Gyo-yeon to express his gratitude. Thank you so much, miss. Not only did you cut the mechanism, the young man sincerely expressed his gratitude for Jang Gyo-yeon's actions in saving everyone. But you also jumped to the other side of the swamp and used a rope to pull all of us up. If not for you, we would have drowned. Hearing the man say this, Jang Gyo-yeon just mumbled and glanced towards Jok Ige-on. She couldn't help but wonder many people have thanked you. But, as if understanding her confusion, Jok Ige-on raised his hand, signaling her to say nothing. Seeing this, Jang Gyo-yeon didn't press the matter and turned to reply to the young man, it's all right. I'm just glad everyone is safe. Afterward, she turned to ask Jeok Ige-on, why didn't you let them speak? If it weren't for you, we would have died. This whole thing was horrible. Hearing this, Jeok Ige-on smiled and turned to answer, because I don't want to attract attention yet. Jang Gyo-yeon became even more confused after hearing his answer. Not yet. But she didn't dare ask further and just wondered to herself, what are you planning? The two continued forward, but Jang Gyo-yeon stopped short. Why did this happen? She lowered her eyes and asked again, is someone targeting the Dragon and Phoenix contestants? Just a coincidence? Hearing this, Jeok Ige-on turned to look at her. I already told you. He then patiently explained to Jang Gyo-yeon again, there are no coincidences in the martial world. He told her everything he knew. Although I don't know the reason this is not something a single individual can do. There must be a secret organization behind this. Hearing this, Jang Gyo-yeon was a bit stunned. An organization? Jeok Ige-on seemed to be in deep thought. Daring to go against the Northern Sky Hegemon clan is no small feat. At this moment, in a luxurious room, a beautiful woman was lounging on a divan with an expression of enjoyment. Beside her sat an old master, sitting solemnly at the guest table. The woman sat there leisurely and spoke a sentence out of context. By now, everything must have started. Yeonsa sat there with a serious face listening to her. Seeing that he didn't reply, the woman shot a quick glance at him. The woman spoke again, asking, do you still think hiring Yum Ma-chung was a mistake? At this, Yeonsa finally spoke. Actually, I don't care about that. What I'm worried about. He paused for a moment, then looked up directly at the woman. Is your intention in hiring him? Hearing this, the woman's eyes turned somewhat cold. Then she slowly closed her eyes to compose herself. Her demeanor immediately returned to how it was before, a nonchalant look as if nothing concerned her. I don't understand what you are talking about. Back to Jok Ige-on's side, he and Jang Gyo-yeon were walking side by side following the crowd. Suddenly, someone in front of them shouted, ah. He excitedly pointed at the wooden gate ahead. Look, he yelled in joy, the exit. With that, he and the others all ran towards the gate. Oh, we can get out, we're saved. Jang Gyo-yeon was still a bit skeptical. Is it all over? Jok Ige-on also stared at the gate with suspicious eyes. This is... However, as soon as those people ran through the gate, they immediately froze. Someone had noticed the unusual presence in that area. This presence doesn't belong to a judge. And at that moment, their eyes fell upon a person brutally hanged by a chain. The crowd was stunned silent at the sight. One person seemed to recognize the identity of the hanged man and stammered, "Yom, Grandmaster Yom." Then, an incredibly horrifying scene of death slowly unfolded before them. A group of armed men stood there. The ground was littered with the bodies of people who had been viciously and brutally murdered. Standing in the middle of them was a man in a red robe who appeared to be the leader of the group of killers. The witnesses to this scene couldn't contain their fear. They fearfully backed away. No, it can't be. The man who had just backed away quickly mumbled in fear, "A master like Grandmaster Yom." Just then, he bumped into Jeok Igyeon's chest from behind. Jeok Igyeon reached out to steady the man and then spoke, "This isn't the end." The two sides stood silently just looking at each other. At this moment, Jeok Igyeon spoke again, his voice becoming much more serious. "It's only just the beginning." As soon as he finished speaking, Unmatched, the #1 lewd demon, leaned in his eyes bloodthirsty as if wanting to slaughter every living being on earth. He even had a savage smile on his lips. His face was still stained with the blood of the innocent people he had murdered. At this point, the two sides were facing each other directly. Unmatched didn't hesitate to speak first. "I'm sure there are still some who don't know me." He nonchalantly introduced himself. "People call me Unmatched, the lewd demon bug." The crowd on the other side immediately started buzzing. Everyone was terrified by this name. Ma Chung. Jeok Igyeon and Jonggyo Yeon also couldn't help but have their own thoughts. The reaction of the crowd amused Unmatched and his subordinates, who laughed mockingly. "I'm not joking with you." Jonggyo Yeon cautiously turned to ask Jeok Igyeon Unmatched, "Isn't he?" Jeok Igyeon immediately finished her sentence. "The infamous lecher who rapes women and practices evil arts by absorbing their yin energy." Jonggyo Yeon was horrified. "Abs absorb yin energy." "He sucks the life force out of women," Jeok Igyeon replied. "That's right. It's said that if he drains their life force, the victims will lose all their vitality and their lives will be worse than death." After saying that, he even turned to joke with Jonggyo Yeon beside him. Luckily, I'm not a woman, which made her face darken completely. Jonggyo Yeon couldn't help but retort, "You can still joke at a time like this," but Jeok Igyeon's attention was now on a woman whose gaze towards him was rather inappropriate. The woman's eyes gleamed as if she was about to pounce on a tasty prey. "You look delicious." This scene left Jonggyo Yeon feeling helpless. At this moment, Unmatched on the other side spoke again. "The one who hired us said, to give you a taste of hell." Hearing this, Jonggyo Yeon softly turned to ask Jeok Igyeon, "The one who hired you. Isn't it the organization you mentioned?" Jeok Igyeon also voiced his deduction. "Instead of killing, they use such a despicable method. It seems—" He paused for a moment and then continued his speculation. "He's acting out of hatred rather than ambition." That Unmatched guy started targeting the women again with lewd comments. "So many beauties, but I can't enjoy them all in one day. What a pity. Who should I choose?" Lim Hagi was deep in thought when he heard someone call young hero Lim. The red-haired young man who had just called him immediately approached and proposed a partnership. "This lecher. Let's join forces and eliminate him." Lim Hagi glanced at the young man and retorted, "If I and young hero Jang join forces, can we kill Yomchung?" Unmatched seemed to have heard their discussion. He spoke with a disdainful tone. Forget Yomchung. You couldn't even defeat a single judge, and yet you have such a thought in your heads." A young man hearing Unmatched's words couldn't contain his anger and humiliation and charged forward. "You bastard." Lim Hagi witnessed his impulsive action and only had time to offer a piece of advice, but it was too late. A direct attack isn't justice, it's stupidity. The young man, full of hot-blooded courage, charged forward to reclaim his honor even if it meant death. "Who do you think you're doing that to, leaving Lim Hagi to just watch him rush to his doom?" The young man drew his sword and rushed swiftly towards Unmatched, but the latter showed no sign of dodging. Suddenly he smirked sinisterly. In the blink of an eye, his hand had firmly grasped the elbow that was pointing a sword at his face. His movements were so fast, they were almost impossible to follow with the naked eye. With just a little force, he was able to break the young man's arm. The young man was stunned by the series of lightning-fast actions. Immediately after, a sharp pain shot up from his arm and he screamed in agony. The onlookers were equally stunned. It was only when the young man's cry of pain rang out that they came to their senses. My arm. My arm. Without stopping, Yuma Chung suddenly grabbed the young man's neck with one hand, instantly silencing him. He squeezed his neck tightly and easily lifted the young man up, taunting such a big mouth. He directed a mocking gaze at the young man, who no longer had the strength to struggle. Is that all? You have a mouth? Then suddenly his eyes darkened. He commanded in a gruff voice, "Close your eyes." The young man was being choked breathless, but his mind was still filled with terrifying thoughts. The pressure is terrifying, but... The young man used his last bit of breath to roar, "You bastard!" In his mind now were only the teachings of his family. Grandpa said, "You must fight with spirit." He yelled right in Yuma Chung's face, "You dare touch me! You will—" Before he could finish, he was slapped hard across the face. The young man seemed to have been slapped into unconsciousness. Jang In-geol and Lim Ha-gi stared in astonishment at the beaten man. The others could no longer hide their fear. Yuma Chung delivered another slap, giving the young man no chance to react. The young man was beaten black and blue, his mouth continuously spitting blood. Jong Gyo-yeon, witnessing this from the side, anxiously grabbed Jok I-geon's hand. No, it can't be. If everyone attacks together. Jok I-geon understood her worry. He took her sword hand as if to reassure her. Jok I-geon spoke up to reassure Jong Gyo-yeon. "Wait, I won't let him kill you." But Jok I-geon seemed to have no intention of rushing to help. He nonchalantly said to Jong Gyo-yeon, "This experience will be very helpful for you." On the other side, the young man was beaten to a pulp, blood pooling on the ground beneath him. His face was completely bruised, and the streaks of blood on it made him look extremely pathetic. Yuma Chung coldly looked at the person before him. The young man struggled to lift his eyelids to see the one who had reduced him to this state. Seeing him struggle, Yuma Chung spoke, "I should have done this from the beginning." With that, he flung the young man to the ground. He smugly used him as an example for the others. "It would have been better if you had cooperated obediently from the start." As he was speaking, a figure glided past him, instantly silencing him. He spun around towards the person and called out loudly, "No, no, miss!" The girl walked straight to where the young man had fallen to help him up, ignoring Yuma Chung's calls. Seeing a beautiful woman, Yuma Chung immediately became excited. He loudly asked the girl, "What is your name?" The girl didn't seem scared at all and coldly replied, "Seol Byeokhwa." Hearing this name, Yuma Chung showed great interest. "Seol Byeokhwa, the #1 beauty of the central capital. Your reputation is well-deserved indeed. Coming from the prestigious Greenwater Mountain Manor, your internal energy must be very pure." But he didn't seem completely satisfied. He sighed, "But you alone are a bit too few." Then he turned to scan the crowd. And then Jong Gyo-yeon accidentally caught his eye. "Oh, this young lady is also very pleasing to my eyes." He spoke rapidly, giving her no time to process what was happening. "What's your name, but it doesn't matter anymore." With that, he turned and ordered his subordinate, "Take these two to the back. The rest of you keep a careful watch." Hearing this, the subordinate couldn't help but question. Keep watch. We need to get them off the island before we're discovered." But Yuma Chung had no patience to listen to him. He immediately grabbed the subordinate's collar and yelled, "Shut up," he said in a cold voice. "I've been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Anyone who says anything, I'll kill them." His sharp gaze terrified the subordinate. But suddenly a voice rang out, breaking the terrifying atmosphere. "Wait." A subordinate, seeing him fearlessly interrupt Yuma Chung, was about to charge forward aggressively. That guy dares..." Yuma Chung found it strange and asked, "What is it?" Jok I-geon calmly opened his mouth. "She and I..." He immediately made up a rather absurd reason. "Are a dragon and phoenix pair. We live and die together." This statement silenced everyone. Yuma Chung still asked patiently, "So what do you want?" Jok I-geon stated his intention without hesitation. "If you want to take them, take me too." Hearing this, Yuma Chung looked at him like he was a madman. "Is this guy insane? Fine, take him too. I'll show you all a good show." A while later, the four of them were taken to a cave with that Yuma Chung. He happily turned his head back to look. "I've never seen so many beautiful women." He excitedly glanced at the two beautiful girls. Not just one, but two. I'm really lucky today. Jeok Aigin seemed to be able to casually joke with him. And you even met a pair of lovebirds. He replied nonchalantly, I've encountered this situation before. I enjoy the woman in front of the man. She cries tragically. With that, he leaned his face close to Jang Gyoyeon. How interesting. I'm really looking forward to today. Before he could finish, the flame was blown out. The cave was pitch black and shaking slightly, causing the two, including Seo Byeokhwa, to fall over. Ma Chung, being ambushed, immediately raised his guard. What? Who controlled the blood bees? He searched all around his hand, tightening on the chain, ready for a fight. Earth wind. Where did it come from? He glanced around and seeing Jong Gyoyeon's confused state, he immediately dismissed her. It's not her. Then his gaze fell on the still calm Jeok Aigin, and he grew suspicious. Then it's him. Just then, as if sensing Ma Chung's gaze, Jeok Aigin gently glanced at him. Their eyes met instantly. He didn't look startled at all, but gave a provocative smirk. Ma Chung, now certain he was the culprit, immediately launched an attack towards Jeok Aigin. It's you. Jeok Aigin still maintained that provocative smile. He leaped up easily, dodging an attack from Ma Chung. Seeing this, he was a bit stunned. He dodged my attack. Jeok Aigin landed lightly on the chain. Then without delay, he charged straight at him to counterattack. He launched a palm strike straight at his chest. But there was something he didn't expect. Ma Chung suddenly broke into a savage smile. Heh. He had managed to block with his chain in front of his chest. Then, with a face full of interest, he looked at the person before him. It seems you're no ordinary junior. Jeok Aigin took his words as a compliment and replied, That's obvious. Pausing their exchange for a moment, Ma Chung immediately counterattacked. He swung his chain forcefully. This is it. The chain slammed into the cave wall, causing rocks to crack and break. Large and small rocks rained down from the tremor. On her side, Jong Gyoyeon was struggling to pull Seo Byeokhwa and the other to safety, worrying the cave. The cave is about to collapse. Is Aigin okay? The frequency of falling rocks increased. Ma Chung stood still, looking at the dusty, dim cave. He looked around cautiously. Where did that guy hide? At the same time, Jeok Aigin was right behind him, preparing a sneak attack. But his keen senses helped him detect Jeok Aigin's intention. He easily dodged the move, only getting a small scratch. But that scratch made his face darken. The scar on my face. He then roared in anger, scaring the women, and then forcefully threw the chain that was wrapped around Jeok Aigin's hand. And he still easily dodged this attack. He gained momentum and kicked Ma Chung straight in the face, sending him flying. He coughed in pain, his mouth full of blood, his eyes dazed. Ma Chung staggered to regain his balance. Immediately after, he charged again to attack Jeok Aigin. You bastard. Jeok Aigin used a hand chop to block his strike. Then he continued to use his bare hands to knock the chain away. The two fought head-on, both giving their all, causing the cave to shake continuously with every move. Jong Gyoyeon, witnessing from the side, couldn't help but exclaim, What a terrifying battle. She watched Aigin continuously gain the upper hand against Ma Chung in astonishment. I knew Aigin was skilled, but I never expected it to be to this extent. Ma Chung was struggling against Aigin's attacks. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, I can't believe there's someone like this here. He seemed to have underestimated Jeok Aigin at first, which is why he was so stunned now. I couldn't have predicted this outcome. At his age, he's too strong. While he was thinking, Jeok Aigin continued to attack with a palm strike. Ma Chung seemed interested in this move. He didn't hesitate to charge forward. I'll take this move of yours. The two surges of power collided head-on. The blast of power seemed to want to blow everything away. Ma Chung suddenly smirked. You fool. He still seemed confident in his own strength. No matter how strong you are, you're just a kid, not even 20 years old. You think you can stand against my internal energy, I who have absorbed countless yin energies. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. Jeok Aigin stood firm against his immense internal energy. This was completely unexpected for him. This guy. Why isn't he wavering at all? Unwilling to lose here, he immediately focused all his internal energy to shake Jeok Aigin. More and more rocks continued to fall from around the cave. Jong Gyoyeon was worried. Is the cave shaking because of their palm strike clash? Neither of them backed down. The surrounding cave seemed about to crack open and collapse completely. However, the power they unleashed only grew stronger. A large hole had also been punched through the cave ceiling. The battle between our protagonist and Unmatched, the #1 lewd demon, became more intense than ever. In the deep, dark forest, the pitch-black night created a mysterious and captivating atmosphere. Elsewhere, Jang was frantically searching for any trace of Jok Igeon in the dark forest night. Right now, the two were quite evenly matched, neither willing to yield. The internal energy of both was immense, their faces extremely tense. The expressions on both their faces showed extreme determination to fight. Jok Igeon looked at Unmatched with eyes as sharp as a blade, full of anger. For something so trivial, you dare to harm so many people. Unmatched's eyes seemed to reflect something in front of him that made his heart skip a beat. It turned out Jok Igeon had unleashed a brilliant sword gleam technique that completely dazed and blinded him. The sudden attack left him unprepared and unable to defend. Now he was covered in injuries with blood splattering everywhere. Unmatched, in this moment of helplessness, his eyes dazed and blood dripping from his mouth, had to admit strong, "He's stronger than me." Unmatched immediately changed direction. He looked towards Jang in the distance, plotting. If that's the case, then... He threw his chain towards her. The only way is to take a hostage. Jang was completely surprised by the impending ambush. She was now in his sights. Jok Igeon raised his sword, preparing to strike him down to thwart his plan. Jok Igeon anxiously called her name, their eyes meeting. Gyo-yeon. He spoke to her and then directly attacked Unmatched with his sword. Close your eyes. He was like a lost soul after being attacked, utterly panicked. What was that? I barely dodged it. He stared in astonishment at the incredibly cool image of Jok Igeon. Jang looked at him with questioning eyes. Unmatched, the #1 lewd demon, tried to escape, while Jok Igeon had his guard down. Jok. Igeon smirked and drew his sword. Where do you think you're going? He stomped on the ground to gain momentum, then prepared to attack him. Once again, it was a bloody, gory image of him. Finally, he had to scream in rage. Haha, give me. But it seemed Jok Igeon wasn't finished yet. He unleashed a technique that caused a landslide. So much so that his blood splattered onto Jok Igeon's cold face. Jang watched, also terrifyingly astonished. She said nothing and just observed. The eyes of Unmatched became strangely dazed and foolish. He panted and asked, Who on earth are you? Jok Igeon's appearance now was incredibly cool and cold. He still hadn't uttered a word. The red liquid flowing on the ground made them panic. How did this happen? One of them spoke up. I heard a strange noise in the cave, so I came to check. They were terrified. Don't tell me you caused all of this. Hearing this, everyone became vigilant, raising the swords in their hands. One of them charged aggressively, shouting, "Kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, a spray of red blood erupted. The remaining men were utterly horrified. Following that, Igeon did a flip in the air, smoothly taking down each one of them in turn. Heads were severed from bodies. They suffered fatal sword strikes, leaving only screams of despair. A splash of red landed on Gyo-yeon's face. Witnessing the scene before her, she could only remain silent. Under the bright moonlight shining on him, she didn't know what to say. The scene was incredibly grim. She recalled the moment he gave her a warm smile. Is this the Igeon I know? Gyo-yeon called out, Igeon. He turned his head. What she saw horrified her. His face was filled with killing intent. On that face were countless droplets of blood. He smiled as he replied, I told you to close your eyes. Igeon approached her and said calmly, I still haven't completely mastered it. The entire sword emitted a powerful spiritual energy. This is my mother's weapon. She wondered to herself, is that sword so terrifying? He resolutely promised himself, the sword is my father's weapon, but I will use my mother's weapon to unify the world. I will not draw the sword. Hearing this, Gyo-yeon didn't know what to advise. She wondered to herself, why carry his father's weapon, but not use it? He asked her with concern, Are you okay? He still gave her a gentle smile. The two looked into each other's eyes. Under the shimmering light of the moon shining down into the cave, she suddenly realized, no matter what you become, you are still you. The people sincerely thanked him. Thank you so much. If it weren't for the young hero, we would have been dead. We will never forget this kindness. Susang dazed and stammered, no, that was... He also didn't know what had happened. What just happened. He recalled earlier. When he woke up in the cave, his sword was covered in red blood. In front of him were dead bodies. What is this? Ma Chung and his subordinates are all dead. He recalled Ijion's story. I think I just dozed off, but when I woke up, Gyo-yeon understood and chimed in. And I had a sword wound on my hand. He silently affirmed, what they're saying. It's all too much of a coincidence. Susang's eyes were resolute. This matter? He looked up at the starry sky and told himself Grandpa must have transferred some kind of martial art into me. He acted strangely in front of everyone looking up at the sky. Thank you, Grandpa. In the distance, Byeokwa had also just woken up. Nearby, Susang, although he had no idea if he had actually done anything, confidently took the credit. Ha 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 ha. It's a good thing everyone is safe. The crowd cheered young hero Yang. You truly are a hidden master. He smugly thought I deliberately pretended to be weak to deceive Ma Chung. Byeokwa suddenly saw Gyo-yeon and Ijeon sitting by the lake watching the moon. Gyo-yeon looked at him and complained, young hero Yang, I can't believe he took the credit. Ijeon was calm. It's to be expected. Fame and reputation are everything to them. She wondered, are those things that important? He spoke up. Look. In the distance, a small boat was approaching. The boat is here to pick us up. He looked into the distance and thought to himself, this event will change the martial world. The scene shifts to Yang in Mayong's residence. Mak Ho reported, but the young master defeated Ma Chung and saved the Dragon and Phoenix contestants. He said excitedly, he has achieved a great deed. The old man was not quick to celebrate. He seemed to know something. It wasn't Susang's doing. The other was surprised. The old man affirmed he's still not strong enough to face Ma Chung. The other was skeptical. Then who was it? He asked him. That young man also participated in the Dragon and Phoenix banquet, didn't he? The other realized, you mean Jeok Igi-yeon, the one we met at the brothel. The memory of him surfaced. Yes, Jeok Igi-yeon. He defeated Ma Chung. How ridiculous, but I have a feeling he's involved in this. Mak Ho asked him, should we investigate secretly? He replied, no need to provoke him. Just pretend we don't know and continue to monitor. He obeyed. Yes. In any case, this is an opportunity to take down the hegemon clan. The old man wondered. Are you planning to let this go? The other didn't understand. The old man replied. Of course not. We can corner them with this incident, but this alone isn't enough to bury them. He frowned. The mastermind behind this is truly audacious. If something happened at the Dragon and Phoenix banquet, he warned, then something could also happen at the Great Heavenly Dragon tournament. In Mayong's expression was sinister. Even if I don't know who it is, I will dance to his tune. The scene shifts to a place with overlapping mountains and a picturesque landscape. In front of the gates of the New Wind Manor, Gyo-yeon wondered. Early this morning, you said you had to go somewhere. She saw the decorated place. New Wind Manor. Where is this? Ijeon happily introduced my home. She was surprised. Really? She marveled to herself. I thought I wouldn't be surprised by anything you do anymore. He gallantly opened the door and invited her in. She silently acknowledged, but you exceed my imagination. He enthusiastically introduced, I named this place hoping to create a new wind in the martial world. She was amazed by the scenery ahead. His home's grounds made her exclaim, it's wonderful. He asked, how is it? Do you like it? Gyo-yeon was full of praise. It's so beautiful, but why did you build such a large house? He confided, I'm going to establish a sect. She was surprised. What a sect? He flashed a radiant smile. The sect's name is the Blue Sky Sect Keonchunmun. She silently praised Blue Sky. What a nice name. Sunlight shone on the bamboo leaves. She toured the house and asked, the garden in the back is also beautiful. When did you start building this? He replied, I started preparing a few months ago. Suddenly she stopped. Gyo-yeon was skeptical. Is this a formation? He explained, a simple formation to block out sound. She wondered, block out sound, why? Ijin slowly opened the large door. It's because, she watched bewildered. Before them was a construction site, bustling and crowded. The Blue Sky sect was truly being built here. He seemed pleased with what was happening. A project of incredibly grand scale was nearing completion. She was extremely surprised. How is this possible? I never expected such a vast space behind a normal manor. Ijeon enthusiastically described his beloved project. In other words, the New Wind Manor is the entrance to the Blue Sky sect. He explained, we utilized the gourd-like terrain to create a place like this. This way, we can comfortably handle all matters of the Blue Sky sect under the guise of the New Wind Manor. Everyone on the construction site was working very hard. He talked about his plan. We blindfolded the construction workers when we brought them here. This way they themselves will be safe later on. Ijeon talked endlessly about his future construction plans. I will build a hall and dormitories for thousands of people to use. She seemed to not believe her ears. Impossible. How many sects in the martial world can accommodate that many people? A strange voice sounded, what is he planning to do? Ijeon shared his thoughts. For a long time, the four great powers have dominated the martial world. He seemed a little sad, but now perhaps we need to change that. She was surprised. What he continued, and an amused smile appeared on his handsome face. Take their position as the rulers of the martial world. The scene shifts to the Northern Sky Hegemon clan's branch in Wuhan. A loud bang is heard. Ga Un-sang roared. We entrusted our children to you because we trusted the Northern Sky Hegemon clan. His voice was full of frustration. And now you say you're sorry that it happened? If you lost your own children, would you say the same thing? The people around whispered among themselves, should we stop him? He's completely lost his composure. Everyone seemed to understand why he was so upset. His top disciple had died, and his daughter's leg had been chopped off. Lim Cheon-se spoke up, as a father, I understand the feelings of the family heads here. He seriously affirmed we will commit to a thorough investigation of this matter. The scene flashes back to an earlier time, just as predicted the major sects, and the clans that lost their children in the recent competition. Elder Pa warns they won't just let this slide. He replies, I didn't expect our hidden enemy to prepare so many things to cause us trouble. He speculates it seems there's a traitor within the clan. Cheon-se is still relaxing with his muses and melodious music. So what should we do now? The old man proposes a plan. Now we need to turn those who successfully stopped the enemies in the recent competition into chivalrous heroes of the Murim. A bloody scene appears. He explains his plan. The children who died in the competition will be portrayed as too weak and will face public criticism. Excellent, their deaths will then become a stain on their own clans. He nods in approval. That's a good idea, but of course many will not accept it, so there will still be many consequences. Everyone around looks at his reaction after hearing that statement. He seriously accepts the blame. I fully accept responsibility for this negligence. As the clan head, it's my duty. He continues explaining to ease the tension. Although the recent situation was dire, most of the participants in the Dragon Phoenix Grand Assembly returned alive. Of course, many rookies used their own strength to defeat countless enemies. Seeing this, Gan retorts, but if your grandson had died here, would you say it so simply? The person next to him is startled. Hey, Cheon-se's face darkens as he questions, why do you keep mentioning my grandson? What do you mean by that? He speaks a sentence filled with anger. Should I have slit Hagi's throat or done something similar? Hearing that the man is at a loss for words, this In-mayong speaks up, clan head Ga. He reminds him, no one wanted that tragedy, but it has already happened. You shouldn't be angry, it won't achieve anything. His eyes well up with sad tears mixed with a hint of resentment as he silently blames them. If this competition were hosted by the Heilwangmun Blood King sect and Hagi's leg had been cut off, then the Heilwangmun would have already been erased from the Murim. He screams in extreme pain. Then he covers his face and cries. Seemingly understanding his feelings, he appears to have been very angry, but it seems he is surrounded by the bodies of those who died unjustly, silently trapping him in his sorrow. The truth is, to climb to the position of clan head, he has trampled over countless innocent people and his own enemies. In the end, in this Murim, he is like a tiger hungry for the position of clan head, tearing apart the weak and eliminating them to easily achieve his goals. It's simply the strong devouring the weak. His face is cold and unwavering. That is an unchangeable law. He calculates silently. It seems today is the last day we will see the sect master of Heilwangman. As for Ijeon and Gyo Ryan, the two are strolling through the forest together. He brings her up to speed on the situation. On this mountain, there's a group of bandits called the Pungsan Chai Wind Mountain Stronghold. Recently, they've been frequently robbing merchant caravans under the pretext of robbing the rich to give to the poor. He seems interested. Now, I'm going to annihilate them. Hearing that she recalls the moment he didn't hesitate to deal with that group of people, annihilate, just like that time. She runs after him, speaking her mind. Wait, but there might be good people there. They only became mountain bandits because they were too hungry. He refutes. Since when can robbers be good? A kind assassin, a kind enemy. Do you think that makes sense? Ijeon asserts a good person will always do good things, that's all. Before them is the gate of the Pungsan Chai stronghold. He boldly declares, anyway, we just need to kill them all to finish the job. She's speechless. Kill them all. What are you talking about? The two gate guards see their figures from afar and prepare to fight. Did they get lost and end up here? Another one looks lustful. Hey, that girl looks pretty. They declare grandly, we can't let that girl get away. As soon as he finishes speaking, one of them brandishes a sword and charges from behind while Ijeon is still talking. You know they've already killed many people. Gyo Ryan immediately shouts a warning, behind you. But perhaps her words should have been for the other guy. Ijeon grabs the blade with his bare hand. Then he uses his strength to slam the hilt of the sword back into the man's face, causing blood to splatter everywhere. He screams in pain, his teeth and lips a bloody mess. He thinks to himself, if I don't kill all these bandits, how can this place ever be at peace? The other guard was about to run over but freezes upon witnessing the scene. Ijeon turns to face him. He flashes a sinister smile that terrifies the man to his core. As he finishes speaking, he suddenly appears behind the man. You think if we just beat them up and drive them away, they'll become good people. The man has no time to react. Entering the stronghold, screams of pain echo continuously. Gyoryan fights against those who try to stop her. He reminds her, you can feel their killing intent, can't you? As he flies, fights and talks to Gyo Ryan. If you hesitate to act, the one who dies will be you. A large man launches a sneak attack from behind Gyo Ryan. She detects it just in time, twisting on her ankle. She turns around and lands a powerful blow to his neck. She suddenly realizes something as the man spits up fresh blood after that devastating blow. This feeling is completely different from before. She boasts to Ijeon, my martial arts seem to have improved a lot. He attacks continuously, looking very satisfied. How do you feel now? He explains that feeling of comfort in battle tells you that you've become much stronger, but Ijeon thoughtfully reminds her the Murim is not this simple. Her sharp eyes spot a strange object flying towards her. She yells, hidden weapon. Then she uses her sword to slice the object in half. A thick cloud of dust spreads in the air, falling right before her eyes. That dust might be a diversion. Her eyes are hit by the dust, and she quickly covers them with her hand. What is that? A voice rings out. Just the two of you dare to come here and cause trouble. It turns out to be the leader of Pungsan Chai. He laughs contemptuously. With such mediocre martial arts, it's no wonder you'll lose your lives here. She panics. Is it poison? He retorts. It's not poison. He gives a sinister smile. It's an aphrodisiac. She is stunned by his words. Now your body will heat up, and you'll seek out a man to satisfy your animalistic urges. If you don't couple with a man, you'll bleed from your 7 orifices and die. Those who dare cause trouble here can't expect to leave in one piece. Terrified, she asks Ijeon, no way did he say it's an aphrodisiac. He reassures her, don't worry. He smiles cheerfully and replies, I'm a man too, you know. He confidently points to himself while her face darkens. She quickly draws her sword, charges forward, and yells, hand over the antidote. A moment later, he sits obediently on the ground before them and confesses, this pouch of poison is what you were hit with. He explains among these 3 vials, only one is the antidote. The other 2 will make the poison even more potent. His face is bruised all over, his eyes swollen, but he remains defiant. You'll die with me. She's a little panicked. What he speaks up. It's simple. Ijeon's expression suddenly turns cold. Throw the poison at him. Gyo Ryan is confused. Throw the poison. He explains he said his internal energy is weaker than yours, so he'll die first. Then he'll have to take the antidote to save himself. He adds threateningly, of course doing that will kill him anyway. Hearing this, the man feels a bit dizzy. She holds the pouch of poison, silently contemplating, do I have to throw this poison on someone else to survive? Jian watches her as if expecting something. Gyo Ryan's hand begins to tremble. He lets out a sigh. Then he takes the pouch from her hand. If my mother met you, she would really like you. She's surprised your mother? He analyzes because your personality is quite similar to my father's. With that, he kicks the man in the face. Now circulate your energy following my lead. The abnormal energy in your body will gradually subside. You'll feel it soon. After a moment, Gyo Ryan does as he says. The method actually works. She's surprised. No way. Gyo Ryan exclaims, the poison energy is really gone. He praises her. You were right not to throw the poison at him. Gyo Ryan wonders. Are you being serious? Jion reveals his feelings. I like you because you're a good person. She seems a bit moved, dazed. He advises, but you need to become stronger. She listens intently to his words. Only by being strong can you protect your kind heart. After observing, he remarks, in the current state of the Murim, that personality of yours will only bring you suffering. Therefore, you need to be stronger. Only then can you do what you want. The sky has darkened. At the Jiangxim faction. Inside the room, Dae-san is discussing, I heard the girl from the Jonggyeom sect performed quite well at the Dragon Phoenix Assembly. He wonders will she be assigned to participate with our young master. Inhwa covers her mouth and chuckles. That's right. She didn't even pay any attention to Big Brother. Can't blame her, look how handsome and suave young hero Jock is. In-gyeol is a bit hurt. Why would you... She gives him a teasing glance. How pathetic. Losing face over a woman like that. You're not okay at all, brother. The man intervenes. Being looked down upon by a woman like that is not good at all. Let's just drop it. He updates them, by the way I heard the sect master of Heel Wangman has hanged himself. In-gyeol is surprised, what he killed himself because his daughter's leg was cut off. Inhwa chimes in, how foolish. Inhwa's eyes sharpen. Did he really commit suicide or did the Bukcheonpa Northern Heavenly Sect make a move? In-gyeol looks surprised. What Dae-san agrees. That's right. The Bukcheonpa of the Bukcheonpaiga is exactly that kind of place. He gives a treacherous smile. That's why I say we've chosen the right side. Inside his room, he constantly schemes. That's how we were able to build the Jiangxim faction to be this strong. It's all thanks to our loyalty to the Bukcheonpaiga. Right. As long as we don't displease them in the future, we'll be fine. Igeon stands with Muyong and remarks, quite lively, isn't it? The boy adds, if something had happened at the ancient sword shop today, no one would be happy, but Igeon listens to him. It's been a long time since I've seen you dress so neatly, young master. Do you really have to prepare this much? He explains, if I want to play the role of the Bukcheonpa's inner hall master, I have to do this. Igeon asks him, did you bring it? The boy hands it to him. Here you go. He praises, as expected, the mask you made looks amazing, young master. Creating a human skin mask like this is not simple at all. Though he praises him, the boy feels a bit apprehensive. But there are many more truly fearsome things about the young master. He senses it in Igeon, his voice expression, and gestures all change, almost transforming him into a different person that no one would recognize. Igeon holds the small chest, hopeful. If everything goes well tonight, we won't have to worry about money for a long time. Furthermore, the Jiangxim faction and the Bukcheonpaiga will have a conflict, and their relationship will fracture. The boy advises, with concern, please be careful, young master, although your disguise art is second to none. With a determined gaze, Igeon says, I know it's impossible to become a completely different person, but in the darkness of this night, in the dim light, if I just give this to that greedy old man, won't he let his guard down completely? The chest exudes a mysterious aura. If mother knew I brought this, I'd be dead. The boy reassures him the madam will understand. Igeon looks at him, Muyong. He explains, you make it sound so simple. You can only say that because you've never been punished by my mother. Muyong reminds him, take care, young master. I've confirmed the inner hall master is sound asleep in his residence. He won't be able to come out and interfere with your business. The moonlight shines on the roof of the manager's room. Inside, the manager is with a masked Igeon. The manager hesitates. He wonders why has the inner hall master of the Bukcheonpaiga come to our Jiangxim faction's ancient sword shop. Igeon is serious. Listen carefully. He leans forward to the manager's confusion. He proposes this matter cannot be leaked. If it is, you'll lose your life. The manager is surprised if it's that dangerous. A voice rings out. It's a matter that will bring a great deal of silver. The manager agrees. Please speak. He opens the chest in front of the man. I want your shop to handle this item. The manager is mesmerized by the object before him. The statue emits a brilliant aura with exquisite details and masterfully carved radiant light. The heavenly demon's Guanyin Jade Buddha of the demonic cult. He replies, correct. The man's eyes are filled with greed. Is this the real thing, he thinks to himself? The value of this Buddha statue is at least 500,000 silver taels. That voice speaks again. If this transaction can be done without the faction leader knowing. The manager silently calculates I can offer him 400,000 silver taels. No, since he's asking me to handle this secretly anyway. His mind fills with ambitious thoughts. I can pressure him on the price. He starts bargaining 200,000 silver taels. Gion asks him back 200,000 silver taels. The manager's eyes are full of expectation. He repeats with a slight hesitation, you said 200,000 silver taels. He agrees, done. The man can't contain his joy. Gion requests, I need the silver immediately. His expression looks calm, but inside Gion is ecstatic. Give me the 200,000 silver taels and erase all traces of this item. The scene shifts to a forest where he and Muyong meet again. The boy asks, you've worked hard, young master. Gion tears off his mask. He replies cheerfully, it was simple. The ancient sword shop's vault was cleaned out tonight. We have another 200,000 taels. All that's left is to retrieve the jade statue. Muyong is a bit proud of Gion. I heard the ancient sword shop's vault has quite a few guards. It's a difficult place to infiltrate. He answers confidently. Nothing is impossible in this world. Under the late night moon, the two have completed their plan. The damage to the Yangshim faction is quite significant this time. From now on, things will descend into chaos. Moreover, this happened right when the inner hall master of the Buxian Paiga visited the ancient sword shop, so there will be many misunderstandings. But it's not over yet. Gion's eyes are filled with satisfaction. We will continue to follow them and slowly drain their strength. The scene shifts back to the Yangshim faction. Upon hearing the news, Zhang Daisan stands up in panic and shouts, what, the ancient sword shop was robbed? The manager hastily kneels his body, trembling as he stammers his report. When we got to the vault, all the mechanisms were destroyed. All the artifacts and cash are gone. But something strange happened. Yesterday, Hallmaster Im of the Buxian Paiga came. His face shows clear fear. Zhang Daisan exclaims in disbelief. Hallmaster Im, you mean the inner hallmaster. What was he doing here? He deposited the demonic god Jade Buddha, the manager replies. Hearing this, he frowns and questions again. You're saying he deposited such a treasure, and on the same day, all our treasures and money were stolen. What a coincidence. The manager is still kneeling on the floor, trembling. Zhang Daisan thinks, could this guy have staged this himself? But he doesn't have the guts to do that and then come to me. Did Im Yungok do this on his own? He's not that reckless or impulsive. The last possibility. The Buxian Paiga deliberately orchestrated this. Until now, all business in Wuhan has gone through us. The two sides have maintained a close relationship. Why would they suddenly turn on us like this? As he thinks, he sits down and wearily rests his forehead on his hand. Suddenly, another servant runs in frantically, reporting to the faction leader. Something terrible has happened. The ironworks has been attacked. As if he's reached his breaking point, Yang Daisan's face contorts as he roars. What is this? Were all the weapons stolen too? The scene shifts to another location. In a forest, there is a horse-drawn carriage. The carriage, pulled by two horses, rolls along a deserted dirt road. On the carriage are Gion and Muyong. Gion holds up a sharp sword, admiring it with a sigh. I didn't expect the Yangshim faction's ironworks could forge such fine weapons. Muyong adds, it's probably because they were made to supply the Buxian Paiga. Gion laughs and says I left traces at the ironworks to make them misunderstand that the Buxian Paiga caused this robbery. The leader of the Yangshim faction is going to have a major headache. Muyong also laughs. That's right, but he can't directly question the other side. Gion sheathes his sword and replies, I hear the Bukxion Pega will be holding the Dragon Phoenix Banquet Awards ceremony. Until then, the leader of the Jiangxim faction will be drowning in suspicion and delusion. As he speaks, his eyes show clear excitement. The awards ceremony. This year, those who distinguished themselves in the competition will be chosen as the Dragon and Phoenix Right. The boy answers, it's Zhongso Jiao, who broke the trap mechanism, and Yang Su Sang, who killed the Yumma Chung Yin demon insect. Gyoryeon said she didn't do it, so she won't accept the award, but becoming the Phoenix would greatly help the Jongjeom sect. The scene shifts to the Dragon Phoenix Banquet Awards ceremony. Today is a bright sunny day. Inside, many people have gathered and are talking amongst themselves. Just then, a few people approach Jong Gyoryeon and cup their fists politely. Miss Jong, congratulations. We are truly grateful to you. She waves her hand modestly and replies, oh, it was nothing. Then she sighs and thinks, actually the one who should be receiving these words is him. It's been a long time since I've seen him. A few days earlier, Jong Gyoryeon was in the forest talking to Ijeon. So you'll be staying at the Changcheon sect now? She asks. Ijeon replies, yes, I can't keep relying on others forever. Hearing this, Jong Gyoryeon exclaims in surprise, since when did you become so thoughtful? He laughs and says, you seem very sad. Her face is truly sorrowful as she replies, the Changcheon sect is quite far away, so… Suddenly, Ijeon speaks up. Also, you don't need to refuse the title of Phoenix at the assembly. This leaves her utterly stunned. He laughs and continues, you were able to cut through that trap mechanism because of your own strength. Then Ijeon temptingly suggests, accept the prize money and let's go buy some grilled meat. Jong Gyoryeon now smiles and replies, okay, let's do that. Suddenly she asks, but why did you join the Dragon Phoenix banquet with me? You're not usually interested in these things, are you? Hearing her, he just smiles. The scene shifts to a leaf floating on the water, followed by his answer, the first day we met. Jang and Gael started a fight with me at the inn. At that time, even though you were being pressured by the Jiangxim faction, you still stood up to stop him. That was the first time in my 10 years of wandering the Murim. Ijeon smiles as he looks up at the sky and recounts. Then he turns to look at the girl beside him, that someone stood up to protect a stranger like me. Jong Gyoryeon is stunned to hear him say that. The moonlight shines down on the space below. As if seeing into his thoughts, Jong Gyoryeon unconsciously blurts out, your journey through the Murim wasn't a happy one, was it? Ijeon still smiles and replies, the Murim I heard about is far different from reality. What on earth have you been through back in the present? Jong Gyoryeon is deep in thought. Meanwhile, the two young men next to her are still talking. Thinking back on it, I still can't believe it. Her martial arts are truly formidable. Suddenly, a loud, questioning voice rings out. Was it all thanks to your own strength? Just then, Jang In-gyeol pushes through the crowd with a displeased expression. Jong Gyoryeon's face becomes serious. She frowns and looks back at him. That guy. Is he trying to cause trouble again? Then she says nonchalantly, what are you suddenly talking about? He states, the fact that you escaped the swamp and broke the trap all by yourself. His face is cold, showing his disbelief. How could you have cut through that massive mechanism? I didn't expect your martial arts to be so advanced. Jong Gyoryeon replies calmly, I was just lucky. Jang In-gyeol repeats, lucky. Then he gives a cunning smile and thinks, you can't explain how you broke the trap, that proves it. You must have used some dirty trick. Seizing the opportunity, he speaks up while simultaneously drawing his sword. He then confidently points his sword at her in a challenge. I wish to request a lesson on that advanced martial art of yours. Inside, he is certain. With this, I will expose your true colors. Jong Gyoryeon is a bit stunned. What did you say? Jang In-gyeol speaks again. If you truly broke that trap on your own, then my strength is nothing compared to yours. Draw your sword and spar with me. She asks in astonishment. What are you doing here? The people around whisper amongst themselves. What a fight. Jang In-gyeol's eyes show his triumphant expression, having cornered her. How can you make a claim without showing it, without proving it with your strength? Hearing that, the people around also start to get curious. I'm just curious how she did it. Since it was an impossible situation, she might have… He smirks again. I don't want to think about it, but… Could the Jongjeom sect be colluding with the culprits? Surely not. But before the Dragon Phoenix banquet, you were seen with a suspicious man. These words from him leave Jonggyo-ryeon in utter disbelief. Then comes a simmering anger. She also points her sword coldly, accepting his challenge. Fine. If you want a spar, I will grant your wish. The two swords are now pointed directly at each other. Oh, a duel with the Phoenix. This will surely be interesting. The heir of the Jangshim faction is no pushover. With a powerful leap, Jang In-gyeol instantly dashes forward. He is the first to attack, delivering a forceful slash, but Jonggyo-ryeon manages to dodge it. Jang In-gyeol's eyes flash with astonishment as he thinks, "You dodged that sword technique." Meanwhile, with a cold gaze, Jonggyo-ryeon has already swept her sword across his neck. Jang In-gyeol's eyes freeze. Jonggyo-ryeon is also a bit surprised to see he couldn't dodge. So she twists her wrist to adjust the sword's direction. But she still decisively slashes across his face, drawing blood as if teaching him a lesson. Jang In-gyeol's body goes rigid, his hand releasing the sword as his face shows utter disbelief. His sword falls to the ground. The entire area falls silent at the duel that didn't even last a single exchange. The people who were just curious and suspicious about Jonggyo-ryeon's strength are now silenced and astonished, just standing there, staring wide-eyed. Jonggyo-ryeon decisively sheathes her sword and says coldly, "Is that enough for you?" After speaking, she turns and walks away, leaving Jang In-gyeol standing there with his head down amidst the whispers. Just one exchange. If that were a real fight, that young man wouldn't have been able to defend himself and would be dead. Miss Jang held back. What a disgrace. Faced with those words, he remains motionless. Jang Dae-san now slips through from behind the crowd. His face contorts in anger as he curses inwardly, You bastard, daring to humiliate me in front of so many people." Suddenly a voice catches his attention. "You have raised a truly wonderful daughter." It turns out to be praise from clan head Im. Jong I-chu humbly replies, Not at all, not at all. My daughter still has many shortcomings." Clan head Im says, "You are being too modest." Seeing this scene, Jang Dae-san is filled with rage, thinking, from the robbery of the ancient sword shop and the ironworks. I was already suspicious, but for the clan head of the Bukcheon Paiga to have this attitude towards the sect master of Jongjum, it seems the reputation of the Jongjum sect is on the rise. They must be planning to abandon us. I cannot sit idly by. Jang In-gyeol, filled with resentment, seethes inwardly. That bitch. Jang Dae-san's expression is just as vicious. Jongjum sect tonight, I will destroy your clan. He makes his decision. Elsewhere outdoors, two people are sitting under a bright, starry sky. Mu Yong stands before Aijin and asks with concern, "Are you having trouble sleeping because of the change of scenery, young master?" He replies, "Something like that." But his face still holds a gentle smile. "Anyway, it's time to start building our own sect. There's much to be done." The boy hesitates and asks, "Otherwise you wouldn't be leaving the Jongjeom sect, would you, young master?" Aegeon is surprised. "You figured it out?" Mu Yong asks again. "Why didn't you attend the Dragon Phoenix Award ceremony today?" Young Master Aegeon answers, "I thought it would be awkward for them if I went." Mu Yong thinks strangely, I've never seen the young master be so serious about a woman before. He then closes his eyes and sighs. Tonight, the night seems unusually quiet. You should get some sleep. Aegeon looks up at the crescent moon and replies, Suddenly his expression turns cold as he mutters, "But this feeling is strange." Jonggyo-ryeon, "Bring that wench to me now," Jang In-gyeol commands with an angry expression. The subordinate asks, "Yes, young master, are you saying to kidnap the second daughter of the Jongjum sect? Do you intend to kill her as well?" This man is Youngso Jang In-gyeol's confidant. "Just killing her isn't enough. We must make her wish she were dead," he viciously declares. Suddenly, he sees his old man looming in the room and is terrified. Father. Suddenly Jang Dae-san declares, "Tonight I will wipe out the Jongjum sect. Let them see the consequences of daring to challenge our clan." These words leave his son and subordinate in shock. Then Jang Dae-san addresses his confidant Youngso, "Come with me." He immediately replies, "Yes, clan head." After obeying, he exchanges a look with Jang In-gyeol. Understanding the signal, Youngso nods once. Then he leaves with Jang Dae-san, who is radiating killing intent. The scene shifts to the Jongjeom sect, where it is still the middle of the night. In Jang Gyoryeon's room, she suddenly opens her eyes. Sitting up, she scans the room. Jang Gyoryeon's face shows clear worry as if she has sensed imminent danger. The windows and main door are still securely closed and latched, but Jang Gyoryeon's brow remains furrowed. Then she decisively stands up and reaches for her sword. Jang Gyoryeon runs outside in her sleepwear, not having time to change. This killing intent is terrifying. Dozens of people are surrounding the Jongjeom sect. Indeed, countless dark figures are hiding on the rooftops. Outside the gate, there is an equally large group of assassins. Each one holds a sharp sword. Though their faces are covered, their cold-bloodedness is clear in their eyes. Jang Gyoryeon grows more and more tense. I have to quickly call for help. As she's running, an assassin suddenly thrusts a sword at her. She quickly leans back to dodge. Then Jang Gyoryeon quickly draws her own sword. She counters the assassin with a lightning-fast slash. Instantly, a stream of fresh blood spurts from the assassin's neck. He tries to cover it, but it's futile. His eyes roll back bloodshot with pain. The blood flows endlessly. When it can flow no more, he collapses in front of her. Jang Gyoryeon's hand trembles as this is the first time she has killed someone. She closes her eyes tightly and reassures herself, now is not the time to feel guilty. Regaining her composure, she continues running and shouts, "Mother!" A loud scream answers her Gyoryeon. In another space, Ijeon is not yet asleep, but is still sitting and gazing at the moon. Suddenly, a hurried voice calls out, "Young master, something has happened." Muyong runs up in a panic to report the man assigned to watch the Jongjeom sect just sent word. Many powerful martial artists are attacking the Jongjeom sect. These words leave him in stunned shock. The Jongjeom sect must be struggling to defend themselves right now. Returning to the Jongjeom sect, the house is now engulfed in a massive fire-red flames spilling out from within. And Jang Gyoryeon is still fighting alone with her sword against the horde of vicious assassins. Jang Gyoryeon slashes the neck of the man on the left, stopping his sword swing as fresh blood continues to spurt out. She then follows up with another slash to her right, cutting into another man's arm. Instantly, those two men fall before her. Even so, there are still many assassins left. Jang Gyoryeon is extremely tense with her family behind her. Young-so speaks up. That girl's pretty good. Inwardly, he marvels as expected. It's no wonder the young master is interested in her, he thinks while observing Jang Gyoryeon's youthful yet resilient appearance. By now, countless people in the Jongjeom sect have fallen to the vicious assassins. The remaining women, though holding swords, are trembling, their eyes filled with fear. He then continues, "You're already in this state. How much longer do you think you can hold out?" Although in a disadvantageous position, Jang Gyoryeon grits her teeth and calms herself. "I must stand firm. Father was already injured protecting us. Now I'm the only one left who can fight." Young-so continues, "If you surrender, I will spare your life." But she just bites her lip and thinks, why am I remembering now? Recalling Ijeon's earlier words. How can you believe their words? She finds it strange. It's like I can hear his voice ringing in my head. But just trying to stay standing now is already too difficult. Jang Gyoryeon, with a worried expression, turns in another direction. She looks past two assassins and sees the door in front. She silently resolves, I can't just keep relying on him, and with her trembling hand she once again raises her sword. This is my clan's affair. I must do it. With that thought, Jang Gyoryeon charges to attack the remaining assassins. But suddenly her sword is knocked out of her hand by him. She is terrified. She is then surrounded by the remaining assassins. Young-so gives a decisive order. Leave only that girl alive. Kill all the rest for me. Immediately, one of them charges to attack the remaining people. That person closes their eyes tightly as if waiting for death. But just then, Jang Gyoryeon quickly appears and blocks the sword strike with her bare hand. The assassin sees this and exclaims in astonishment, "You can block that sword with your bare hand." On her hand, a glowing character appears as if it's the power used to block the blade. Suddenly, a stream of blood flows from her mouth. In pain, Jang Gyoryeon falls, covering her mouth with her hands. A panicked voice cries out, "Gyoryeon!" Her body trembles and she falls into despair. My body is out of strength. Jang Gyoryeon remembers when Ijeon put the gauntlet on her and said, "With this gauntlet, you can block blades with your bare hands, but of course, the backlash will cause you immense pain." Now she tells herself, if only I were a little stronger. The assassin, angry, raises his sword again. I've never seen such a bizarre woman. Then a powerful sword strike comes down. Jang Gyo-rayon is still lost in thought. Then I could have protected my family. Her mother sees this and reaches out in terror, but can't do anything. While another man swings his sword down with all his might. Suddenly, a dragon appears. It opens its enormous mouth before the assassin and roars. It feels like one bite wouldn't be enough. The assassin is now terrified to his core, his eyes frozen, not daring to look back at the horrifying thing behind him. And instantly his body is sent flying forward, one side of his face smashed beyond recognition. Not only that his body slams into the large wall behind him, the immense force caving it in. Jang Gyo-ryeon's eyes follow the scene and light up, seeing the assassin's head twisted to the side and his lifeless open eyes. Finally, the corpse slowly slides down, leaving a huge bloodstain on the dented wall. Young-so and the remaining assassins are silenced upon seeing this scene. The surviving women are stunned to see someone has come to help, but their earlier tension has surely subsided. A drop of blood drips onto the ground. It's from Aegyeon's hand, still stained with blood from the earlier punch. Jang Gyo-ryeon finally relaxes and warm tears begin to flow from the corners of her eyes. Her gaze is fixed on the back of the man in her heart. He has finally appeared. Without turning back, he still asks, "Are you all right?" Unable to stand, Jang Gyo-ryeon is still sitting on the ground, but her tense body has relaxed. Tears stream down her face as she replies, Hearing that his girl is still okay, a cold glint flashes in Aegyeon's eyes as he stares directly at the remaining assassins. Now Aegyeon stands alone facing the remaining assassins. Young-so shouts an order, kill that guy first. Immediately, the assassins swing their swords and charge at Aegyeon. His eyes turn white as he raises a powerful fist. His powerful fist strikes a man's waist, snapping his body in two. The blood seeping through the thick clothes at that spot shows how powerful the punch was. Just as that one is dealt with, another tired of living rushes in yelling, "This guy!" But Aegyeon simply lifts his leg and breaks the man's, looking incredibly painful. Immediately after, he kicks him again, sending him tumbling backward. A shadow flashes across his face. His pupils contract, his eyes filled with terror. Aegyeon slams the man's head into the ground, shattering a patch of earth. Seeing this, Young-so is terrified. What is that? How is that guy so strong? So fast. He's too fast. He moves like a ghost gliding through the group of assassins. Young-so is utterly bewildered. I can't keep up with his movements. Where did he go? As he wonders, his henchmen fall one by one, wounded and gushing blood. Young-so is about to turn around and yell, "Behind you." He immediately slashes behind him. Aegyeon ducks to avoid it while his glowing fist continues to rush forward. With one punch, Young-so is sent flying backward, spitting blood. His hand lets go of his sword, and at the same time his face mask falls off. Aegyeon looks at him with cold, sharp eyes. He catches the man's sword, swings it, and says, "You are Jang In-gyeol's subordinates who came here to cause trouble, so you must die." Just then a streak of light slashes down from above, but a voice immediately stops the action. "Wait, spare my life." The tip of the sword has stabbed into the ground next to Young-so's face. He continues, Although the faction leader ordered us to kill the entire Jang clan, I was planning to spare her." Aegyeon purses his lips in silence for a moment. Then his face grows even colder as he lets out a huff. Young-so, with panicked eyes, carefully says, "That's because young Master Jang In-gyeol personally instructed us to bring her back." Hearing this, Aegyeon crouches down and asks Jang In-gyeol, "Where is he now?" He hurriedly replies in agitation, He's waiting in the southern forest. I'll tell you everything I know. Please spare my life." But Aegyeon places his hand on the hilt of his sword and says, "Since you dared to act this way, you should have been prepared to lose your life here." With that, he decisively draws the blade across the man's neck. Fresh blood splatters across the screen. His face is now colder and more emotionless than ever before. Jang Gyo-ryeon and everyone else watch the scene unfold in astonishment. She thinks reluctantly, is it because of me that so many people have died? Before her eyes are massive flames, accompanied by bloody corpses lying on the ground. Then Jang Gyo-ryeon steps through the pools of blood and approaches. Getting closer to Aegyeon, she asks, "Are you okay?" Aegyeon now flashes a bright smile, looks up at her and replies, "I'm sorry I was late." Jang Gyo-ryeon's eyes well up as she smiles back. "You have nothing to be sorry for. Thank you for coming." Seeing that he smiles until his eyes crinkle, The latecomer Mu Yong now hurries over young master. It's a good thing you arrived in time. He then turns to Jong Gyo-rian with sincerity. It is truly fortunate that you are safe and sound, my lady. Though still confused, she bows and cups her fists in response. Jaeon stands up and orders him Mu Yong first take everyone to the Simpong villa, then ask Uncle Guo to treat their injuries. He replies, I understand, young master. Then he adds coldly, and get ready. Today is the day the Jiangxim faction falls. The scene shifts to a forest where Jang In-gyeol is standing alone. He looks around and thinks, that bastard should have been here long ago. Why is he so late? Suddenly, Aegyeon appears from behind a tree. Thinking it's his confidant, he speaks up. Did you bring her? Seeing that it's Aegyeon, he panics. How are you here? Hearing this, the corner of Aegyeon's mouth curls into a smile. Then he suddenly shouts loudly, you all must leave here quickly. The Jong clan has reinforcements. Jang In-gyeol hears him and is confused. What nonsense are you spouting? Aegyeon explains. When I was at the Jongjeom sect, assassins suddenly swarmed in. I temporarily hid elsewhere and then other martial artists appeared. They killed all the assassins and took the people of the Jongjeom sect away. Listening to their conversation, the Bukcheonpa is targeting your Jiangxim faction. Jang In-gyeol is stunned to hear this. The Bukcheonpa, did someone luckily break through the encirclement and escape to call for help? No, it's more than that. So it's true. The Bukcheonpa has betrayed our Jiangxim faction to ally with the Jongjum sect. Aegyeon continues to deceive him. Before a key assassin died, he confessed that the Jiangxim faction sent him to slaughter the Jongjeom sect. He even revealed that you were present here in the forest. He clenches his fist and curses inwardly, Yongso, that damn bastard. Aegyeon continues to remind him, you should also quickly inform your father. The Bukcheonpa has probably already prepared to march on your Jiangxim faction. Despite this, Jang In-gyeol remains somewhat clear-headed and asks, wait, but why are you telling me this? As he asks, his scrutinizing gaze falls on Aegyeon, but Aegyeon shows no weakness and confidently looks back at him. Then he answers calmly, why your family? Has a bit of money, right? Hearing this, Jang In-gyeol exclaims in confusion. What? Aegyeon, acting like a money lover, explains, this information has saved your clan's life, so give me 1,000 taels. He turns away, muttering, despicable. Inwardly, he calculates. But it's true. I can't ignore this information. After calculating, he leaps away but doesn't forget to threaten. I have urgent business today, so I'll let it slide for now, but if you spout nonsense again, I'll chop off your head. With that, he disappears, unable to see Aegyeon's cold face. Back at the Jiangxim faction, the sky is still dark. Jang Dae-san must have heard the information from his son as he roars, the Bukcheonpa intervened in that battle. I hadn't received any news, so I sent men to the Jongjeom sect, but they said they only found the bodies of the assassins. I was wondering what on earth had happened. Jang In-gyeol says seriously, the Jongjeom sect doesn't have enough strength to fight off those assassins, yet things turned out like this. Perhaps what that guy said is true. The Bukcheonpa has murderous intent. Everyone must leave quickly. Jang In-hwa also adds her voice, the Bukcheonpa joining forces with the Jongjeom sect. I thought that was an unlikely scenario. I thought just eliminating the Jongjeom sect would be enough. But I didn't expect the two clans to be this close. Jang Dae-san replies, if that's true, we are as good as dead. I know too many of the Bukcheonpa's dark secrets. They won't spare us. His face contorts as he thinks, if we hesitate to verify the truth, I'm afraid we won't be able to keep our heads. We must make a decision now. After making his decision and calculations, he brings out a chest of night luminous pearls and instructs, take this to a safe place. Jang In-hwa exclaims in shock, isn't this a night luminous pearl? A single one must be worth 50,000 taels. He replies, this is what I've accumulated over a lifetime. There are over 100 of them. She asks again, aren't you coming with us? Father Jang Dae-san replies, I have an acquaintance with Mako of the Namak Alliance, so I will go find him. Meanwhile, Jang In-gyeol's face is still stunned into silence. Jang Dae-san continues with a solemn expression. The information we have on the Bukcheonpa is surely something the Namak Alliance will covet. In this situation, we will rely on the Namak Alliance. Little do they know Ijeon is standing on the roof having heard every single one of their plans. After hearing, he lets out a weary sigh. Mu Yong simultaneously appears, landing beside him and calling out, "Young master." The people from the Jonggeum sect have arrived safely at Sinpung Villa. The boy reports. Ijeon replies, "You've worked hard. Everything is proceeding as predicted." After all, there's only one path to survival, so Jang Daisan had no other choice. A flash of killing intent appears in his eyes. Mu Yong glances at him and thinks, if the young master's plan succeeds, this will become a great advantage when we overthrow the Bukcheonpa later on. Furthermore, the relationship between the Namak Alliance and the Bukcheonpa will surely change. Truly killing two birds with one stone. The attack on the Jangshim faction today wasn't part of the plan, yet the young master was able to instantly come up with such a brilliant scheme to sow discord between the two sides. It's truly ingenious. As he is silently praising his master, Ijeon speaks again. If things continue like this, it makes one curious. I wonder what choice Yang In-gyeol will make. Mu Yong asks, will you handle it differently depending on his choice? Ijeon looks down, his gaze unwavering, and replies no. No matter what he chooses, that guy must die tonight. As he says this, his eyes reveal a rare, vicious glint. The scene shifts to an old solitary house in a dense forest. The wood of the house is so rotten that splinters are falling off. The siblings Yang In-gyeol and Jang In-hwa stand at the door. The younger sister speaks. I didn't think father would prepare such a safe place. But it's quite simple, isn't it? Entering, she observes and assesses while Jang In-gyeol remains outside the door, his face still dark. Looking at the simple things in the house, Jang In-hwa continues to comment. If all our preparations fail, what will happen to our family? In just one short night, things have come to this. We should have eliminated those people long ago. Having spoken for a while without a response, she calls out in confusion, Brother, are you listening to me? Why haven't you said anything? Before Jang In-hwa can realize something is wrong, her pressure points are struck from behind. Convey this message to father. Jang In-gyeol leans in from behind her and speaks in a gloomy tone. I will take these night luminous pearls and establish my own sect. This leaves his sister utterly stunned. Outside in the forest, a surge of power shoots off, leaving swirling currents of air in its wake. It is Jang In-gyeol flying as if on wings, the chest of night luminous pearls still on his back. Running until he's drenched in sweat, he thinks, if things don't go as planned, I'll probably have to spend the rest of my life hiding. But with these night luminous pearls, I can live a life of wealth and luxury. It's better for me to live alone than for all three of us to die together there. What a filial son he is. As he's mapping out a bright future for himself, a voice rings out, You seem to be in a good mood now that you have those night luminous pearls. Jang In-gyeol freezes and looks up. On a branch above is Ijeon jumping down. His eyes sharpen as he questions, You bastard, you're still following me. He quickly draws his sword for a slash while yelling, I've found you annoying for a long time, now die. But immediately after, a fist lands on Jang In-gyeol's face and fresh blood instantly splatters. Ijeon is still in midair while Yang In-gyeol's figure has been slammed, skidding across the ground and creating a large cloud of dust. The chest of night luminous pearls on his back falls off and rolls away. He can't get up and can only crawl, crying out in pain, Ugh, ow. Jang In-gyeol's face is filled with shock as he thinks, how is that bastard so strong? Has he been hiding his martial arts all this time? Damn it, I need to hide properly now. As he thinks, he crawls towards the chest, but Ijeon steps on his hand. While Jang In-gyeol is panicking, Ijeon looks down and asks in a cold voice, You said you wanted to kill me. Those are my lines. His face is once again filled with killing intent. Jang In-gyeol looks up with tense eyes, trying to calculate, My body can't move. How can I possibly escape from here now? After calculating, he decisively gets up and runs for his life. Thank goodness I have to run now, or I'm dead for sure. As he runs, Jang In-gyeol continues to think, I need to get to father quickly. It's better to bow my head and beg for forgiveness than to die here. But just then a powerful force flashes by, followed by countless large trees being severed by a single kick from Ijeon. Splinters fly into the air. Jang In-gyeol's calculating thoughts are silenced. But Ijeon's face is calm as if he used no effort at all. He's like a cat toying with its prey. That power didn't just break one tree, but many. Then Aijian quickly lands on the ground and dashes forward with blinding speed. Seeing Aijian closing in on his heels, Yang In-gyeol is terrified. That monster, how is he so strong? If he catches me, I'm dead for sure. Suddenly a streak of light flashes past his ear, making him freeze. Something flew past and embedded itself in the tree trunk right in front of Yang In-gyeol. Looking closer, the thing embedded in the tree trunk is a small branch. Then one large tree after another is shattered by Aijian's power. He is now in a dilemma, still confused, and blurts out, "Why are you trying so hard to chase and kill me? What?" Jang In-gyeol stands there questioning. "What did I do wrong? Don't tell me you're from the Jongjam sect, or did you fall for that little wench?" Hearing his words, Aijian angrily repeats, "Little wench." Jang In-gyeol now tries to soften his tone to negotiate. "Spare me. My sister has feelings for you too. I can help you with that. No matter what, my sister is much better than that wench." Hearing this, Aijian just finds it amusing and replies, "You mean your sister? I can say that the two of you are cut from the same cloth." His words are again filled with killing intent, making Jang In-gyeol freeze. How dare that bastard insult my family, as he thinks he reaches into his sleeve as if to take something out. Are you just going to reject my good intentions like that? Then die, as he yells. Jang In-gyeol throws something out. In his hand is a blue vial. He thinks if anyone is hit by this deadly poison, their flesh will melt and their bones will shatter. That guy has given me an opening. While he's feeling smug, 2 fingers are approaching his forehead. But he is quite agile and ducks to avoid it. Aijian's strike hits the tree in front, shattering it. Jang In-gyeol clutches his head and looks up in panic. What? What follows is a spectacular chase scene. This makes Jang In-gyeol incredibly panicked. This madman. Aijian closes the distance and speaks, terrifying him. "It seems this fight is quite simple for me." He reaches out his hand and continues, "But right now I will show you just how different our strengths are." Jang In-gyeol, still confident in his own strength, scoffs, "I won't. Just stand here and let you do whatever you want." With that thought, he runs away at a faster speed. After letting him escape, Aijian jumps onto a tree branch. Then he gives a dangerous smile. Muyong is hiding in a higher spot. Aijian speaks up. "It seems he's fallen for my trap." Muyong asks, confused, "But why did you let him go?" He replies, "I want him to suffer a death 1,000 times more painful." Muyong's expression is thoughtful like that. He places his hand on the chest and continues, "Now that the night luminous pearls are in my hands, I don't need to worry too much about the resources for my plan anymore." Aijian replies seriously, "I understand. As for him, he will have to pay the price." Meanwhile, Jang In-gyeol is still running for his life in the forest. He thinks he has escaped and rejoices. "Thank goodness I made it back." Suddenly, he sees his father and younger sister standing and talking. Jang Dae-san angrily yells, "What did you say, that wretched son?" Without thinking, he shouts, "Father, please save me." Yang Dae-san, full of rage, scolds him, "You bastard! How dare you abandon your sister and run away like that, and you even took all the night luminous pearls." Jang In-gyeol quickly explains, "Wait, there's a bastard chasing me. He already stole the night luminous pearls." He bites his nails, trembling in panic. He might be the one behind this whole conspiracy. The assassins we sent to the Jongjam sect, he might have killed them all. Hearing this, Jang Dae-san asks in confusion, "What are you talking about? Who is this guy?" He finally says the name. That guy is Aijian. Hearing this, the father and daughter freeze and look at him with disbelief, as if he were an idiot. Then a voice filled with hidden rage rings out, "You mean that weakling killed all the assassins and threatened you to take the night luminous pearls, and you were so scared that you ran away from him to get back here?" He questions with a cold-blooded, merciless face. Jang In-gyeol quickly confirms, "That's right, father. Please take him down quickly." However, Jang Dae-san calmly replies, "Then why haven't I seen anyone chasing you?" Hearing that, Jang In-gyeol turns to look around in confusion. He looks behind him where the forest is quiet with no sign of life. Well, that's impossible. Could he be scared of father and not dare to chase me? As he says this, he turns back around. Just then, Jang Dae-san's hand is placed on his chest, emitting spiritual energy. Jang In-gyeol's eyes widen in stunned disbelief. His body freezes and goes rigid, letting that power deal with him. Jang Dae-san's face is dark and cold, without a hint of a father's sorrow. Jang In-hwa is also terrified, covering her mouth in shock at the scene before her. Jang In-gyeol now numb utters, "Father." Suddenly, a large spurt of blood erupts from his mouth. Clutching the hand on his chest, he looks up and questions, "Why would you—" Jang Dae-san now speaks. "I knew you were a scoundrel, but I never thought you'd be this despicable. To satisfy your personal desires, you dared to deceive your own father and betray the entire clan." He lists out each of the wretched son's crimes. Yang In-gyeol's hand falls. The man speaks again in the end. "I have to kill my own flesh and blood with my own hands." His body falls backward, but his eyes remain wide open. Jang Dae-san remains standing with his hand outstretched while his son's body has fallen to the ground. With that done, he moves on to another matter. The night luminous pearls must be hidden somewhere nearby. We must search immediately. That's still not enough. What other tricks did he pull before coming back? Meanwhile, Jang In-hwa is still utterly horrified, tears streaming down her face automatically. Looking down at his son's face, dead with his eyes open, he declares flatly, "A person like that is no longer my son." Then he says, "First let's go inside. Someone is waiting." While the father and daughter enter the house, Lee-gyeon and Moo-young appear on a tree branch observing everything. Lee-gyeon asks, "Has the other side received the message?" Moo-young replies, "Yes, I've sent a map of this house along with an anonymous letter." Hearing this, he says nonchalantly, "This is about to get interesting." Inside the house, Jang Dae-san leads his daughter in and says politely, "I've kept you waiting." The person waiting for them asks, "Is something wrong?" Jang Dae-san replies, "There was a traitor. I've just dealt with him. He led me to this place. Now let's talk." The man named Mak-ho asks, "Do you wish to join the Nama alliance?" Jang Dae-san calmly informs him, "As I said before, the Bukchon-pa has betrayed us." "The information I have—" Mak-ho is extremely alarmed upon hearing this. Suddenly the door creaks open and a cold draft flows in from outside. Then, a group of men in yellow uniforms enters with menacing expressions. Jang Dae-san is terrified and exclaims, Who are these people?" Just then, the last person steps in and says, "We received a suspicious report. I didn't expect it to be true." The man who entered questions with a cold expression, "You intend to betray us and join the Nama alliance." "That won't be easy," he declares confidently. Jang Dae-san is stunned and thinks the grand military advisor of the Bukchon Paiga Banro. But, betrayal. Isn't the Bukchon Paiga the real traitor? He then hastily explains, "Oh, it's a misunderstanding. We sent people to rescue the Jonggeom sect yesterday." Banro asks back, "The Jonggeom sect?" He becomes more annoyed and questions, "What nonsense are you spouting now?" Jang Dae-san freezes at that expression. What's with this reaction? What do they mean by that?" After a moment of thought, Jang Dae-san remembers with a shock. "Could it be what my son said back then? The assassins of the Jonggeom sect, the fist-shaped energy? Could he have killed them all?" He realizes, with a shock, the real enemy behind this conspiracy. But there's no time for him to regret. Instantly, Jang Dae-san takes a blow to the neck and fresh blood sprays into the air. Witnessing the splattering blood, Mak-ho stands frozen in shock, watching the gory scene. The most shocked person here is Jang In-hwa. Her pupils contract. In one day, she has lost 2 of her closest family members. An assassin has thrust a sword through Jang Dae-san's neck from behind. Motionless, he tries to glance behind him and questions himself. What is this? Who is this person? Within the Bukchon-pa, there's someone this strong. Instantly, the person flicks their sword. Fresh blood trails from the sharp blade. Everything seems to have descended into hell. Jang In-hwa rushes to her father's side and screams in despair, "Ah, father!" Now the words are directed at Mak-ho, frightening him. "Are you the White Tiger Hall master of the Nama alliance?" Banro approaches him and reminds him in a cold tone, "You should not carelessly interfere in this matter." This is a warning. Mak-ho, now drenched in a cold sweat, can only remain silent. Damn it, I'm caught up in trouble again. The mysterious person places their sword on Jang In-hwa's neck and asks, "What about this woman? How should we deal with her?" Banro glances over, thinking for a moment. Jang In-hwa looks up with despairing eyes, waiting for the cold words, "Kill her." Instantly, fresh blood sprays out once more. Then comes the order, "Burn this place to the ground for me." Instantly, the simple house in the middle of the forest is set ablaze. Outside, the master and servant Lee-gyeon and Moo-young are still standing on a branch observing. Moo-young speaks. First, I will hire 50 trustworthy people. For now, I will use them to run Sinpung Villa and deceive others. Aigeon nods in agreement. All right. Additionally, I will immediately take over all the merchant guilds and business connections controlled by the Jiangxim faction. He instructs Mu Yong, handle this yourself. Don't attract the attention of other sects at this time. Mu Yong replies, rest assured, young master. He then notices his master's contemplative look. Are you not satisfied with the result? Aigeon replies somberly, not at all. If you commit a crime, you must face punishment. I have no compassion for them. But, Mu Yong asks with concern, why do you look so melancholic? Aigeon's face now clearly shows his unhappiness. After a moment he continues, I always thought this Murim was the Murim my father spoke of. At the age of 10, I began my first journey. Back then I knew nothing, just wandered everywhere. I didn't even know that you Mu Yong were always following close behind me. At that time, I had only one thought: I wanted to be acknowledged by my parents. Is that so? Hearing this, Mu Yong looks at him and thinks, a young master who is always so passionate about relationships, so proactive in everything. So deep down, it wasn't like that at all. Aigeon turns and continues seriously. Do you think I really enjoy wandering the Murim, Mu Yong? I was only 10 years old then. I was just following my mother's words, who told me I should travel more. I just wanted to grow up well to show my parents. But this Murim is not like what my father said. I realized that my father was just lost in a dream. Standing before the burning house, he contemplates. What I learned while wandering the Murim was not righteousness and chivalry, but rather how not to be deceived by others and how to deceive others. It's the way to survive no matter what it takes. Hearing him, Mu Yong can only remain silent. Over the past years, the young master has gone through countless things and suffered many wounds. In this Murim, how many times has your kindness turned into a blade that stabs you back? I just hope those wounds no longer linger in your heart. Thinking this, he closes his eyes in sorrow. You were too young back then, young master? Aigeon continues. Yes, I was too naive back then. He then looks down at his hand and asserts, I have changed. I am gradually becoming an adult now. But this Murim hasn't changed at all. The kind-hearted become fools, and evil reigns, trampling on good. To survive in this Murim, one must be cruel. The wind gently sways his hair in the air. He stands there again in silence. This Murim will never change. This Murim will never change. Then he asks himself, what is the Murim that father always yearned for? Is father seeing something that I cannot see? Mu Yong, I won't just dream like my father. I will make my dream a reality. Like a listener, Mu Yong glances at his master and thinks, young master. In the end, it is because you love your father the most that you are trying to fulfill his wish of changing the Murim. When you seized the assets of the rich, or when you beat up some profligate son on the road, you killed him just to obtain a secret manual worth more than a mountain of gold. You always try to find an excuse to justify your actions as righteous. Just then, Aigeon opens the door, enters, and sighs. I'm in a good mood. There's no reason not to rob from the wicked tyrants. Perhaps that is the final respect for my father's teachings. This is truly a complex and chaotic feeling. The scene shifts to a bright, beautiful day at Sinpung Villa. A loud announcement echoes. The leader of the Jiangxim faction is dead. The Jiangxim faction has fallen. Zhong Aichu exclaims in panic, What happened? Zhong Huaryan recounts the events. Zhang Desan betrayed the Buxin Pa, then tried to join the Namak alliance but was punished. He also has to exclaim, what an incredible coincidence. Then he recalls the image of Aigeon single-handedly dealing with the assassins the night before, and marvels, thinking back, young hero one's martial arts. Are they really that formidable? Thanks to that we escaped death. Furthermore, how could he achieve such a great feat? The more I look, the more curious I am about the young master's internal energy. After commenting for a while, Zhong Ichu turns and asks, where is Gyo Rian? The madam smiles and replies, she went to cheer him on. Hearing this, he exclaims in surprise, cheer him on? Young hero while I is participating in the Cheonryong Great War. Explaining the Cheonryong Great War, a place where sects stake their lives to fight for honor. The greatest martial arts tournament under the heavens. Aigeon is now on stage facing a tall and muscular man. From the crowd below, Zhong Yoryan calls out loudly, hey, do your best, hearing her cheers. Aijian turns and looks down. He then gives Jang Ryan a bright smile in return. Jang Ryan looks at him and sighs helplessly, thinking, "You don't have to do that." Just then, the referee shouts, "Now we will begin the first preliminary match of the Cheonryong Great War." The first contestant is the renowned fistmaster from Guangdong, the Storm Fist, Ai Hyok. And his opponent is a young man participating in this tournament for the first time. The people below start to whisper, "Him? Is he only 20 years old?" Another person shakes their head contemptuously. "Just a little brat. He's just going to die a pointless death." But on the stage, Aijian is calmly cracking his knuckles. Aijian. When the referee calls his name, he has finished warming up. Aijian raises his hand and beckons to his opponent in a challenging gesture. Hyok, standing opposite him, uses all his strength a second later to leap up, shattering the stage floor. He punches down at the spot where Aigeon was standing, creating a deep crater. Aigeon has already fallen and is sitting on the ground. Hyok looks straight at him with a smug expression, while rocks and debris are still flying through the air. Aigeon looks down in a slight panic and lets out a cry. Then, quick as a squirrel, he jumps up and runs away. This confuses his opponent, while the people below jeer. That kid is really good at running away. Aigeon puts on a fearful act and stammers, "Play. Please spare my life." Quickly. The audience finds it even more hilarious. Ha ha ha, with that skill level he dares to participate in the Cheonryong Great War. Is that sword on his back just for show? Hyok ignores them and seriously launches another powerful kick. Aijian quickly ducks to avoid it. He rolls across the stage, maintaining his balance. The people below are stunned to see Aigeon's dodging technique, including Jang Ryan. Isn't that the Nariol Takgon? Explaining Nariol Takgon, a movement of rolling on the ground like a badger to avoid an opponent's attack. In the martial world, this is considered an extremely humiliating act. Just then, a spectator near the stage laughs loudly upon seeing him nearby. "Hey, little brother, you should give up before you get hurt. Otherwise, you might really lose your life. Stop toying with him and finish it." These words are for Ai Hyok, but he just purses his lips and thinks, "You make it sound so easy." That guy's movements are clearly extremely clumsy. In his eyes, Aigeon is still naive and awkward. Once again, Ai Hyok throws a punch, but Aigeon dodges every attack by a hair's breadth. Yet he doesn't counterattack even once. Just as his opponent wishes, Aigeon's panicked expression turns cold as he swings a punch. His fist touches Ai Hyok's forehead. Ai Hyok is terrified by this situation. Aigeon smirks at him, which makes Ai Hyok curse in anger inwardly. This brat! A moment later, the tables have turned. Ai Hyok is sitting on the ground while Aigeon stands above, laughing down at him. A burst of laughter erupts. "Ha ha ha ha! What kind of bizarre fist technique is that? My 5-year-old son punches harder than that." The crowd doesn't see Ai Hyok's face as he tries to hold it in his mouth, puffing out. A second later, unable to bear it any longer, he vomits a massive amount of blood, a truly horrifying sight. The laughter and jeers from below die out. Everyone's face goes rigid with disbelief and shock. Just then, a few people run up from below in a panic. What is this? Isn't this cheating? Why did I bet like that at this time on a little kid like him? Hit with one blow, his pride probably couldn't take it. Jang Ryan was also stunned by this result. The referee's voice announced the winner, Jeok Igeon. He smiled and waved to the crowd below, but curses rang out. "Get lost. If you have any conscience, give up." How amusing. Jang Ryan thought in disbelief. What is this? What trick is he playing now? At this moment, she felt truly helpless. Looking up, Jeok Aigeon still had a crescent-eyed smile, looking incredibly innocent. The scene shifts to dusk, where a brightly lit pavilion appears. Inside, a group of people are examining match betting slips. Then, a man slammed a piece of paper on the table and exclaimed, 100,000 taels. "I'm betting on Jeok Aigeon. It was none other than Mu Young." The stall owner, sweating profusely, asked, What Jeok Aigeon? You mean that kid who passed the preliminaries by sheer luck? Why bet such a large sum on him?" Before the owner could finish, the people behind Mu Yong, looking as fierce as demons, spoke up. "We'll also bet 3,000 taels on Jeok Aigeon, ha 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 ha." Are you trying to become rich in one go? Such guts. The owner's eyes turned serious as he spoke. If he wins, I could earn 19 times this amount. It seems everyone likes to take risks. The long-haired man closed his eyes and reached into his robe. He then took out a small box containing a gleaming pearl. Can I bet this blood toxin pearl? The owner immediately replied, Of course. The owner took the items and said, Please wait a moment. I will check if there are any issues with the banknotes and the blood toxin pearl, then I'll be back. Muyong's group then discussed among themselves, I didn't expect him to have something like that, but the more we bet the better. I'm not betting on Jeoki-gyeon. The old woman asked, Then who are you betting on? The long-haired man said seriously, Mumyonggaek. Hearing this, the other three were stunned and exclaimed internally, What Mumyonggaek? The old woman asked again. Who is he? Meanwhile, the white-haired man turned to Muyong and asked, You don't know. Muyong shook his head. The long-haired man's face became fierce, his eyes flashing with a murderous glint. A moment later, he had to close his eyes and listen to the exclamations. This brat participating in the tournament without us knowing. What the hell is a Mumyonggaek? Sounds so provincial. Then came a retort. It's just a random bet. By now, everyone was at the New Wind Manor. Jang slammed his wine cup on the table and said discontentedly, Grandmother, you should have stopped him right. The old woman, while picking up food, said, Don't worry, I'll bury you in the warmest, sunniest spot. Jonggyoryeon was also sitting at the banquet table, thinking in utter confusion, What is this? That gaze was terrifying. The old woman leaned in close to get a better look at Jonggyoryeon. You're called Gyoryeon, right? The more I look... She maintained her eerie expression. It's like looking at myself as a young girl. This caused the two old men beside her, who had just taken a sip of wine, to spit it all out. She continued, Don't I look just like her? Feel free to say it. The two men closed their eyes, utterly helpless. But they had to grit their teeth and force out a lie. Truly, she looks just like you. Jang, while pouring wine, observed the long-haired man. He then spoke, An old man who doesn't care about money or fame is participating in the grand tournament. It seems you appeared just to fight me, didn't you? His tone was extremely confident. The other three were astonished by his words and looked over at him. The long-haired man, the main character in this exchange, bared his bright white teeth and let out a chuckle. You have inherited the entire martial arts of the young mistress and him. So how could I possibly hold back, he said, showing a fierce and excited expression in response to Jeoki-gyeon. Though young, he felt no fear and smiled back. A while after dinner, under the bright moonlight, Jeoki-gyeon and Jonggyoryeon stood on a bridge. Jeoki-gyeon crossed his arms and said with a helpless laugh, We've got big trouble. She looked at him confused. What is it? He replied, I'm not confident I can win. I have to win to promote our sect and earn money for the organization's activities. Jonggyoryeon was bewildered. Really? Then what should we do? He said, I guess I'll have to eat a lot of meat. Hearing this, she broke into a cold sweat. You've already eaten your fill today. Eating meat every day. Are you okay? Jeoki-gyeon looked up cheerfully and replied, Yeah. I've mastered a martial art that converts meat into internal energy in my body. After hearing that, Jonggyoryeon was speechless, thinking, Is there really a martial art like that? By the way, why are you here? Just then, a person dressed in black appeared with a falcon. The mysterious person replied, Young master, you have exceeded the permitted limit. Jeoki-gyeon turned and asked, Are you telling me to go back early? Who set that limit? The person remained silent. He answered himself, It must be father. The usual smile was gone from his face. Make it clear. Ah. At this moment, Jeoki-gyeon seemed to be saying something. The mysterious person continued to stand there in silence. The falcon had already flown far away. After speaking, Jeoki-gyeon turned back, his face cold and pensive. The falcon flew over the bustling capital city, its feathers falling like a trail of markers. The scene changes to a residence where baskets of fruit are neatly arranged. The falcon flew down and landed on a hand. A note was tied to its leg. Seeing this token return, the message has finally been delivered. While reading the letter, the man muttered to himself, When will you ever learn to behave? So in the end, you're determined to rule the world, are you? This man is Jeoki-gyeon's father, Seok Seorin. In the fresh morning air, gentle sunbeams shone on the shop's sign. In the courtyard, water flows, clouds move. Beams of light shone through the crates of fresh fruit. In the courtyard, everyone was busy with their own tasks, some carrying goods, some sweeping the yard, and others making repairs. A man stood at the warehouse door looking outside and observing his surroundings. From behind the figure of a woman spoke, I saw the message Falcon. Hearing this, Seokseorin didn't turn around, but replied, "It's news from Aigeon. Aigeon says he wants to unify the world." After he spoke, the atmosphere fell silent. Only the sound of the other person's breathing could be heard. Sunlight shone on the teacup on the table. The woman disagreed. "He is our son. Aigeon has the right to dream like that." Seorin was silent for a moment, then his eyes narrowed as he retorted, "But it must remain a dream." Hearing this, the woman simply remained silent. Seorin looked out the door and sighed. "You and I have been in seclusion for 20 years. Suddenly Seorin turned his head back. "Let's go." His expression was resolute, wanting to go there to meet Aigeon, to the Central Plains. At this time, the weather at the New Wind Manor was terrible. Dark clouds covered the sky, and it was raining heavily outside the pavilion. Muyong stood before Aigeon and reported, "Young master, we have gathered some strange information." Muyong paused for a moment before continuing. "Just as you predicted. Young master, we traded information with the black market. Someone said they will be selling 300 heavenly explosion thunderbolts tonight." Aigeon was shocked to hear this. Heavenly explosion thunderbolts. The powerful explosive weapon of the Righteous Path Alliance. Muyong nodded. "Yes, just one has immense destructive power. Something is definitely going on." Hearing this, Aigeon stood up. "We have to go." In the night, the sound of rain pitter-pattered on the leaves. "Follow them from the black market and see who it is." This was accompanied by the sound of someone's hurried footsteps. A two-faced elder from the Northern Sky defeated clan was leaving in the night, hurrying back to report. "I have no way back now that I've sold the heavenly explosion thunderbolts. I have lived a double life as an elder of the Northern Sky Hegemon clan." Recalling a past memory, he had once announced, "Congratulations to all the dragons and phoenixes who have passed the first round." He couldn't stay because I am a spy for the Beyond Society. But at that Dragon and Phoenix banquet, the top-ranked Yin Demon Lust Devil was easily killed, and the failure of the Dragon and Phoenix banquet plan changed everything. He then went to meet the mysterious person who handed him a box covered with a white cloth. "Damn the Beyond Society. Are they trying to pin all the blame on me?" The man in black informed him, "The society leader is very disappointed in you." Inside the wooden box was an explosive. "This is your last chance. Detonate the heavenly explosion thunderbolts at the Sky Dragon Great War." Hearing this, his face filled with terror. What? What the man in black warned, "If you fail again, you will die." He walked in the rain, gritting his teeth in anger. Even manipulating the Dragon and Phoenix banquet was nearly impossible. How can I do that at the Sky Dragon Great War where all the masters are gathered? He ran faster through the rain. Moreover, Vice Strategist Half-Brain suspects me because of the Dragon and Phoenix banquet. If I'm discovered as a traitor to the Northern Sky Hegemon clan, I will die. And if I fail at the Sky Dragon Great War, I will also die. As he was thinking about stealing money and running away, a man in black suddenly appeared out of nowhere, swinging a sword at him. The only way was to grab the money and flee. Blood spurted from his chest like rain mixing with the raindrops. His eyes widened. The Beyond Society. The assassin with the sword slowly approached him. "Not only did you ruin the Dragon and Phoenix banquet, but you dared to betray the Beyond Society. You looked down on the Beyond Society." As he spoke, the assassin swung his sword, aiming for his neck. "Is this it?" He closed his eyes, awaiting his death. I'm about to. But what awaited him wasn't a sword, but drops of water splashing onto his face. He opened his eyes in confusion, only to see the assassin standing completely still. The sword was just a millimeter from his neck. What is this?" He's frozen. Seeing the assassin standing there stiffly, his eyes still wide open, he wondered, was his pressure point hit? Who did this? Behind him, a figure stood gracefully on a log floating down the river. What a surprise. Two figures appeared behind the assassin. The elder of the Northern Sky Hegemon clan is the mastermind behind the Dragon and Phoenix banquet. The frightened elder of the Northern Sky Hegemon clan kept backing away. You? Who are you? The two figures in black didn't answer, silently watching him. These men in black were Aijian and Muyong. Aijian replied with a cold gaze, the Justice Squad of the Righteous Path Alliance. Hearing Aijian's words, Muyong, who was beside him, was also surprised by where that name came from. The elder stared blankly. The Righteous Path Alliance. Has this matter already reached the ears of the Righteous Path Alliance? Aijian approached the assassin and patted his head like a master patting a dog. This Beyond Society member, something strange about him. Veins and blood vessels bulged on the assassin's face and around his eyes. In the assassin's eyes was a demonic reflection of Aijian, and blood trickled from the corners of his eyes. The assassin suddenly yelled, "Get away!" A huge explosion occurred, sending water from the ground splashing everywhere. Instantly, a shockwave spread. It turned out the assassin had self-destructed, his limbs exploding and splattering blood, dyeing the area red. Aijian was still in shock as blood splattered onto him, mixing with the rain. The other two looked up at the blood raining down from the sky. The elder stammered in bewilderment, What? What is this?" The three of them looked around. Blood stained the water and exploded limbs were scattered everywhere. The assassin's arm was left dangling from a tree branch. Muyong remarked, "It seems he was hypnotized to commit suicide upon capture." Aijian frowned as this had dirtied his clothes. "I don't like the way the Beyond Society operates." Aijian turned to the pale-faced elder. "Do you know what the Beyond Society is?" The elder stammered in fear. I don't know." Aijian didn't care whether he knew or not. He took out a green poison pill from his clothes menacingly. A cliché answer. "I've prepared this for you. It will cause you great pain." Seeing the poison pill in Aijian's hand, he stammered in fear. "Poison? A poison pill. The Righteous Path Alliance, the pillar of the righteous faction, would use such a despicable method." Aijian ignored him and directly shoved the pill into his mouth. "Pillar of the righteous faction. You rats have gnawed away until there are no pillars left." His body began to convulse, veins popping out, and his eyes became bloodshot. He begged for his life in agony, no longer daring to hide anything. Spare me, my body feels like it's being torn apart. I'll tell you everything. So, please." Aijian took a brown pill from his clothes, threw it at him, and commanded, "This is the antidote. Drink it. You should have spoken sooner." His body trembled, saliva drooling from the corner of his mouth as he slowly put the pill in. "You must take the antidote once a month, or this will happen again." The rain grew heavier. Aijian wanted to settle this. "In short, you're saying that 12 years ago, they approached and recruited you, and after you became an elder of the Northern Sky Hegemon clan, with their help, they have been giving you orders continuously." Now terrified and pale, he didn't dare to lie and nodded. "Yes, that's right. I only know a few of the people who relay the orders." Hearing this, Aijian turned to Muyong. "A secret organization where members don't know each other's faces. Very cautious." Aijian was quite pleased with his compliance. "Good. I have 2 requests." He began to give his orders. "First, all the information you can access within the Northern Sky Hegemon clan. Second, inform us whenever you receive an order from the Beyond Society." The elder could only huddle and listen obediently. Aijian leaned in close with a deadly expression and threatened, "If you do well, I will guarantee your safety." He trembled in fear and whispered, How can I trust you?" Aijian snorted coldly. "There are no guarantees. Just believe." His body continued to tremble, afraid that one wrong word would have Aijian sending him to meet his ancestors. "Damn it, I have to go back to the Northern Sky Hegemon clan and be a spy for both the Beyond Society and the Righteous Path Alliance." After thinking for a moment, he gathered his courage and said, "If I don't detonate the heavenly explosion thunderbolts at the Sky Dragon Great War, I will die." Aijian smiled. "Don't worry, I'll show you how to survive." Muyong stood to the side, deep in thought. Using sound transmission, what is the Beyond Society's goal? Do they want the Northern Sky Hegemon clan to fall, but to blow up the Sky Dragon Great War with heavenly explosion, thunderbolts just for that? Isn't it too dangerous? They must have another purpose. Aijian looked up, thinking. Then he sent a sound transmission back. Well, it's useless to think about it now. Let's just do our job, Muyong. The next day, at the Sky Dragon Great War on the fighting stage, Aijian continued with his next matches. He directly landed a punch on his opponent. In the stands below, people cheered for him mixed with curses. Seok, Jeok, Aijian wins again. This match is invalid. Well done. In the next match, Aijian easily defeated his opponent in an instant. He sent his opponent flying off the stage with a palm strike. Jok Aijian wins again. The crowd in the stands could only gape in amazement. The tournament judge announced Jeok Aijian advances to the main rounds. Round 1. Aijian stood facing his opponent, who was holding a short blade. In the stands, people were still gossiping. Today we'll see if that guy got here by luck or by skill. Gyoryan also came to cheer for him. She looked up at the stage with some doubt. This is the main round. Then she looked to the other side. Even the disciples of famous righteous sects had come to watch. The match judge's shout interrupted Gyoryan's thoughts. Let the contest begin. The judge began to introduce the opponents' names and sects to each other. Jeok Aijian of the New Win Manor. His opponent was a poison user. His opponent is Chusal, the wielder of the evil poison sword. Chusal had a sinister, contemptuous smile, a brat who still smells of his mother's milk. Gyoryan, standing below the stage, whispered to him, "Poison. Poison. That's too dangerous. I'll have to act today." Aijian was puzzled act. He then understood she was worried about him and smiled reassuringly. No need. From the main rounds onward, betting is no longer allowed. He looked up at the tower and saw a figure standing there. Whoa. The person standing there was Cheon Akma, smiling down at him. Cheon Akma's entire being was filled with excitement, enveloped by a powerful aura. Aijian was no less formidable. The terrifying energy radiating from him was also intense. Their eyes met. The real game had just begun. A brief introduction to Chusal. Chusal, the wielder of the snake poison sword, lived up to his nickname. He used a sword coated in snake venom, so he wasn't respected, but he was a dangerous man. Many had died under his poisoned blade. The old man next to them shook his head regretfully. That poor kid having to face Chusal. Hearing this, Gyoryan felt a mix of doubt and worry for him. Is that guy really that dangerous? The old man glanced at her and replied, "It's said that just a scratch from his poisoned sword is enough to kill. Therefore, everyone who has faced him in this tournament has died." Gyoryan's face changed with worry after hearing this. Died. All of them died. Chusal emanated a faint green aura, his strange expression fixed on Aijian. "You really are a lucky one." Aijian showed no fear. Instead, he just smiled. "It seems you're not very confident in your swordsmanship. Looking at that sword covered in an uneven blotchy green poison, you have to resort to poison." Hearing his provocative tone, Chusal snorted coldly. "All who provoked me like you have died." Chusal grinned smugly. "You will share their fate." As soon as he finished speaking, Chusal swung his poisoned dagger and charged at Aijian. Aijian nimbly dodged. Then Aijian struck Chusal's wrist pressure point. His hand trembled, and the dagger fell from his grasp. Aijian swiftly struck his arm, and blood splattered everywhere. Aijian's expression was like that of a bloodthirsty killer. He smiled with satisfaction. Aijian gently drew a line on Chusal from his forearm to his bicep. Blood shot out like fireworks. Chusal's eyes widened in disbelief, watching as Aijian easily defeated him. Aijian's eyes revealed a deadly warning. "You will never hold a sword again." Chusal's hand was split in two, and blood spurted out, staining the stage red. Chusal collapsed his knees, buckling on the stage. He bowed his head, a deep wound running from his bicep downwards. Chusal's eyes were wide open, but he remained silent. A gash on his shoulder revealed the bone within. With this wound, he would probably never be able to wield a sword to harm anyone again. Watching Aijian deal with Chusal in a single blow left everyone below stunned. Even Gyoryan couldn't believe it. They finally realized the match was over and shouted in amazement. What just happened? He defeated Chusal in a single move. Susang, still shocked by the match, stood up and slammed the table. No, impossible. Susang's eyes were glued to Aijian. Is that guy really that strong? During the Dragon and Phoenix banquet, he was nothing special. Bihua, sitting beside them, showed no expression, her gaze still fixed on him. Susang was still muttering to herself, "And where is this new wind manor? I've never heard of this name yet. He has such high-level martial arts. Hagi's face darkened, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, as he listened to Susang muttering beside him. How can he be so strong? Hagi glanced over at Aigian. Aigian was busy waving to everyone, not noticing anyone's gaze. That guy is no ordinary junior. Where did he come from? Seeing Aigian's happy expression, Hagi was annoyed. Does he really want to win the Sky Dragon Great War? At a tea house, voices from inside could be heard. That evil heretic killing people with poison all day. It's so satisfying. Inside the tea house, people were happily eating and drinking with Gyo-ryan and him. Everyone was busy praising him. Young hero Seok, I knew you weren't ordinary. I'm looking forward to your performance in the next match. He laughed happily. Of course, everyone is welcome to come and watch. Aigeon sat down comfortably, putting his hands behind his head. Hey, I'm so famous now. Gyo-ryan watched him silently, her mind full of thoughts. Those who made it to the main rounds of the Sky Dragon Great War are all so intimidating that no one dares to approach them. But you're so strange. Aigeon continued to laugh and chat with everyone. A man in the tea house started a conversation, but the most watched person in this Sky Dragon Great War is him. The man recalled the scene with Mumyong-gaik, who was actually Cheon-akma. Mumyong-gaik, even the top masters couldn't make him take off his straw hat. Gyo-ryan, sitting opposite, finally spoke up. Hey you said you watched his match. The man in black clothes nodded. I watched, but... His face suddenly turned fearful. I didn't see anything. Another customer didn't believe him. What are you talking about? He began to recall the scene of the match. What I saw, no, what I heard. He only heard the sound of a sword being drawn. Then Mumyong-gaik sheathed his sword without moving to attack. But his opponent beside him was suddenly wounded, vomited blood, and died. There was only that sound. Gyo-ryan's eyes widened in disbelief. No, that's impossible. Aigeon's expression suddenly turned serious, no longer joking. This is getting serious. Gyo-ryan looked at his expression with concern. Aigeon is so tense. She asked, Are you that worried? Aigeon, afraid she would worry, changed the subject. I forgot my money pouch. I'm so hungry. Gyo-ryan was speechless. My treat. He happily propped his hands on the table and looked at her. Really? Then I'll have roast duck, braised pork, sizzling beef, and stewed chicken. And for the wine... Before he could finish, she interrupted. I only have 2 tails. Hearing she only had 2 tails, the atmosphere suddenly fell silent. He sighed. In that case. Then he leaned his face close to hers. Do I have to wash dishes to pay the debt? Aigeon's words made Gyo-ryan burst out laughing. As they were chatting happily, Bihua appeared in front of them and said, Let me pay. They both turned around. Gyo-ryan let out a breath. Phew. Seeing the wealthy Bihua, Gyo-ryan was surprised. Miss Seal. Bihua turned to congratulate her. Congratulations on becoming a phoenix. And? Bihua looked at him. Thank you for what happened at the Dragon and Phoenix banquet. Aigeon grinned. If you want to thank someone, thank young hero Yang. Bihua frowned. She knew who had saved her. Don't take me for a fool. Aigeon caught, became flustered. Whatever, think what you want? Gyo-ryan watched as Bihua from a prestigious family initiated a conversation with commoners like them. Miss Seol is actively talking to others. Aigeon's words made Gyo-ryan blush. Gyo-ryan, don't worry, I'm only loyal to you. Gyo-ryan shyly scolded him. What? What are you suddenly talking about? Aigeon burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Bihua said young hero Seok. Aigeon glanced over at her. Bihua only said one sentence truly hard to understand. The scene changes. Sky Dragon Great War Finals. From a distance, the arena was packed with spectators. The atmosphere was much livelier than usual. 2 men chatted. The day has finally come. This Sky Dragon Great War is truly unpredictable. The crowd below also chimed in. Who would have thought these 2 would face each other? Gyo-ryan stood next to Hwa-young, looking around. The stage, the arena, and the atmosphere are all completely different. Hwa-young looked at her unhappily. Are you worried? Gyo-ryan lowered her head, her eyes filled with concern. Well, I heard his martial arts are extremely powerful. Hwa-young didn't answer directly, only saying, It's been a long time since I've seen the demon sword in action. Remembering when Cheon-akma held his sword, he was unrivaled for a long time. Looking up at the stage, Cheon-akma and Aigeon were facing each other directly. Regardless of who wins or loses, this match will not end easily. The people in the stands roared, Mumyonggek. I bet on you from the start, Mumyonggek will definitely win. Cheon Akma just smiled and reminded him, even though you are my nephew, I will not hold back. Cheon Akma's eyes glinted with a deadly look. Even if I have to kill you, I will not regret it. Aegeon smiled gently without replying, just nodding. Aegeon raised his hand to grasp his mother's sword. The sword in the center gleamed. Then Aegeon drew it, and a powerful dark aura emanated from it in all directions. So you know. The two figures rushed at each other. Aegeon attacked Cheon Akma with incredible speed. Cheon Akma's hat fell off as their two swords clashed. Therefore today Their eyes locked onto each other, revealing an unprecedented excitement. Will also risk my life. The two swords emitting a powerful killing intent crossed. The two smiled at each other. Cheon Akma spoke. The surrounding space completely changed. Only the two on the stage, along with Jonggyo Ryan, Hwayong, Nengjisang, and Mu Yong could see their fight. Cheon Akma said, A formation. His face was full of excitement, his eyes flashing with a deadly glint as he looked at Jok Aegeon. He smiled without a hint of fear, as if he had been waiting for this for a long time. This is the only way to have a proper fight, isn't it? Jong Gyoryeon, standing nearby, watched with wide-eyed amazement. This is the first time I've witnessed a formation that can change the scenery like this. Hwayong, with her hands behind her back, already knew. I had long ago sought the help of a prodigy Uisang who was hailed as a master of formations back then. Those outside the formation will only see an illusion of a completely different battle. That's because there are martial arts that cannot be casually displayed in front of everyone. Hwayong looked at Jisang and Muyong. The ones who can witness the real battle are only those standing within this formation. Hearing these words, Jong Gyoryeon looked at the battle before her in astonishment and doubt. Then does that mean the old master and brother Seok have come this far without revealing their full strength? Seeing Jonggyo Ryan still standing there in stunned silence, Hwayong spoke to bring her back to reality. Don't miss a single move. Watching the two rush at each other, Hwayong paused for a moment, then continued. This battle? I'm afraid you won't get a second chance to witness it. Cheon Akma rushed forward, swinging his sword to deliver a fatal blow to Jok Aegeon. He used his sword to block Cheon Akma's move and smiled. It seems you anticipated that this blow would be blocked. He smiled with satisfaction. With you, that's only natural. Jok Aegeon gripped his sword tightly, his whole body tense, not daring to be careless. The two figures clashed again. The whistling of the wind and the sound of swords colliding echoed in the suffocating silence. Everyone dared only to breathe softly. The more Cheon Akma fought, the more excited he became. He praised aloud, excellent, keep pressing me further. Neither side was inferior. Their swords clashed and sharp sword auras shot out continuously. Jok Aegeon swung his sharp sword forward. Akma was not outdone, his sword quickly striking at his opponent. Suddenly, Jok Aegeon's eyes widened in surprise. Cheon Akma frowned, gripping the sword in his hand tightly. Blood spurted out quickly. It was unclear whose it was. Only now did everyone realize. Jong Gyoryeon was so shocked she was speechless. Muyong's eyes also widened. Only Hwayong and Jisang showed no change in their expressions. Blood dripped down drop by drop onto the ground. A wound appeared on Jok Aegeon's arm, the cut left by Cheon Akma. He looked at the gash on his arm and frowned. He stood opposite and spoke, Even if I have to kill you, I will not regret it. Those were not empty words. His face radiated an unprecedented killing, intent, a dense aura of murder enveloping him. Cheon Akma raised his sword and said coldly, Use that martial art. Otherwise you will lose your life. He gripped his sword tightly as killing intent poured from the blade. In that case, Jok Aegeon's entire body emitted a red, hellish aura as he laughed and asked, Is it time to get serious now? A silent atmosphere descended, and a scorching heat spread across the ground. Jok Aegeon stomped his foot hard on the ground. The once flat ground was now torn up. A massive, scorching, demonic aura erupted. Red light emanated from his body, and the surrounding ground cracked and flew into the air. Jonggyo Ryan stared in astonishment at the aura radiating from Jok Aegeon. This aura. She stared intently at Jok Aegeon. Demonic energy. I had a vague guess, but indeed, this is... He closed his eyes, controlling the powerful energy within his body. Jok, Aigean muttered. The demonic path originates from the wind. Cheon Akma saw this, but instead of being afraid, he grew more excited and shouted, "That's it! That's the one, use that technique. The thing that demon practitioners can only hope to witness once in their lifetime, the 9 Blossoms demonic path art. The unique, ultimate technique of the sky demon." Jok Aigean opened his eyes, and a slash of his sword shot out. First form, wind strike stance. As he spoke, a terrifying force tore through the wind and attacked Cheon Akma. He raised his sword to block the powerful roaring wind that rushed towards him. Gusts of wind cut through him, leaving wounds on Cheon Akma's body. The hem of his robe fluttered in the wind. His entire body felt as if it would be blown away. He braced his legs to keep from being blown away by the wind. This power didn't make Cheon Akma retreat even a bit. He smiled with satisfaction internally. His internal energy is clearly weaker than mine, but how is its power so terrifying? Jok Aigean's voice rang out again, there. He swung his sword again, creating another line of spiritual energy. A flash of lightning strikes past Cheon Akma's technique. Second form, Thunder Strike Stance. It is the call for the thunder god to descend. A cloud of dust rushed forward. Jonggyo-rian raised her hand to shield herself with difficulty. Oh. Sand and wind mixed, and Cheon Akma's figure was no longer visible. Jok Aigean's eyes scanned the surroundings. He didn't think Cheon Akma would be defeated so easily. Suddenly behind him, Cheon Akma's figure reappeared, attacking with his sword. Jok Aigean turned around and used his hellish sword to block Cheon Akma's blow. He smiled. As expected, "You are extraordinary." Cheon Akma laughed in reply, "And you are truly beyond expectations." The two powerful figures clashed again, 2 streams of red and purple killing intent rushing forward. Witnessing this terrifying scene, Jonggyo-rian trembled. Does that realm really exist? My martial arts are nothing but child's play compared to them. A flicker of fear crossed Jonggyo-rian's eyes. 5th form, heaven-subduing demon. From start to finish, they fought in the air, looking just like demon gods. Jok Aigean stood strong and proud, with the faint image of a dragon behind him. Holding his blade with dense demonic energy, he shouted, "Dragon Strike Stance." The dragon's head behind him opened its huge mouth as if to swallow everything. Cheon Akma felt as if he was being targeted. He stared in shock at the scene before him. The dragon lunged down before Cheon Akma could react. He was hit by the dragon's attack before he could even respond. Dust, dirt, and rocks were thrown into the air. Jisung tried to move forward but was stopped by Hwa-young. Jonggyo-rian was also endlessly astonished, standing frozen with her eyes wide open. The sword was stuck in the ground, its powerful aura causing the earth around it to crack. Cheon Akma supported himself on his sword, his body covered in blood. His entire body trembled. He stared at Jok Aigean, who was floating in the air, and let out a grunt. Then suddenly Cheon Akma looked up at the sky and burst out laughing, "Ha ha 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 ha!" Looking at the confused Jok Aigean, he said, "As expected, you are worthy of being his descendant." Cheon Akma now seemed to get serious. Holding the sword that emitted a faint purple aura, he frowned. "Very well, let's decide this with one final move." Jonggyo-rian asked doubtfully, "What is that?" Hwa-young lowered her head and replied grimly, "That is the unique ultimate technique of the demon sword." Cheon Akma's entire body radiated a murderous aura, his eyes flashing. Seeing this, Hwa-young continued, "The strongest technique that earned him the title of the demon sword of the martial world." The sword in Jok Aigean's hand was still burning brightly. He muttered, "If I use the 7th form, the final form of the 9 Blossoms demonic path art, I might be able to block it, but..." Suddenly, Cheon Akma's eyes widened, and he launched a terrifying sword strike. Jok Aigean said with regret, "If I do that, the demon sword will..." Without a trace of fear, Jok Aigean raised his sword to the sky and muttered, "First form demon strike stance." Then his eyes turned golden. The scene shifts to a peaceful landscape showing 2 hands holding each other. 2 people are standing in a meadow full of flowers. One asks, "What do you think about this matter?" Seorin pondered. "Number 1 under the heavens. Why is that boy chasing such a wild dream?" The woman picked up a pink flower. "Do you still not understand why our son is doing this? It's because he has inherited your bloodline. As she spoke, the flower in her hand slowly withered, its petals falling. Have you forgotten that child is also called a demon god? Hearing this, Seorin turned his head to look. That is an over-exaggeration. The woman retorted, No, it's not. The bloodline cannot lie. It is because that child inherited our blood that he is now suffering from this violent illness. Juk Ijeon raised his sword, and the air around him seemed to freeze. Deep inside, it's boiling uncontrollably, tormented by a desire for destruction. The people below stood frozen, watching his sword slowly descend. Jang Yoryeon stared blankly at him. Juk Ijeon saw the expression on her face, a hint of panic in his eyes. Jang Yoryeon looked at him, and there seemed to be a touch of sadness in her eyes. Juk Ijeon stopped his sword in midair. In his eyes there was only the reflection of Jang Yoryeon. Seeing that Jeok Ijeon was no longer attacking Cheon Akma, angrily shouted, You brat! After speaking, Cheon Akma swung his sword. A powerful sword aura enveloped Juk Ijeon, and his figure disappeared. What on earth is he doing? Jang Yoryeon's eyes widened, filled with disbelief, worry, and fear. Muyong was frantic, reaching his hand forward as if trying to grab something. As Cheon Akma's power enveloped the area, a gentle stream of water suddenly appeared. Juk Ijeon's figure flickered into view with a smile. Muyong was stunned, speechless. He called out in a small, questioning voice, Young master in the water. Juk Ijeon's figure held a sword and caressed it gently. The first of all time, the gentleman's sword. The long blade was now set aside. Ijeon decided to use his father's sword to continue the fight. When Gyo-yeon saw that sword, she was shocked. Wasn't that his father's sword? Ijeon's eyes flashed. Every swing of his sword caused waves to surge. He floated in the air, radiating an intense blue light. A beam of sword light cut through the air, striking directly at Cheon Akma's arm. The ground below cracked from the impact, and the audience witnessing the scene was dumbfounded. Cheon Akma was terrified to see fresh blood spraying from his body like rain. Just one slash across his arm made him feel as if his internal energy was being drained. What kind of martial art was this? Everyone present was stunned. This single sword move was enough to shake the martial world. After a moment of silence, Yang Hua-yong faintly announced, The battle is over. The formation gradually dissipated, and the stage was now covered in a thick cloud of dust. The surrounding audience was in an uproar, shouting, What's happening? I can't see anything. Why is there suddenly a sandstorm? In the midst of the intense battle, the scenery suddenly changed, leaving everyone bewildered. Gyo-yeon looked around in confusion. Has the location changed again? Yang Hua-yong calmly explained. The formation has been broken. We have now returned to reality. Just then, a shout rang out. Everyone look quickly, isn't that Mumyong-gaek? As the dust settled, the battered body of Cheon Akma was revealed, struggling to kneel on the floor. The stands were immediately shaken. He had never revealed his identity before, but now that mystery was about to be unveiled. However, as everyone was waiting, Ijeon silently approached and handed Cheon Akma his hat. Cheon Akma was silent, his mind replaying the last moment. If I hadn't hesitated to use that thing back then, I fear I would have been dead long ago. He took the hat, put it on, and said in a low voice, It's a pity I couldn't witness that ultimate move. The hat once again concealed his face, but the truth was clear. As a demon practitioner, dying to the 9 transformations demonic art would not be a shameful thing. Cheon Akma, now completely convinced, bowed his head in defeat. The audience below was aghast, unable to believe it. What? Then doesn't that mean the champion of this Sky Dragon Grand Tournament is Ijeon? The important figures up high also showed expressions of disbelief. Immediately after, the entire arena erupted in discussion. The youngest winner in the history of the martial world. A new hero of the martial arts world has been born. Amidst the cheers, Ijeon stood quietly, squinting at the gentleman's sword in his hand. As night fell, a celebratory banquet for the Sky Dragon Grand Tournament was quickly organized. Upon seeing Ijeon, the women couldn't help but blush and gossip excitedly. Look, that's young hero Dick, the winner of this tournament. It's unbelievable he looks so young. They quickly approached to start a conversation, trying to get acquainted. Young hero Yi. Congratulations, a shy young woman said. Ijeon just smiled. Don't you usually hear people praise you for being handsome? Seeing him smile, the women burst into laughter, startling the men behind them. One couldn't help but exclaim, You're really interesting. Aegeon laughed and replied, That's the second most common thing I hear. Beside him, Gyoyon sighed softly in resignation. He had become too famous. After the group of women left, Aegeon turned to Gyoyon and said softly, Gyoyon, let's eat our fill today. She nodded, then suddenly asked with concern, But don't you really need to rest? I saw your wound was quite deep just now. Aegeon smiled knowingly. What's wrong? Are you worried about me? Gyoyon was momentarily flustered, unsure how to respond. Just then a voice called out, So you're here, Miss Jang? Gyoyon quickly turned, bowed, and replied, Long time no see, clan leader Im Cheon. Im Cheon smiled and continued, I was also hoping to meet Miss Jang. I think you're a great match for my son. What are your thoughts, Miss Jang? Hearing this, Gyoyon's eyes widened as she looked at young Master Im, her heart filled with confusion. If it's young Master Im, I've never had a proper conversation with him before. Why is this happening so suddenly? The surrounding crowd also started to gossip. What is this? Is the Northern Sky sect planning a marriage alliance with the Jang sword sect impossible? But who can guess the thoughts of clan leader Im? Amidst the lively discussion, Im Cheon calmly continued. For a long time, I've had my eye on the Jang sword sect. The more I look, the more I feel Miss Jang is a suitable wife for my son. Gyoyon was flustered, unsure how to respond, when suddenly Aegeon stepped forward, his voice calm, yet sharp. She already has someone in her heart. Gyoyon turned to him in astonishment. What? Aegeon met her gaze directly and asked seriously, That person is me, right, Miss Jang? The surroundings once again erupted in commotion. Is this brat crazy? He dares to confront clan leader Im Cheon burst out laughing. Ha ha! Interesting. Truly the confidence of a Sky Dragon Grand Tournament champion. But Miss Jang will surely prefer my son. You can't compare to him, right, Miss Jang? Ijeon's question made Gyoyon's cheeks flush. She stood there stunned momentarily at a loss. Aegeon clenched his fists, his voice cold. You should give up. Im Cheon frowned slightly, feeling a bit displeased. This brat not only had superior martial arts, but also considerable guts. Before he could speak, his subordinate behind him couldn't hold back, pointing and shouting. Brat, how insolent. Do you think winning the Sky Dragon Grand Tournament gives you the right to be arrogant? Daring to have that attitude in front of the Northern Sky Sect's leader, are you tired of living? Aegeon showed no fear, his gaze resolute. According to the Northern Sky Sect's leader, should I offer up the person I love as a gift to please you? The subordinates angrily shouted again. What? How dare you be so disrespectful to an elder? But Aegeon remained calm. So what if he's an elder? Don't you all always set your own standards? If someone fits your criteria, they are praised and welcomed. But if they slightly displease you, they immediately become contemptible in your eyes. Those standards, just how suffocating and conservative are they? Gyoyon thought to herself. Normally he would just laugh it off. But today he's so determined. Why? Im Cheon's subordinate sneered. Kid, when you grow up, you'll understand. Your actions are so childish. Aegeon shook his head. I don't think so, because I won't grow up to be like you. Just getting older doesn't make you a respectable elder. Just then, another voice rose from the crowd. It seems your personality hasn't changed. Aegeon turned to look, his gaze softening slightly. You've come, father. The subordinate, upon hearing this, shouted. Are you that brat's father? You should discipline your son. I can't understand how you raised him. Seokseorin didn't reply, but the woman behind him was not as patient. She bluntly shouted, Shut up, you old fool, should just sit in a corner hugging a chamber pot, don't come out here spouting nonsense. The subordinate was so humiliated he stammered, What did you say? Gyoyon's group remained silent, observing the situation. The woman stepped forward, her proud gaze sweeping over the crowd. Here, who dares to stop me? Who dares to point fingers and scold my son?